Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
I feel like I need to add some Bill Clinton to that last bit there. How's everybody doing? Welcome to PEPAGANDA on this fine Tuesday. Welcome, welcome. I'm Pep. Nice to meet you. Nice to see you guys. I hope you guys all enjoy the fun programming that we have lined up on this space today. I am not feeling very well today. You know how, so I know that a few of you I can already see. What up, Etch? And hey, Jet. I was not feeling very well at the end of stream yesterday. And then, yeah, I was a little bit worried that it could technically be something else. I think that it was a little more than allergies, guys. I know that I had said that all through stream yesterday, but I think I was in denial. I think I got a little bit of a cold. So, knock on wood, hope everything kind of lifts off here because I am on my second cup of coffee. COVID? No, I actually took a COVID test. I do not have COVID. I don't have COVID or influenza. Was it 1 through like 4 or whatever? Yeah, because my wife is a cancer patient, or a chemo patient, I should say. I have to take that extremely seriously. So the second that I even got like a little bit of a sniffle, I went in and got tested. So all good on that one. No, I just think it's either the hardcore change in the season, which we did just have a massive temperature drop. So that could have something to do with it, but I digress. Anyway, we're going to be talking about the Epstein stuff today. We're actually going to just go right for it. Let me add this to the stage. We have a bunch of semi-live updates. All of this just happened within the last hour. So let's get some updates on what's going on with the House vote, because I also got the live vote going right now. I will continue to look at that as we go through this. So let's see.
Today, the House will finally vote to force the release of the Jeffrey Epstein files from the Justice Department. President Trump now says that he will sign that bill if it reaches his desk. It is quite a 180 and reversal from the stance that he had just a few days ago and held for many, many months. Republican leaders were...
I mean, the fact that we all see what's happening here, it didn't even take a full day for even the mainstream media to kind of go, hey, this seems like he's giving this to Pam Bondi for reasons that means that he won't be on the hook, but Pam Bondi now, like, I think that honestly, Pam Bondi is perfectly okay with her being hated by everybody, including MAGA.
Bracing last week for many Republican members to vote in support of the
she is
files.
with her
And
totally
now,
natural
with
coffee.
Trump's blessing, it's expected to receive even more Republican support. What are the numbers behind this? CNN's Harry Anton is running the numbers for you on this. Why were Republicans willing, from the numbers that you see, on this one to go against what Donald Trump wanted?
You know, usually Donald Trump has his pulse on the Republican base, but he did not on this issue, because what are we talking about, Kate Baldwin? Well, GOP on the Epstein files, approve of Trump. We're used to seeing approval of Trump among Republicans being...
Why does he call her by her full name? I mean, I kind of get it.
85, 90%. But when it came to the Epstein files, look at this. Just 44%, south of 50% of Republicans actually approved on Donald Trump when it came to the Epstein files.
She feels so relatable. Oh my God.
What was the percentage of Republicans that wanted all of the Epstein files released?
There's been a few times where she's holding her phone with the coffee and you're just like, you look so uncomfortable.
67%. So what we were dealing with is simple mathematics. The Republican base was against Donald
Don't confuse Republicans with that. Come on now.
Donald Trump on the Epstein files. They were with the idea of releasing him. The Republican representatives saw that and therefore were not afraid to go against Donald Trump, because this was the rare instance in which the Republican base was not with Donald Trump. They were actually with the idea of being against Donald Trump and releasing the Epstein files.
And one way that you have long been able to kind of gauge, at least if people are really interested in something, is how you're gauging on Google searches. What is that showing?
Yeah, wait a minute. That is what he's using as his litmus test, is Google.
What is that showing? You know, back in July.
That is a little bothersome. I mean, depends on how he's using the analytics, I guess.
There was this idea, there was this push.
Maybe. You know what? We've heard Google it so much in our, daily lives, and we've now, it is kind of like an asshole thing. When somebody tells you to Google it, immediately you're like, fuck you. Why don't you tell me what it is if you know so much?
Right, to release the Epstein files. And Mike Johnson said,
you know what?
I'm sending the House home. Adios, amigos. Goodbye. There was interest in it, but not to the degree that we're seeing right now. Okay, Google searches for Jeffrey Epstein versus a week ago.
Holy shit.
Up nearly 1,200%. That we have seen more searches over the last 5-day period for Jeffrey Epstein.
Guys, that's a lot.
Than any 5-day period this entire year, much more so than we saw even in July. And more than that, the top associated search topic with Jeffrey Epstein was Donald Trump. This problem simply...
The best is when you say, let me Google that for you. See, but that's...
was not...
I would take that as a little passive aggressive, but it depends on how you say it.
Going away. So
like if you say, hey, let me Google that for you. Yeah, totally okay. But you change the tone just a little bit. It's like, okay, let me Google that for you.
What we're dealing with was many Republicans unhappy with how Trump was dealing with the Epstein files. Many Republicans wanting those Epstein files released. And more than that, it was climbing in the interest.
Oh, hello. I would like to see the selection of propaganda, please. It's PEPAGANDA here, buddy. Not propaganda, PEPAGANDA. At least you should know. I hear that there's some ripe Orwellian lies fresh out of the White House for sale.
So it wasn't going away. So all of a sudden, the Republican representatives are saying, jailbreak time, adios amigos. We're going to leave Donald Trump. We are going to vote to release those files long before Donald Trump even said, you know what, you should release them all.
What are you seeing in terms of what people think really are the chances that the files will be released now?
Okay, so we're going to hold this House vote, right? And we expect that a lot of House Republicans are going to say release them. But there is still a problem insofar as getting them released. That is, one of the biggest problems is the United States Senate. They may not even vote.
They treat us like we're fucking so stupid.
And, when you meet your average American that kind of watches this slop, you kind of get it, but when I do this as much as I do, I really do feel like they're talking down to me. It's like, guys, I know this.
Vote on it. And so here we go. This is, I think, a good sort of baseline understanding of, will Donald Trump actually release any more Epstein files before the end of his second term? On Saturday, it was 50.
It's the one, dude, go back to what he did with the FBI. He literally told them, you know what? I need you here's some black Sharpies. I need you to do me a favor. I need you to go personally redact anytime you see Trump. I don't care even if they say a Trump card, even though it's probably in reference to my Trump cards. You remember those? I was doing little NFTs.
50%. Now Trump says, you know, we should release them all. If a bill gets to my desk, I would sign it. But even so, it's still 72%. So majority chance that we will see more Epstein files. I think it's a good use of the prediction markets because it's a conventional wisdom baseline where people are putting their money. But
I hate that we're doing betting markets on politics. When you said dystopian or Orwellian, yeah, I don't even think George Orwell would have put that one in.
It's still far less than 100% because, hey, look, we got to still wait and see if the United States Senate actually gets a vote on this.
Yeah, there's a lot that still does need to happen before that's a sure thing. It's good to see you, Harry. Thank you so much. John.
All right, with us now is...
I can never pinpoint whether she hates her job and the people she works with, or if that's just like her general mood.
Lisa Bloom, a victims' rights attorney who has represented 11 Epstein survivors. Lisa, good to see you. And we are expecting to hear from a group of survivors up on Capitol Hill very shortly in advance of this House vote. Wondering if you have a sense of how the survivor community is feeling now, because a lot has happened in just the last week between the emails that came out, this sudden reversal from the president, this imminent House vote. What's the feeling in the community?
Well, Thanks, John. I can tell you that the 11 very brave women who I've been representing since 2019 are really suffering as this is thrown around like a political football. And all they have ever wanted was accountability and transparency. Release the files, redact the name of the survivors, and let's have accountability for everybody who was involved with this predator.
So accountability, and you say they are still suffering because it's being used as a political football. I want to play for you
a little early
how the president said he would handle it if this bill does reach his desk. Listen.
My brain.
I'm all for it. You know, we've already given 50,000 pages. You do know that. They can do whatever they want. We'll give them everything. Sure, I would. Hate
to say I watched this entire exchange that led up to this, and there's this one point where he gets asked a question, and he's just like, I'm sorry, did you say a polyp? That's not good. And it was genuinely funny.
Let the Senate look at it. Let anybody look at it.
That's what bothers me about this guy so much is he's such a hateable piece of shit that has like organically funny moments. And that's what endeared him to so many people was just like, hey, he's funny. Shane Gillis had the perfect bit about that because the whole punchline is like, yeah, he's funny, but he shouldn't be president.
But don't talk about it too much because honestly, I don't want to take it away from us.
But don't talk about it too much because I don't want it to take away from us. And what struck me there is because of what you were saying before. The survivors feel like they're being dragged through a political morass right now.
I mean, look, does anyone really think that Donald Trump cares about sexual assault victims? This is a man that a jury found liable for sexual assault a few years ago. He said very
Oh my God, the way that she phrased that, it's just like, we live in such a weird time.
The files with a Democratic.
Do you think the president cares about sexual abuse? It's like,
folks.
The unilateral answer should just be like, yeah, not anymore.
Act. He tried to get a congresswoman to flip. That didn't.
Oh, by the way, this ad was devastating.
Work. If Donald Trump really cared and really wanted the files released, he could order that on his own without Congress. But he's continuing to play political games, and the trauma of the victims continues.
I mean, dude, we're living in a time right now where I just watched a Dean Withers clip. Maybe I'll play it if we have enough time on the show, where he was talking to a guy that just did the thing where he just was like, yeah, why is it bad for child grape? It's like, what you're actually there now. I still have a theory that guy is that's his existence, as he says, like he's the troll bot where it doesn't matter how reprehensible it is. He'll just take the opposite position just to piss off liberals and like get the viral moments, although he doesn't realize how much he helped Dean with that one.
Revelations, and I use that word not with a capital R, but what has been revealed.
But like the Megyn Kelly discourse is insane. I know that Boston Bryant's going to be covering that pretty much after this show.
In the last week, inside the emails there, you've been involved with these cases for a long time. You know, how much more information do you think there is that will come?
Not on this space, by the way. We got Dan from the Power Report.
Delight.
Otherwise known as Dan from the internet and Dan from the web and Dan just Dan.
Listen, we've been surprised each time there has been a release. I mean, Epstein is now speaking from the grave and pointing a finger at Donald Trump, saying in the recent release that Trump spent time alone with one of the victims for hours, that Jeffrey Epstein could finish Donald Trump, take him down. In one of the tapes, Epstein said that he was Trump's.
Just how bad that was, man. Like, this is again where this would be Dan on the street as well. But this would be this would be career ending for any other politician or president. Like, it really does just annoy the crap out of me that this Roy Cohen guy taught Trump just to deny, and somehow it works. Like, that's what really gets to me is the fact that we as a collective consciousness have just all agreed that his bullshit is good enough.
Best friend for 10 years. So these are really striking revelations that we can only imagine.
Oh, actually, no, I'm going to give us a little bit more credit. We're better than that. It's this asshole right here. That guy, discount Casey Kasem, who always has a little bit of a concerned face, even though he doesn't have genuine concern for anybody.
What's going to come next? But instead of the drip, the release of documents that continues.
I really got to put that supercut of the drip. To
re-traumatize the survivors. Let's release it all. Let the advocates like me pour over it, and we can go after anybody else who is accountable. There should be congressional investigations. I mean, the release of the files is only just the beginning. That's what we, on behalf of the survivors, are hoping.
Just in terms of the emails that were released, the name that was redacted from those files, where Jeffrey Epstein said that Donald Trump has spent a lot of time, so one of the survivors, Republicans, have said that.
Right, literally doing the thing where it's just like, oh, hold on, I got to make sure that Daddy gets his
redacted name was Virginia Giuffre, who has taken her own life now, but she had consistently said that Donald Trump did nothing wrong with her. That said, it was
with her
there in the emails. You use the term drip, drip, drip. Of information there. It is interesting because things continue to come out piecemeal. You think it would be different if it were all out at once. Why?
It's almost weird. It's kind of like, I don't know, a little sus that she would commit suicide right before all this really heated up. It's almost like this was her entire goal, was to get this done and then just bye. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Absolutely, because again, we're talking about real human beings.
So convenient. Same thing with the actual EPs. There's way more convincing me. Well, not that I didn't already have this narrative crafted in my head, where Donald Trump was scared of what he was going to say. So.
The 11 victims who I represent are everyday people who are still dealing with the trauma, the substance abuse, the problems in their relationships, depression. You mentioned Virginia Giuffre, suicidality. They're trying to move on and live their lives. We were able to fight for and get for them substantial compensation against the Epstein estate and against JP Morgan, the bank that was found to have been complicit. But they can't move on. Every time they look at the news and they see there's more information that's coming to light. So that's why we need to get this done. We need to get full accountability for anybody who's involved.
Yep. All right. Well, we're going to move on to the next bit here. This. We have the actual gathering. But then, you know what? I think I might just skip this Rokana thing. Yeah, screw it. Who cares about Rokana? He speaks at this anyway. Okay, why is this not working? There we go. There could be a supercut of me going, why is this not working? Let's be real there. All righty. Let's get rid of that and let's go.
Well, thank you, Hilly. Teresa is right. It's pretty big what the survivors have accomplished today. And I just want to say how eloquent.
Every time that the survivors get together like this, you do know that there's there's a bunch of people sitting in a room with their assholes pretty puckered.
And strong and admirable they were. Let's give them a round of applause for their courage.
Otherwise known as Trump's mouth doing this.
Thomas and Marjorie and I will take a few questions from people. Go ahead.
I will say it is a little annoying that, again, Virginia Giuffre is being used the way that she is, and then you have a few other victims in here that are just like, no, Trump never did this to me. So that must mean he's not part of it at all, even though other women have said that he is, and they totally discount the other victims. So I'm going to just say that that's shitty and they suck.
Is basically right now calling on the Senate to make revisions to this bill because he says it doesn't adequately protect the survivors, the victims that are standing behind you. Your response to that?
That's been a red herring all along. The survivors have always been in favor of this legislation, and there's a provision in there you can read if you would just read it that protects them. Now, if he wants to offer more protections in the Senate, that's fine with us, but here's the problem. Now we have to vote on it again in the House. And so, as you heard, justice delayed is justice denied. It could be just another delay tactic. But we want to...
Is that what you think? That's the motivation?
I think the Speaker wants to save face. He's going to vote for a piece of legislation today that he's disparaged for 4 months. And however he needs...
A lot of people are.
...to come on board, we want him on board. So... we appreciate that.
Did you want to? Go ahead.
Go ahead.
All right, Jim Jordan speaking.
Well, there's becoming a reckoning in Britain that needs to happen in the United States. A prince lost his title. The ambassador to the United States lost his job. We need to see those same kind of consequences here.
And Larry Summers put out an apology
and
said he's not going to do public appearances.
Perpetrators of these heinous crimes.
For real, man.
There shouldn't be scholarships named after them. And there needs to be accounting. We've seen.
I mean, they should go to jail, but okay, I guess, yeah, scholarships. Let's worry about that.
Tens of thousands of pages released by the Oversight Committee. What we've not seen is a single name. So I implore you to...
Marjorie Taylor Greene just realized she doesn't have pockets in that jacket.
To look and see if we have true justice and transparency in here. And the survivors will know when that has happened.
And I do think that Prince Andrew does need to come and testify at our Oversight Committee, and that can be bipartisan. But I share Thomas's view that
Larry Summers was the Fed head.
That the British
I don't know here.
Shown in getting justice needs to inspire an urgency here in America. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You don't need legislation to get the
economist, yeah. Yeah. Secretary of Treasury. There you go.
And also, did you ask him to be here today? It's a really powerful moment there.
Look, I'll let my colleagues speak. I hope the president meets the survivors. And I hope when he signs the bill, the survivors are there. I don't care if I'm there, Thomas Massey's there, Representative Green's there, but the survivors should be there. But I hope he meets them, because I think if anyone who meets them and sees their emotion will be moved. And my goal is to get justice.
There's no denying that their testimonies had a huge impact.
Here. So I hope
that video of Nancy Mace like finally crashing out because she realized that it's like, oh, I can't fake this. And honestly, am I going to abandon all my principles right now? And then you could kind of see where she was just like, I can't.
He will meet them and really hear what's happened and actually take action. But the broader point is, yes, the
assuming she has any.
President could order the Justice Department to release the files. But in a constitutional democracy, what we're supposed to have is Congress says that the files should be released, and then it's not on the whim of any president. Then the Justice Department is compelled to release those files because that's the law of the land.
Let's just take a, yeah.
Have you spoken to any Republicans in the Senate who are looking to, move this forward?
So Senator Markley is a Democrat. He's led the exact same legislation that Roe and I introduced in the House. One Republican co-sponsored his bill yesterday, and I have spoken to at least one more who says they will co-sponsor. The important thing about the Senate is that they need not to muck this bill up. There's a lot of attention on here. We've needlessly spent 4 months.
You mean the way they did with the continuing resolution that completely kneecapped the hemp industry? What? You're telling me that they shouldn't even try?
Dragging this out. A representative, a duly elected representative, was denied her seat in Congress for 49 days, and it's time to pull the Band-Aid off. The Senate, it may be tempting for them to get cute and to do things that will limit the release of these documents. They are afraid that people will be embarrassed. Well, that's the whole point here. They need to be brought to justice, and embarrassment is no reason to stop it. So the Senate, John Thune, it's up to him. He needs to bring this to the floor of the Senate. And I think the vote today will show that in the House.
And the president, look, the president has said he would sign the bill. You're going to get almost a unanimous vote here. So you have the president and a unanimous Congress believing that this protects the survivors and is calling for the release. There's no reason.
Then why would he hand it to Pam Bondi, dude? Don't do this shit. Don't do this shit. I understand what you're doing. He's trying to put Trump's words on record, but
for the Senate,
God damn it,
now to, as Representative Massey puts in, muck around with it. They need to put it up, have a vote, have the president sign it. If there's any further protections, they can do that through the DOJ process. But what they should not do is delay a vote on a bill that the House is going to vote overwhelmingly for and that the president supports.
Congresswoman Green, you raised the question of whether or not the Justice Department will actually release these files. Do you take the president at his word when he says he's going to sign this bill? And do you have confidence that these files will actually be released?
I only take people's actions seriously. No longer words.
And what do you think the president's
And I'll tell you, because I wasn't a Johnny come lately to the MAGA train. I was day one 2015, and there's a big difference in those Americans and those that, that decided to support President Trump later on. And I'll tell you right now, this has been one of the most destructive things to MAGA is watching the man that we supported early on, 3 elections.
What up, Rich?
For people that stood hours, slept in their cars to go to rallies, have fought for truth and transparency,
Chuck.
and to hold what we consider a corrupt government accountable. Watching this actually turn into a fight has
the up Chuck
ripped MAGA apart. And the only thing that will speak to the powerful,
I just realized that we're named brothers.
Courageous women behind me
don't go by Chuck.
Is when action is actually taken to release these files, and the American people won't.
Actually, you know what? Since I have another Charles in the audience here, can I just ask, have you started going? Did you start going by Chuck because of Charlie Kirk? And I found myself actually like getting a little embarrassed by my name. I was at Starbucks and I told him my name, and you could kind of see him give me a look. I'm like, and I had that thought where I'm like, I've always had, no, I'm not doing that thing. That's my fucking name. So now I'm going to just go out there and be like, Pep.
Tolerate any other bullshit. That's where we are today. Thank you.
Go ahead. Last, 2 more questions and then we're around all day.
Is this a watershed? How would you sum up today in terms of your battle to get to the truth?
I would say that these survivors have been fighting for decades, and they finally are being heard by the American people, and we're finally going to have a reckoning for this Epstein class that has gotten away with horrific things. Look, I grew up in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. People went to church, they played Little League, they went to their neighbors for barbecue. They didn't go to a rape island and abuse young girls or traffic young girls. And people with extreme wealth have thought that the laws don't apply to them, and their culture is totally out of touch with the values that built America. And finally, we're going to have a reckoning over it.
How worried are you?
Let's take the lady here.
Let me ask you this. You said you wanted this to go straight to the Senate. What message does it send to the survivors behind you if the Senate doesn't act quickly to move this bill forward?
Oh, come on. Really? You need him to answer that?
Well, they're not here. They're not going to answer questions, so I'll answer a question. I prefer, actually, it goes straight to the president. He can release these files without the Senate acting. Sometimes they take a long time to get things done. The House figured out a way to take 4 months to get this done. I think it's disrespectful to the survivors if they delay this. There's nothing more important than cleaning out the rot in this country. And this is rot, and it's not a partisan issue. And the senators need to get on this. Yes, the economy is important. Yes,
All right, so you've always been Chuck. Good to know.
National policy is important, but there's nothing more important than getting to this rot and cleaning it out. They should put it at the top of their agenda.
There's a provision in the bill already that would allow the DOJ to not release certain information if it would jeopardize an active investigation. And the president just last week ordered his DOJ to conduct an investigation. What makes you think you would actually, if this bill passes, see these files?
There are 1,000 survivors. They can't open enough investigations to cover up everything that's in these files. And yes, it's true, they can try to protect a few certain people or a few certain companies, but those investigations will eventually end. And in the meantime, there's not enough investigations to cover up 1,000 different crimes, 1,000 different rapes, 1,000 different sex trafficking instances. And this is not a moot point, even though they are doing that.
And once this bill is signed into law, any career official at the DOJ or the FBI who does not comply with the law is at legal risk. It's no longer just up to the president.
Look, we could have.
That's a benefit. So Pam Bondi could actually get in trouble for that. Good to know.
Passed a simple resolution here in the House, and that would have been the end of it. Instead, we chose a very hard path, which is to get legislation, a law passed, which means it has to go through the House, the Senate, and be presented to the president. And that will have the force of law. They will be breaking the law if they do not release these files.
Thank you very much. Last question, and then
they were already done, but they're just like, this guy.
So hard. If he could do it now, why hasn't he done it?
I believe he's trying to protect friends and donors. And by the way, these aren't necessarily Republicans. Once you get to $1 billion, you transcend parties. You just assume you can pay off whatever party is in charge of the White House, whatever party is in charge of the House.
They're all sitting there like, oh shit, did I take money from that guy?
Of representatives.
You can kind of see the wheels turning in Marjorie Taylor Greene's, even though those wheels are definitely low tread.
And this is about those kinds of people. I think he's been trying to protect them. And I think it also incriminates our own
when her wheels spin, she does burnouts.
Government. This is a complete and total failure of the justice system, as the survivors have witnessed here today to us. It incriminates the FBI. It incriminates our intelligence agencies. It incriminates police departments in West Palm Beach. And that's what has been protected by this, either willfully or unknowingly, and it's time to end it.
And I would agree with Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene that what matters now is just the action. I don't speculate on what politicians' motives are or what's in their heart. The point is the American people have spoken, Congress has spoken, release the files. It's time for justice. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Let's take a look at the live count now. Who's speaking? Let's hope it's not Jim Jordan anymore. Oh, it's Raskin. Okay.
That could have brought down the entire criminal network. And with
We're not
that,
gonna watch the whole thing, by the way. I'm just checking in.
I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 4 minutes to the distinguished chair of the House Oversight Committee, Mr. Comer, the gentleman from Kentucky.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As chairman of the House Oversight Committee, I've always believed that sunshine is the best disinfectant. For years, the American people have demanded transparency about Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's horrific crimes and about the federal government's failure to protect the victims. The House Oversight Committee is conducting a thorough review of the federal government's investigation into Epstein.
I'm good on that. Let's. I'll keep this
Our work
going.
goes far.
I'm just going to mute it, and then we're going to go to some more information. Petition will pass nearly unanimously. Okay, we actually got some. Oh, wait a minute. What the hell? Oh, there we go. Sorry, guys. Just realized I put the wrong thing up here. There we go. And let's find out if this will pass, and honestly get the just constant reminder that this has to go to the Senate. This has to go to the Senate. You know who we're not pressuring? The Senate.
Member of the Oversight Committee. Congressman, thanks for taking the time. We know you have to get 2/3 in the House to pass this discharge petition. That's a high bar, especially with how polarized the parties are right now. Do you have confidence you're going to get there?
I think the discharge petition will probably pass nearly unanimously in the House after Donald Trump gave House Republicans permission to vote for it. Had he not done that, I think only a small, courageous handful of House Republicans would have voted for it. But it will pass easily in the House today.
Are you surprised by the president changing course and saying he'll sign the measure if it reaches his desk?
I think the president changed.
Again, the fact that he said that means it ain't going to his desk.
Of course, only it was when it was
We're
crystal
going to play
clear that he was going to lose.
Reporter that asked him about this and his now completely unbelievable response. I mean, for real, dude. At some point, you do have to kind of like look at some of the shit that he does and go, oh, again, if anybody else said this, like people would be freaking out. Although I just looked, I took a little peek at my news feed here, and it does seem that a good amount of people are not cool with the way that he responded to her. I don't want to bury the lead here.
last week that there were going to be enough votes in the House to pass the bill to release the files. Senate was a different question at that point. But look, the important thing to know is all of the vote in the House, the vote in the Senate doesn't need to happen. What could happen is Donald Trump.
You know, I don't really necessarily mind them turning into MS now, but who in their graphic design department was like, this looks awesome. This is great. This is great.
Could decide himself to release.
What a great use of red and blue and white.
The files today.
Yep.
He decided to release files to try to embarrass the late Dr. Martin Luther King FBI files. He could release these files as well.
Here's how Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries framed the president's about face. Let's listen.
Oh, yay.
Donald Trump appears to have chickened out on the Epstein scandal. He's caved. It's a complete and total surrender.
This fucking smug prick.
A complete and total surrender? Is that how you see it?
Look, he spent the last week frantically scrambling to try to get Republicans off the discharge petition. He had Lauren Boebert dragged into the White House Situation Room to have her browbeat by the FBI director and the attorney general. He threatened the political future of Marjorie Taylor Greene and other Republicans. He clearly did everything he could to prevent this from coming to a vote and then to try to win the vote. And he realized that.
Oh my God, it does kind of look like the shutdown screen for Microsoft.
He had lost and the vote was going to pass. And to quote Leader Jeffries, at that point, he surrendered and caved, and he's pretending that he's supported it all along.
He is still calling it a Democratic hoax. We know the Epstein crimes are no.
Yeah, anytime he uses the word hoax, can we, like, Anna, for fuck's sake, do some journalism and go, how ridiculous is this? Like, can we stop? He calls everything a hoax that he obviously is part of. We see the pattern. It's been 10 fucking years.
Hoax, but how
has everybody done this collective, like, we're going to forget about this and just let him keep going?
Do you answer to this suggestion?
10 years. Fake news, hoax, Russia. Like, fucking A, man. Can we do better? Can we collectively as a human race do a little bit better? We have all this media space. We have all these fucking people. And you guys, you do not have to, you don't have to kowtow. You're the one bastion of mainstream media that can still question this shit, and it makes sense to the American public. And they're going to look at anything that Trump tries to do to silence you and go, yeah, that is a little fucked up, because even he was doing it to Seth Meyers recently, and collectively, his people were going, yeah, that didn't work out the first time. Jimmy Kimmel actually kind of won that one. Maybe don't do that. And then FCC chair, Brandon Carr comes out. He's just like, retweet. Yeah, you know what? Maybe we should take a look into that. Hey, that's fucking crazy. Like, he's going to do what he's going to do. Just call him out on his bullshit. And honestly, I'm getting really tired of getting gaslit by the mainstream media this way. Just with something as milquetoast and stupid as that fucking question.
And that we also heard from Speaker Johnson last hour that
he called it a hoax. What do you think about that, Mr. Me? He's being kind of a meanie bobini, but you know what? We're kind of just used to it, but that's our president.
Democrats are trying to use the Epstein files to score political points, and he points out how he had an opportunity.
Oh, you mean like he did in all of his rantings during the campaign? Are you kidding me?
To call on past administrations to release all the files, and your party didn't.
Oh, fuck you. Dude, seriously, this is getting insufferable. Everybody's running roughshod for this motherfucker.
Well, one, I think President Trump.
Sorry, I'm swearing up a storm. I need to calm down a little bit.
Trump and Speaker Johnson should sit down and tell
that they're actually counting F words now.
Survivors that they think the whole thing is a hoax.
Let's not affect the ad suitability for this, if you know what I mean.
It is not a hoax. It is very real. It is very serious, and the survivors.
Hey, man! Again, this milquetoast MFer there just going, actually, it's not a hoax, and I don't like it when he calls it a hoax, because that's kind of insinuating that this isn't very serious.
Calling on us to deliver transparency and justice. And with respect to previous administrations, During the Biden administration, one, President Biden
Google swear jar.
respected the
I
firewall
don't have a swear jar. I have a pepper jar.
between the White House and the Department of
Including
Justice.
peppers.
But also at that time, the
They're almost ready.
investigation and the legal process that led to Ghislaine Maxwell's prosecution and her appeals were
I see a few green ones in here that are definitely going on a hot dog.
still pending. So it wouldn't have made any sense to release investigative files
wait a minute.
while the legal
Hey guys, I know I do this on my main show on PEPAGANDA or on High on Politics, but you guys can guess how many peppers are in the jar if you want to.
process was still
I will keep track, and then I make the announcement on High on Politics.
ongoing with respect to Ghislaine Maxwell, and that was true throughout President Biden's presidency.
Are Democrats trying to use the Epstein files to score political points?
Democrats are trying to use the Epstein files to answer the call from
Do you think that she feels just absolutely stupid, like dumbfoundedly stupid
the survivors
when she asked that question?
For transparency and ultimately justice. And we have said all along,
My God, why
we
do
don't
all
care
these
where the
fucking
files
programs
lead.
and people,
If the files
they
lead
talk
to
slow and they're
additional
fucking
prominent
just
Democrats
warfests.
being identified who were
That's another sin here. It's just like everybody that they talk to, these talking heads. That's like, God, I'm already moved on.
involved in Epstein's
Yeah, that was a really stupid question, and this is her show.
crimes,
Anna has to own that.
so be it. What we know
job, Anna
from the
Cabrera.
files and emails that were released last week is that Donald Trump is much closer to Epstein and Epstein's crimes than Donald Trump has previously admitted. But let's release the files and let the chips fall where they may, have full transparency and get to justice, no matter
It's all fucking non sequiturs with these assholes and just platitudes, like
is mentioned
over and over, over and over. The drip, drip, drip.
Congressman James Walkinshaw.
There's a reason that everybody's saying the drip, 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 the drip, 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 the drip, drip, drip. Because you had a consultant literally go like, the Russia thing worked. Let's do this.
Very much.
The drip, drip, drip of information.
For your time. Really appreciate the conversation.
Oh, do you, Anna? Do you? Honestly, if you're going to be CNN light, then fuck it. I'll just watch CNN and let your network die the way that it was intended to, apparently, because this is the death knell. Like, good job. Good job keeping yourself in and taking away the one thing that made you different than the other mainstream media like outlets. Like, at least MSNBC, they were like, for it wasn't great, but let's just say, like, at least they were honest about just being like, yeah, you know, we definitely side with Democrats, and we'll even put a little leftist spin here every once in a while, just a wee bit. We don't want to go too crazy with that. That's why we start our morning with some Morning Joe. Ew. Sorry, that legit bothered me. Let's do this. How long is this Eyes Wide Shut thing? Because this is about Larry Summers. Stage. But let's see how long it is.
Speaking of worst people in the world, what's going on with Larry Summers?
So Larry Summers, former Treasury Secretary, who's been basically at the scene of every great economic crime in our recent
We'll just do like a
past, whether it's the bank
segment on this one.
bailouts, whether it's NAFTA, you could go on and on with him, continues to have tons of influence for unknowable reasons.
Oh my God. It's almost like that's how political elitism, I don't know why I said it like that. Political elitism happens. Like, they have a position for a long time, right? Then they make a bunch of these backroom deals with a bunch of these shady mother effers with a lot of dark money. And then sure as shit, they maintain their relevance and their paycheck by doing something, usually vague.
Within the Democratic Party.
Like a Kirsten Sinema.
And was part of this Center for American Progress push to create their own, you know, they were like, oh, the Republicans did Project 2025. We're going to do Project 2029. So he was very influential part of this development within Center for American Progress of the economic.
You know, her little thumbs down. I'm going to do a segment on High on Politics where I just ask like the most innate, just absolutely ridiculous questions and just can constantly play like her answer as the. Like, Kirsten, how would you rate your blowgies?
plank of Project 2029, which is terrible. And it's part of the centrists and the corporatists trying to keep a hold.
Thumbs up or thumbs down? Thumbs up for being a good human. Thumbs down for being a piece of shit.
On the Democratic Party, even as the base revolts against them.
There.
And Zoran Mamdani is the most popular figure in the Democratic Party. So lo and behold,
Jon Stewart had an interview with Larry. Everybody had an interview with Larry Summers. Larry Summers was the fucking Treasury Secretary, like, for multiple administrations.
This isn't a big surprise. We knew Larry Summers had a significant relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, which he had apologized for in the past. But this man is all over the Epstein emails that just came out. One of the central characters. Trump is mentioned a lot more, but Larry Summers is mentioned a lot. And we have direct emails, unlike with Trump, we have direct emails between Larry Summers and Jeffrey Epstein that come out of this. And I'll show you some of them. They're pretty wild. He was getting like relationship advice to chase after some lady while he's married, by the way, from Jeffrey freaking Epstein, and was messaging with him right up until he is put in literal prison. So very deep relationship with him. Okay, so after all of this came out, there's a bunch of public pressure, and he is now, as of yesterday afternoon or evening, could put B1 up on the screen, he has now announced that he is going to step back from all public commitments in light of those messages that were revealed with Epstein, saying he is deeply ashamed and hopes to—
Oh, are you ashamed, Larry?
Quote, rebuild—
Man, this motherfucker, like, all right. If we get one thing, at least these guys die, like, as being complete embarrassments to humanity.
Trust and repair
the one win, right?
relationships. He will, however, continue teaching at Harvard. Let's put the next piece up on the screen. American Prospect has been doing some fantastic reporting here. I have to think that some of the pressure that came from Daniel Boguslaw here at American Prospect and others, Ryan also highlighting his emails and also some Chinese government official connections. I'll get to that in a moment. But they talked here about the way he was guiding this project at the Center for American Progress. So according to people with knowledge of the arrangement, one of the leads on the economic policy plank for the Project 2029 project is Harvard professor and former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers, who has now been exposed as regularly exchanging emails about his personal life with the notorious sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. Officially, Summers has the title of Distinguished Senior Fellow at CAP. All three sources confirm CAP is compiling a policy blueprint in the event of a Democratic presidential victory in the next election. Summers had taken a leadership role in advising the project's economic policy arm, to the sources.
Oh, good.
Said. They also said Summers was the final sign-off on a CAP housing policy paper set to be released next week. And CAP has now confirmed.
At least guys like this are getting burned. Like, this is where, with our consistency, where we have been saying, like, oh my God, there might be Democrats in there. Good. Perfectly fine. Release it.
That is part.
And then do what you will with these people. But it is a little sus that you're only going after the people you disagree with. And there's this weird gaping hole.
Of his announcement that he will be stepping back, from public commitments. He is also stepping back, will no longer be involved with Center for American Progress and presumably this policy project.
Good. All right. So I'm going to add this bit. We're going to talk about the Trump scandal that's going on today. Like, dude, every day is a scandal with this mother effer. As I said, I'm in a mood today. Already not feeling great. And then on top of that, you got this just absolute effery that is just so much fun. So much fun. All right. So if you guys haven't already seen this is crazy. Like, even for Trump standards, it's kind of like he let the intrusive thought win. And this is not what, like, a lot of people coming out are kind of claiming as the win, because, like, the Nick Fuenteses of the world are going like, yeah, that's how you should definitely talk to a lady. Quiet, Biggie.
Okay. Mr. President, what did Jeffrey Epstein mean in his emails that you said you knew about the girls?
I know nothing about that. They would have announced that a long time ago. It's really, what did he mean when he spent all the time?
No, because again, the emails are different than the files. Like, this is funny watching him flounder in real time with a soft fucking ball question. It's like she threw a hacky sack at him.
With the president of
balls with beans.
You know, that is Summers, Larry Summers, whatever his name is, and all of the other people that he spent time with. Jeffrey Epstein and I had a very bad relationship for many years. But he also saw Skype because I was president. So he dictated a couple of memos to himself to me break. You're going to find out what did he know.
Really? Guys, right there. You know he's dictated his emails.
With respect to Bill Clinton, with respect to the head of Harvard, with respect to all of those people that he knew, including J.P. Morgan Chase. Yeah, Jennifer, go ahead.
In the file, sir?
He still talks about J.P. Morgan Chase like it's a person. You do know that the original J.P. Morgan's been dead for damn near a century, right? Oh, no, he doesn't. That would require him to know things. Quiet, Biggie. Like, the way he said it, too, dude, is absolute. Like, fuck this guy. Absolutely fuck this guy. Because right there, people always talk about, like, what the qualities of a president should be. He should at least have that little thing in his brain that goes, like, yeah, maybe don't just, like, overtly call her a pig. After that tense calling out, he decided to reverse his position. The late, great Hannibal Lecter. Yeah, we kind of forgot about that stuff. We kind of just, like, let that one go where she should have just called him a pedo. Honest. Well, no, because, again, this is the power dynamic. She wants to be part of the press pool, so you will get kicked out for doing something like that. Yeah, you can't just, like, stand up for yourself in any situation like that. Again, it's almost like he uses his power with women and uses it and abuses it and does this thing where he genuinely doesn't give a fuck. It's almost like he's showing us how he does treat, victims. Man, the way that people spin this shit is insane. So here, we'll take a look at the live reaction here in a second, or the live reaction, the House vote, which it doesn't look like they're actually voting. They're doing their thing where they go up there, they spew a bunch of shit that doesn't matter. Like, oh my God, it's on the right. Like, nobody reads that shit. Nobody's playing this back. Like, what are we doing? All right, so Kat Abou-Ghazaleh, who is running for my district, and she is making the rounds out there. I have to say, this is very weird. She dealt with, like, the weirdest interaction yesterday, and I got sent this by so many people. Everybody was just like, you need to see this. This is so crazy. It's weird. I'll let you guys watch it. If you haven't seen it, I'm not even going to describe it. Watch what happens, and then we can laugh at this together.
Hi, Kat. So I just wanted to give you this. I've been here. I'm so sorry about the meningitis. So I created a little care package for you.
Oh, I'm sure it's like really mean and weird.
I'm sure it's, like, really mean and weird. She's already dealt with this chick.
Well, it's actually not mean. I actually have holy water here for you. So hopefully it'll help you.
I would throw it on her so she melted.
We're praying for you. And I know that if you are
Just give her, it's like, here, and I have some garlic for you.
I'm not joking. It's a really hard time, and I'm hoping and praying that it's not Joel yet.
Proceeds to be mean and weird. Yep.
Yeah, you are the House of Hezbollah because you are chanting on the streets from the river to the sea. You are a jihadist. Are you okay? No, are you okay? You're the one that's not okay.
She's even more respectful than most people would be by blurring her face.
You're the one that was invited.
But this was at a closed door event.
But anyways,
I get it. We live in the weirdest timeline. We really do.
I did include
we really do.
a few items of sustenance. There's cat food, and you're welcome. I also created a little placemat that says cat, so when you're in prison, people can know where you're eating. This is holy water because
the thing is, it's actually kind of a cute cat mat. I would keep it.
I think you need to be baptized or reborn. There's actually a lot. I mean, this is like prison food, which you'll need when you're in prison, like pickles. I mean,
Those are great. I love
there's ramen.
I want to hate this, but at the same time, I would just be like, I want to throw this at you, but
Spicy ramen.
it's a spicy type. All right. You do realize, yeah, it's very weird. Like, it's weird. Like, if she thought this was going to be a viral moment in favor of her, oh boy, did she really screw up on that.
I don't think it's weird.
It's weird.
Yeah.
And if you got a cat, hold on, because this woman does kind of seem like she would poison stuff. So
And
I can't trust that. Although if it is,
I mean,
it's completely sealed.
They'll need it once you're
I mean, the pickle specifically, I was like, oh, those are actually good pickles.
in prison and roll it to protect yourself. And some soap. If you
How did she fit all this in that little bag?
scan the QR
She's like Felix the cat with this motherfucker.
send a message from President Trump. There you go. Do you want it or not? I was one of his VIP guests at the RNC, and here's some more snacks for sustenance. And yours truly from President Trump. You'll need them in prison. Do you want them? Oh, no. Oh, okay.
Oh, no.
Well, you're lost. Well, good luck. If you
She even put wrapping in it, though. That's kind of like,
I don't know. Going to have a little bit more than that.
the effort put into being a piece of shit. Yeah, dude. Like, she put to all my autists out there, no offense here, but she like put an autistic level of thought into this.
Yeah. Do you want the whole?
Do you think she sat in her car doing the waiting thing where she's just like, I have an hour before I even go meet with her, and she just sat there with the bag?
water? I think you need it.
What does she imagine Kat is going to prison for? Oh, she got indicted. So she got indicted by the federal government for blocking a police or an ICE vehicle. But yeah, the case is very, very flimsy.
I think you need it
Because there's no proof of her doing anything that they're accusing her of.
because
Even with the video. Weird how that works.
it just seems like you're possessed.
It seems like you're possessed. The woman that's literally just like, I brought you some cat food, and I also brought you some pickles because pickles are allowed in prison, and the cat bat again. There's nothing. What do you? I'd keep the cat bat because I got a cat. You know what?
I feel so sorry for you. I feel so sorry for you. But I'll be praying for you.
They're just so cool. They're so cool. Well said. Video the bane of modern fascism making. I mean, it really is. Like I can't understand how her thought process worked there. I have to be honest. Like, that was crazy. I really appreciate the shout outs there, Johnny. Also, here, I noticed that there's one link. Oh, no, it's not. There's the YouTube link. Never mind. Yeah, follow me on YouTube. I really appreciate that if you haven't already, and subscribe to the channel. We got a minute left. Let's take a look at the House vote. See if there's anything. Oh, we got Mike. Mike Johnson is up. Oh boy, what's he saying? I am so glad that this fucking weasel is being exposed as being such just a useless man. But all right, guys, that was the show. I really appreciate you guys hanging out. Thank you for bearing with me. I know I was a little bit out of sorts today, but really do appreciate you guys being here. Come check out my show live over on my YouTube channel, High on Politics at 4 p.m. Central. And stick around for Dan. What is he today? Dan on the internet with the Power Report. So I will catch you guys next week if you only catch me exclusively here, or I will see you later on my channel. Peace.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks. Who the heck is pep talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. Pep talk. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming. Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from pep talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
To what the strategy was at the beginning of the shutdown, there were two goals, both of which I support. One was standing up to Donald Trump. The other was getting some resolution on the ACA premium tax credit issue. The problem was the shutdown wasn't accomplishing either goals, and there was practically, well, there was zero likelihood that it was going to. In terms of standing up to Donald Trump, the shutdown actually gave him more power, Exhibit A being what he's done with SNAP, and SNAP benefits across the country. Oh, by the way, Joe, you're going to love this. Guess who's getting paid during the shutdown? Not the park rangers or air traffic controllers, the ICE agents. Under special law, under that big awful bill that they passed last summer, the ICE agents are being paid. Nobody else is. So standing up to Donald Trump didn't work. It actually gave him more power.
From many of our Republican colleagues in the Senate is that they're willing to work on health care. Now we can hold them accountable. We're going to have a vote. We're going to see if they're really willing to work on it. And if they're not, the people of America can hold them accountable. What we've heard from
men's fragrance. Yeah. This is what, no. It's the best fragrance. Come here, man. I have one here, sir. Okay, so what we'll do is just take that, Joe, put it in, and then the other one is for your wife. How many wives? For what? You guys said never know, right? Men's fragrance.
Hello, humans. Oh, I hope you know that I would not have left you that easily. This is your power report for today, the 14th of November, 2025. It's a Friday. I know that's not usually how we do things out here, but not only did I have a busy week, but the world had a busy week. And you know, it's no secret that I've been thinking about what Power Report looks like in the next year. One of those ideas could be a different stream time. So we'll see what happens. But also one of those ideas is getting rid of BAM. No, I'm just kidding. BAM is busy cooking up the History of Islam episode for the members. So I have C's and Sachi back at it. It is great to see you all here. Thank you all for working with me as I'm getting through my, I just got done traveling. No fun traveling. It was like all work, but thank you all for making it. Good to see y'all.
What's up, everybody?
What up, everybody? Glad to be here instead of BAM, the token minority replacement. I'm here and I'm happy about it.
That's amazing. Usually, you know, as is Power Report tradition, I talk for as long as possible. As part of the experiment, I'm going to try to not only, or, you know, main reasons because I've been kind of clocked out of news from this week. And what I have heard from the news is so ridiculous, and I haven't been able to like confirm it that I can't do my usual. Well, this is what happened this week. All I can say is that the government shutdown has ended. Government employees are starting to receive some of their back pay. Some folks I've heard are getting like 70% of it, and they're supposed to be promised it later, but that's complicated. And in case you haven't heard, Trump, Epstein, a lot of mutual associates, they're not sending their best. They bring drugs. They bring crime. They're alleged to be rapists. Some, I assume. Actually, none of these people are good. Never mind. But and there's a police coming for me already. Yeah, I think both of you collectively have paid much more attention to the news than I have. And of course, thank you, wonderful producer Sachi, for putting together the rundown so we can start to go into it. But yeah, feel free to just like kind of jump in immediately as I'm starting to get some videos queued up based on the rundown. What was your takeaway from this whirlwind of a week? I tried to catch up, listening to like today's, my usual round of news podcasts, Democracy Now, etc. And wow, a whirlwind. I'm sure y'all have thoughts. C's, you're off mute already, so jump in. Also, sorry. Let me just begin the obligatory, because C's has got the glasses, he's got the beard. I might be hitting the weights. I don't know. But whatever Xi Jinping is doing to Hassan Piker, free him. Free him. Free him.
Why the hell is it when I talk? Anyways, so yeah, Hassan is on a motherland. I hope he has a good time. Yeah, it's been a crazy week. I would definitely say it was definitely like at this point, I think we're at this point of the administration where it's so many L's that it's almost like our negatives turn into positives, because it's like, goddamn, like it doesn't really turn into anything material. Obviously, I think a lot of us, well, actually, funny enough, and I was even thinking about this during the week, as much of an L as it was for Chuck Schumer to flip, and the 8 or 7, whatever, 7.5, whatever, to flip. The so much L's in the Epstein files and all the shit that happened this week, it already kind of moved on. Like, it feels like I don't have mental space for so much to take in. Like, I can only take in so much as a person. Yeah, 7.5 for Fetty, 7.5. So it's like 7.45. It's tough. Like, it's tough to really have all the mental capacity to retain everything. So Dan, good luck. That's what I'll say.
To that I say, Sachi, take the wheel.
No, I completely agree. We are it's kind of been like a mix of hilariously stupid but also incredibly disturbing, of course, with the Epstein shit that's happening. I mean, like, we knew, right? But now that it's out in the open and there, it's like, okay, this is creepier than we expected. But with the government shutdown stuff, I mean, it's just, I know it's going to sound very cynical, but I've been very cynical over the past couple months, unfortunately. I just think it's the same kind of MO we've been seeing, where Democrats gain any sort of momentum and they just throw it away by saying, "Oh, Trump, we won 3 elections. That's all we needed. You win. The rest is up to you now. Go have fun with whatever you want to do. Go build your ballroom. Go do what you got to do. Go, starve kids. Go starve families. We'll keep courting the same lobbyists that you're courting. And that's what ultimately I think. It's a shit show. That's what we're in. But then again, I mean, America's been in a shit show for a long time now, and I think this is just more shit on top of shit. So that's very,
you're right,
and philosophical, but that's that.
No. If we can give you a power report in 5 minutes, 15 minutes late, I think that would be. We started in shit. Now we're in deeper shit. It's just like layers of shit. We're gonna excavate shit, But I do want to give the old. Do I have it ready? I know I do somewhere here. Yeah. Let's. No. Oh, there we go. I found it. This is a quick update. A little bit of a. because I know you said 7.5 earlier, C's, and I just kind of like, we can't let this slide. It's the slowest news in the week, but not only did the great senator from the great state of Pennsylvania, John Fetterman, suffer a hey, what's up? Hello.
I could have really went in after that. I could have went in and went crazy, but we would have been we would have been done on YouTube. It would have been a new avenue for us after this, but it's okay.
I saw the 2020 Power Report podcast twinkle in Caesar's eye right now, and I did a similar thing of like, oh no, we could go hard like the good old days, but these are neither good nor the old days. So I will say, so John Fetterman, he's been recovering from the stroke. He had apparently a heart incident, occasion, event. I don't know what you call it. Apparently his heart stopped. He's hospitalized. I think he fell down a little bit. Of course, he's definitely my least favorite elected Democrat in the Senate, and like y'all got bamboozled for a little bit. Some of you, not in this audience, but like a lot of people who did support him at that time got bamboozled for a little bit. I just love that 36 hours earlier, he was talking about if I were to drop dead tomorrow. Like, listen, a broken clock is right twice a day. And I just want to give it up to John Fetterman for finally being right about something.
Ooh, I'm Dan. Dan, you need to move on because I am holding frame like never seen before. Some people call me 2003 Shaq in the NBA Finals. That's the kind of frame I'm holding right now. From really after being gone for 2 months for really just getting on going right now. Okay.
No. That was just a little. That was just to whet your appetite. That's just a little appetizer, and I stopped myself too as well. Let's just. No. Oh, believe me, that was the nicest joke I could have said. Anyways, I do want to get into everything. So like the Epstein stuff, it's juicy, it's fun for the whole family, but well, except the kids. But I do want to get into the piece about what began this week, which was the ultimate like season. Sorry, all three of us are basketball fans. We all hate each other's teams, but I'm gonna level with C's for a moment. We're Clippers fans. We're used to the idea, we pray at the altar of snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. And like, even if Doc Rivers were Speaker of the House for the Democrats, I can't imagine a bigger fumble than this, than what, Chuck Schumer's, I'm voting no because I don't like it. But, even though I'm the leader of the party, I guess other people in the party are voting for this thing to go yes and go through. Voting for the thing to go yes and go through. And so the Bailey said that I should vote no, but I should let them vote yes. And that's what makes me a good leader. The Bailey, okay. That whole Chuck Schumer thing that was going on. Real talk before like y'all go in. Like, I just want to lay the stakes here. There are people who have worked for the government, worked in very important jobs. The Federal Aviation Administration, distributing SNAP benefits, the Bureau of Labor Statistics. So we know, like, hey, is our economy like fucked or just like fucked? Like, all these places just like we're not working in the government, and many other like aspects of it too. And Trump was literally purposely malicious in some of these cases by saying, oh, we have the money available for SNAP benefits. We have the contingency money available for SNAP benefits, and we're not going to do it. I've been humbled in my personal life to see how much organizing is going on the streets from mutual aid organizations, nonprofits, community organizations, schools, neighbors, everyone's all around. Other kids who are like, fundamentally, we are failing so hard as the richest nation in the world, where I think it's like 1 in 8 people in America are like receiving some sort of like supplemental food assistance aid. And if you're not one of those 8, you definitely know one of those 8, whether you know it or not. And the way that the president of the United States maliciously said, no, this is a political battle. So I'm going to let people, not just in blue states, not just in red states, as though like either of which would make it better, but I'm just going to let people in this country that I am sworn to protect, that like on a bare ego level, it looks good if people aren't going hungry. Trump still decided to literally let people starve and go hungry in the richest country in the history of the world today, this month. And just because, some SNAP benefits are coming back, some food assistance is coming back, doesn't mean people are unhungry. That doesn't mean people get retroactively fed over the past, 14 days that SNAP benefits have essentially been out the window. So like the seriousness, it's frustrating to me, not just people getting paid, but people not getting fed, children not getting fed. And I'm glad that people are stepping up to do this. But I think the fundamental, example of what a society is like, is you feeding your people? And America failed that for the past couple of weeks. And I think that's cracking through a lot of political barriers. But yeah, the government shut down. I know y'all want to go in. Please do.
I mean, it's been tough. I think the government shutdown, especially towards the tail end of it, was like, I feel like I was I was like stuck in the middle of an emotional rut for it. Because at the same time, I thought it was incredible seeing that every day that goes by, it mounted an impeccable amount of pressure on the Republicans, especially Trump. And I think, especially in the last hours, I think everybody had the same reaction when they saw the Supreme Court try to get aid out to 42 million Americans. 42 million Americans, by the way. 300 million people in this country. 42 million of them are on SNAP benefits. I was one of them as well. It's like, somebody, and I'm not even saying that in a position like I was. People were far be it worse than me in life, but just tells you the economic constraints in this nation where people are even maybe in a single unit place. They still need to cover that because the life is too expensive versus what we make in this state, especially, but in this country. So I've been there. I know what it is. I know the application process, how complicated it is, how much you rely on it. That relief when you run the card through and everything, but maybe the beer or the seltzer you bought is covered. You're like, dang, we're on this close. I thought it'd sneak in this time. No, but like on a serious note, I think it was really horrific to see the Supreme Court block it. Allegedly, the neutral party looking out for the best interests of everyday Americans, a bipartisan group allegedly. Literally being like, well, fuck y'all. So that was crazy. Republicans collating, being a part of this and supporting this, that was fucking crazy. That's unsurmountable pressure on the Republican Party. And now I think when the amount of rage I felt when I saw the 8 flip and I saw them goofy ass pictures, I'm like, of course it's these 7.48 people that were the ones that's flipped on us. Of course it was them. Like, of course. But I think I kind of talked to some people this week, and the only other perspective I have on this is like, if I'm going to play a little bit of devil's advocate so I can let Sachi go in. I think it's really tough also to put Americans in a position where they need to suffer for something that politics is dealing with. Like I think that's my sober hindsight of it. It's like, if this was an agreement to temporarily get aid out, which I know it's literally a broken promise. I know it's bullshit. I know they're going to play us. But if I'm thinking about someone just getting that bite to eat, like they just get something for the next couple months for just to let them get by that month. They get that back pay. The people that have been working for free in the airport for a month and a half. We're literally sending food trucks to LAX to feed workers. What is going on here? So I think if
I sent you the photo of at LaGuardia Airport where they had a tip jar for TSA, and it takes a lot for me. It takes a lot for me to feel bad about. Yeah, it takes a lot for me to feel bad about TSA. But I'm like, I'll drop stuff in that box. Should I be paying taxes still?
No. Trump just gave him 10 G's. Be like, I need my $5 back, dog. What the hell? Trump's gonna give you 5 G's or give you 10 G's? The hell? I'm over here tipping these losers. They get 10 G's. No, I'm like, sorry. Oh, sorry. That was a capitalist in me. That I got that out. No, but no, I think like that's the only other thing where I can think of where I can see the mounting pressure on the Democratic side. It's like, well, damn, there's like these really people in horrible conditions suffering, and why is it our political strife become their plight by way? Like they didn't agree to this, they didn't sign up for this, and they're the ones suffering the most because I'm able to get a bite to eat, but I'm fighting against this, but they don't. So I think I get that aspect of it in hindsight, but does that mean I agree with it? Absolutely not. Do I think Chuck Schumer did the wrong thing? Absolutely he did. That was some goofy ass shit. So it really sucks to see that. But the last thing, once again, it's the last thing 3 times I'm pulling a damn right now. I'm glad that our perspective on this, that it's like, here's the Democratic Party. Here's literally what we see consistently is the wackest people in the party. Consistently, this is here. And you can see the Democratic Party start to even create more splits within it, where now we're, making the dark left jokes or whatever. And like, you see people going into the party and looking specifically who's going to have their best interests, not just the blue ticket. Like within the blue ticket, who is going to have the interests of the people, i.e. Zoran, i.e. Alex, i.e. The lady in Arizona. You're really going in there. Please, people, do your research on who you want to represent you, because when times get tough, those are the people going to stand up for you, not somebody's whack ass APAC people like Schumer. So shout out to that. And that's it. Sorry. Go ahead, Sanjay. My bad, dog.
Shout out AOC. Shout out Adelita Grijalva.
Yeah. Shout out the real ones. Shout out Newsom in Brazil. Big Brazil.
No, but just to go up big up, I mean, see, I don't know if there's not much more I can add to what you said, to be honest, because it would just be repeating, the facts of the situation. But even just today, Hakeem Jeffries, and we'll get into this later, but he literally blocked a vote on restoring federal workers' collective bargaining rights. And apparently the big issue for him was that it was going to be giving a Republican credit for writing this bill. And this is the kind of thing, this is the House minority speaker, right? And minority leader. And this is what we're dealing with in terms of, but Cece brought up a good point. Like, hopefully the hope is that, and I think we're seeing it now, where liberal voters especially are going to see, okay, these people aren't, maybe people on the left had a point where people like Zoran are the future of the party, but it dates back further than this. Like, this is the issue where, Democrats will say, we should have done this, we should have done that. But like, when you don't run on policies like universal healthcare that are overwhelmingly popular in this country, when you don't run on these policies that are just common sense to begin with, and you suppress progressive campaigns that are running on those policies just so you can have your corporate, centrist Democrats in office because it fits your comfort zone, then you're going to, of course, end up in this situation no matter what, because Republicans are going to take advantage of that 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, because they play the same game, they play it dirtier. And that's what I think we're seeing happening again, is where, look, I understand too, like, people were suffering, but at least people are, it's such a, like a false hope that these Democrats give people. Like, look, I know people are suffering, but we're showing you we need to protect your health care, and we're trying to protect your right to live here. And to just give up on that, it's just, I don't know, the whole thing is maddening. But I mean, again, I think hindsight is 2020, but it has to go back to how they actually run their campaigns. And this is where we're at. It's the punishment of continually caving to corporate interests, not outside of, what's happening on Capitol Hill, but it's, yeah. I'm at a loss for words, really, to be honest with you.
I wanted to add some words here. Thank you to Sashi for producing. I was going to post, so of course, Zateo is one of the more sanity, like, shot in the arm, like, oh God, someone's actually covering this in a normal, like, sane person way here. And in the fallout from the shutdown, they Andrew Perez, Asawin Subsang, I probably fucked that up, and Prem Takar at Zateo, they were doing some reporting on, how Trump was doing with this. And I have mentioned this on previous Power Reports with BAM when we were doing this government shutdown, that, like, the Republicans, in a kind of way that honestly we may have done on Power Report in like a different iteration, would had placed like bets of like, okay, how many days until the Democrats cave into the shutdown? And I think like the longest bet was like, 10 days, 2 weeks. So the Republicans were kind of surprised that the Democrats were like holding out for so long. But the instinct was correct, the intuition was correct, which is very frustrating, as we've said. And I'll show this piece right here from some of the Zateo reporting that was done there, and I'll read the quote here. Quote, The Trump White House, for its part, is cackling, sometimes literally, about the turn of events. 2 White House officials and 2 other Trump advisors, so like 4 people in the MAGA Trump orbit, continuing the quote, could barely contain their giddiness when asked by satire reporters about the latest instance of Democratic elite capitulating to Trump. Multiple Trump aides and allies kept gratuitously using terms such as, quote, losers and, quote, pussies, as they reveled in the relief from a shutdown that even President Trump acknowledged was getting Republicans killed politically. Like, I can't stress enough. Again, like, Doc Rivers is an understatement because I remember where I was. It was Sunday evening. Donald Trump was, with Pete Hegseth at a Washington Red Commanders game. And he was like, swearing in some like military members or whatever. And he, just come there semi unannounced. He had flown there on Air Force One to like open up the game. He was there. He was even like, pretending to do football announcing with the anchors. But anyways, he was booed. And it was so much of a boo that even when not just the Fox broadcasters, but when Fox News was like playing the live stream of Donald Trump, like the boos were loud, the boos were clear, the boos were unhideable, right? And so you have like, I'm going to go out on the longest, sturdiest limb possible, as in like, I know I'm right, and that more Americans pay attention to Sunday night football than they do church. I'm not making a value judgment off of that. I'm just saying, to be a Republican president and be booed at a Sunday night football game is a Democrat's wet dream, especially if you're in the opposition and you're down and out and you're like, hey, Trump has kind of been railroading the Democrats for the past 10 years, like on the low. The idea that, okay, the Epstein thing hurt, they're able to flip the shutdown to make it be like, okay, the shutdown wasn't polling well for Democrats, but very quickly it was polling well for Democrats. And you had the Democrats do an absolute clinic routing in the off-cycle elections on the beginning of the month in November 2025. And I can't stress this enough, he got booed at a Sunday night football game on national effing TV in America. And that was the day, that is the day that Democrats chose to cave. I've never, in all of my years watching politics, I've never seen such malpractice is a word. Lack of savvy is a word. I'm not one of those edge lords that uses like certain words and things like that. But I definitely was posting the GIF of that episode when Jimmy Neutron was trying to do a brain blast, but it was that episode where he had made himself dumber. And so he just goes like, let me think. And the ear sequence happens. And instead of like his brain pulsing and playing with ideas, it was just monkeys hitting cymbals together. And I was like, that feels like Tim Kaine and Gene Shaheen, like all the, if I'm getting that correctly, all the senators that like stood up for this. Like my last point, and the thing that like I want to express the frustration of people I know who work for the feds, people I know who have been suffering from this food stamps thing. People were suffering, right? Like people were not liking this, but even people in the federal government that were like kind of moderate or apolitical were like, no, this is not Democrats' fault. Even though you could draw it to being Democrats' fault, it is not Democrats' fault. They are fighting to make sure the country continues to run after this. And so they're holding out for a better negotiating platform for the Republicans who want to tear this shit all down anyways. So for the Democrats to get nothing out of the deal, including like we pinky swear we'll promise we'll vote on the ACA subsidies, even though Mike Johnson, before the cave happened, said we're not voting on the ACA subsidies in the House, is I'm running out, like Sachi, I'm running out of words. Cynical is not the right word for it. Evil is, I think, apt. Inept also works as well. But I've just never had these combinations of words for the party that is not just supposed to be the opposition, but like we have no other option electorally in this country. So it's just a fundamental failure. I think if you're not calling unfortunately, I'm late to the game here because of my schedules and stuff like that. But if you're not calling this week for Chuck Schumer to resign, you're unserious. Just like period. Like I'm just not gonna take you seriously. If I ever get into a fight with you, I'm gonna look up what you said during this week, and if it wasn't Chuck Schumer must resign, I'm not having a conversation with you because it's the most clearest, obvious thing.
Here's the thing with that though, and I've been on a vehement disagreement train with him recently with Bernie Sanders. He brought up a good point. I can't hate on this, and I think a lot of people misconstrued what he was saying. Just to play devil's advocate here, is that he essentially said, if you replace Chuck Schumer, who are you going to replace him with? That's the question. Is it going to be, another one of these clowns? I mean, do we actually believe in Democrats to do the right thing and replace him with somebody who's competent? I mean, that's the question you got there.
Nut up, Bernie. We're not asking you to like.
That's true.
But also to be fair,
happen.
it won't happen. Democrats won't vote for him, but I think, I would like to see another senator jump up, but that's kind of the thing. Senator is supposed to be. I want you, Cece, to jump in here. I'm so excited I can barely speak my words, but there should be a certain amount of careerism in any type of politician, no matter if they're a Bernie Sanders or an AOC or down to a Chuck Schumer or Hakeem Jeffries. You should want to be oh, this is an opportunity for me to prove my theory of change. And the fact that there aren't any Democrats in the Senate who are willing to step up to that, I think, not only is it a damn shame, but I think it should be open season for a lot of the squad members in the House to be okay, when is my senator up for re-election? Even if you're I'm looking at Rashida Tlaib, I'm looking at Pramila Jayapal. I'm not sure when their state senators are going to be when their states' U.S. senators are going to be up for re-election. But a lot of the people who voted on it because they're not going to be up for re-election in 26. They're going to be up for re-election in 28 or 30. So I have a lot of time for this to be memory hold. But if you're not actively standing up and going, put me in, coach, because clearly the coach doesn't know. The coach is Doc Rivers, but worse. I never thought I'd say that before. I need people in the House to start stepping up and being nope, even the good Democrats in the Senate. If you've been in here too long and you're just taking up space and you're not making waves, fuck you. Because kids are going hungry in the United States of America in big 2025. And if you are doing nothing and you're just watching as your fellow Democratic senators are sitting on their hands, I'm sorry, in my opinion, this is my Sachi energy. You are just as complacent. Cease, go ahead.
I mean, call me degenerate, but I feel like I saw an Axios article yesterday that said there was growing amount of House Democrats that are, asking for Chuck Schumer to step down. It was a list was getting pretty big. So I will say that it's not within it's everybody just capitulating to this and agreeing. I did see that. I feel like it was Axios or some article where it was
it's the House, but the House is
they're asking to step down. I mean, thank God, because I agree. He does. So I'm happy to see that. It's not being nah, he was solid. No one's being he kind of went crazy except for his little buddies. But no, I'm happy to see that because he does need to step down. He does need to resign. I'm sick of it now. That's two. That was two. The last one, what was it, a few months ago when he was pulling that bullshit before? I'm over it. Too. Yeah.
And
shutdown comes. Chuck gonna flip. Shutdown comes. Chuck gonna flip. We know that.
And really quickly too, there's been a history, and I think this is also another layer of this is becoming clear to many political viewers, is that the Senate was built to keep power away from you. I talk about Power Report. I really insist on the name. I end the show a certain way because it's about your power, who has it, who wants it, who needs it. The Senate, much like in England, you have a House of Lords and you have a House of Commons. You have some people who are just have weird names and have been there for a while, so they kind of just are there. But then you have Congress, which is really dynamic. Everyone has to get reelected every 2 years. Senators are on this rolling 6-year basis. So there's always this sort of air, even in good times and in bad, whether you're talking about progressives or radicals or in either party, that the House are the rabble rousers. You get some crazy stuff happening, but the Senate is the institutionalists that are serious and they keep things going. And occasionally that's true. But right now, again, I just got back from Rhode Island, and I just can't get over the fact that Rhode Island has more representation in the Senate than Long Beach, California.
I mean, it's smaller than Long Beach, so whatever.
I'm not even sure if, like, that's a fact, but like
No,
Rhode
it's not.
Island is small. Rhode Island is smaller than Los Angeles County.
Oh yeah. What the hell?
And Rhode Island is smaller than like the LA metro area, which includes half of Orange County too. So like, I'm sorry, it's a cute state, but like, kiss my black ass, right? Like, so, like the Senate is fundamentally biased against any sort of insurgent progressive power. It was the Senate that prevented, like tried to stopgap the, tried to block the abolition of slavery.
Yeah.
It was the Senate that was the main blocker for women's suffrage. It was, other parts of government too. But I think this is really elucidating the point that like, and many people tried to say this. The same group that was like, "Oh, Black Lives Matter, that's too radical. Oh, abolish ICE, we can't say that. That's taboo." The Senate's fucking stupid, and in a just country, it wouldn't exist.
Who would you two see step up in Chuck Schumer's seat? Who would you like to see?
There's a senator up in Massachusetts, I want to say. Sachi, you might know who I'm talking about, but I forget. It's not Warren.
Is
Chris
it Van
Murphy.
Hollen?
It might be Van Hollen. But yeah, there are a couple people who are like, a touch younger than Bernie, a touch less, progressive and socialist than Bernie, who have a couple of those connections and relationships within the party to do it. But we have a system for this. I forget her name, but there's a House Minority Whip. I believe it's a woman. I assume she's got some, Schumer establishment Democrat connections, but that might give her an in. I just want her to, that person to be careerist enough to go like, hey, bucking against Chuck Schumer is going to be good for not just the country, but for me personally. But that's the thing with the Democratic Party. Like it's a no daylight theory that Joe Biden spoke to Kamala Harris about. Like, even though Kamala Harris replaced Joe Biden, when the entire country was like, Joe Biden's too old to run and we don't want him. Kamala Harris was like, okay, I'm Joe Biden, but in a different package. And of course, the country was still like, no, you missed the point. And so because of the careerist way the Democratic Party works, because of that opportunistic way the Democratic Party works, the same thing that I wish were working a little bit better so that someone would be savvy enough to buck the trend is also the same reason why no Democrat is going to I won't go that extreme, but like it's very hard to find a Senate Democrat who both has the connections to bridge all these disparate parts of the Democratic Party within the Senate, and also someone who also has the courage to chart a better path for the Democrats, one that fights, one that stands by its word, and one that doesn't just act as like a WWE style heel for the agenda of the Republicans, because that's all people see. And like, I think my frustration is how this was such a radicalizing moment about government for people who worked in government, who, contrary to what Fox News says, they're pretty, moderate people. Like they blend across the political spectrum. You have people who work for, the arts for the government who are conservatives, right? But this shutdown was turning people into liberals. They were turning people into Democratic socialists. And this break of trust that the Democrats took by saying, we did this for all for nothing, we got nothing out of it, we got dick out of it, it just breaks that trust. It gets people who are just not going to be into the political process anymore. And that's the reason why we keep getting milquetoast Democrats at best and MAGA at worst, as far as elected officials go. Sachi, please.
Sorry, I got a little distracted. I was looking at who are the youngest Democrats in the Senate right now, just to see somebody with the pulse.
I don't think Seth Moulton's gonna do it. He's in the House, right? But yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just, it's headache inducing, really. But what I was gonna say earlier is don't be surprised, especially for these 8 that voted for this in the Senate that are 7.5 if you want to do that. If you see if they got calls from insurance lobbies saying, hey, by the way, get to voting on this so we can start funneling your campaigns again. And I think it's just, again, I don't know where to even go from here. I mean, like right now, the Republicans have all the advantage. Even with this Epstein shit that's happening right now, I think that the ball's still in their court and they have the ability to do what they want with it. But another thing about this too, it's just interesting how it's going to be going in the midterms from here, and how Republicans have been able to sell their own voting base, even though they're going to be. Let's be honest, I hate breaking it down into red versus blue states because I don't like to. I just, people are people, no matter where they live. But in a lot of these red states, a lot of these people are relying on SNAP benefits, but these Republican senators have sold them on the fact that anything else that's happening out there, this is all the fault of the far left socialist communist Democrats. And, this is what happens under communism. So vote for us or else, right? And it's going to be interesting to see if that plays into the midterms and how that goes forward.
I mean, let's not forget, last Thursday did happen. They did get their shit pushed in.
Tuesday, rather.
Yeah, Tuesday. Sorry. Yeah, I was on a trip in Vermont.
Sorry, Houston, I don't want to cut you off, but even then, the day after she got elected, Abigail Spanberger goes on Face the Nation and was like, "Oh yeah, it's time to end the shutdown." And they're like,
"No, it's foot to neck time on the shutdown." Actually.
Anyways, I don't mean to cut you off there, but
no, you're good. I mean, shit. But I mean, the thing is like, that did happen. We did see the largest amount of votes in 60 years in New York. We did see a lot of changing of the tides. We did see a lot of flip. I think that was a litmus test to see how the nation's feeling, and we can feel how we want to feel about Democrats pulling some bullshit, which they did. But we all seen when a really intelligent, very young, spry Republican representative in Iowa decided to do a town hall, how she felt in that shit. She saw how it was like. So we can. There is a part of the nation who I was included where that shit was really important, and I guess just being cynical about it, I didn't hold the most obscene expectations through the shutdown. I didn't have like this dreams of like, the sickle and hammer and the red flag to wave and, my comrades living the scene of the day. I didn't see that coming, but I think like I was definitely shocked by how far it went. And I think that what's really going to be crazy, especially in the midterms, is I think that the Republicans are in a shit position. Honestly, the Democrats can fumble, and it's only going to be us degens that really, really lock in on how much bullshit they pull. But if we're talking about the actual everyday American who's going to vote red or blue, like the average American, they're not getting into weeds like that, but they get into weeds about shit like tariffs. They get into weeds about like groceries. They get into, and a lot, unfortunately, Americans look down on people on SNAP benefits. So this will be a non-issue for them just because of the cynicalness of Americans every day and how they feel about others. It's unfortunate to see, but that's just the culture of America in general. They don't. I don't know. Care about they don't. It's the culture in America because 42 million Americans in SNAP benefits. I mean, just think about that number. That's a shocking number because not every day people tell you they're on SNAP benefits. People don't tell you about that every day. I mean, it's just when you grow up in a society that spent 6 years pushing MLMs on YouTube and these kind of financial values on how to move up in life, that's seen as an L in life. So people don't want to talk about that here. They don't want to open and be honest about what they're going on financially. They don't want to be embarrassed about their neighbor. And government aid in other countries is seen as a benefit. In America, often it's seen as a negative, like you're falling apart in life. You can't get your shit together. So that's where I think that when it comes to voting, they think about that, but it's not the breaking point. But the groceries every day, what you can pay for, 50-year mortgage bullshit, other crap like that, that is mounting pressure. And I've seen files too for the freaks. They're up there too. That's up there too. And unless tides change in that aspect, unless the stock market, which a lot of people care about, goes up, unless we see these changes that make people feel fake good about what's going on in this country, they will get their shit rocked in midterms. They will. Like, no, go bomb all the fishermen you want. That's not helping you boost numbers. So we will see. It's a lot of time because clearly with this shit, Dan goes to Rhode Island to make, I don't know, fucking Tony Hawk Pro Skater 8. I don't know what the hell they're doing in Rhode Island anymore. Providence, Rhode Island. I don't know what the hell Dan's doing in Rhode Island. They go to Rhode Island probably to look at all the bike lanes. He comes back. 19 things have fucking happened since then. 19 things. Tuesday, Zoran getting in feels like ages ago. We're on a whole nother shit now. And now now Trump is over here DMing Pam Bondi. Go check those fucking lists for me, okay? Like that's the kind of shit we're already on, and it's Friday of the next week. So midterms is a long time. God knows what's gonna happen till then. He doesn't even know. So we'll see what's up. But I they're not in a position right now where things got marginally better for them. 36% disapproval AP ratings for Trump right now. 36%. Equivalent numbers to the goddamn Jan 6. Okay? We're in Jan 6 area and no Jan 6 happened. So they're not making no traction. They're going backwards.
Just voicing over, Sachi, please finish, but just because you dropped those polls. Views of Trump in 2025, according to this Associated Press NORC poll. In March, favorability was 43%, or like people who approve of Trump's management of being president, 43%, down 10 points in, that's about 7-8 months. Call it 7 months given the polling. For Republicans, that's down 13 points, I want to say, quick maths. And then for independents, it's also down another 13 points. So, like, again, I've said this before and I'll say it again. I will never forget how right I was clowning certain leftists, but a lot of people on the right wing who are like, Trump's most popular things are on economics and immigration. And they were saying in April, the polls still have him popular on economics and immigration. I'm like, yeah, the polls have not counted that in yet. Also, the polls are counting, there's polling issues, obviously, right? But now that the polls have baked out, they've marinated a little bit. And again, this hasn't included the part where Trump is starving Americans. I know it says November, but when this polling could have happened, that stuff would have been so fresh. Like the way, while I was in Rhode Island, I was watching some skate videos. And they do have some nice bike lanes, that's for sure. Like for Brazilians, seasonals ball. All right, I'll be honest about Rhode Island, but there were some like mutual aid groups and some nonprofits I was talking about there. And like usually I go to these things for a little bit more of like an education based focused, but all of these places that usually are like, okay, how can we get kids what they need to like learn and thrive? And like, how do we make sure that kids are like not walking to school in Rhode Island in the dead of like fall or winter, freezing to death? Like, how do we get them sweaters and stuff? How do we clean their sweaters? Because a lot of kids, even before all this, yeah, you can send them clothes, but their parents can't afford to do laundry and wash and dry the clothes, right? So there's so many needs, and like it's great. There's great work that I'll shout them out. I think this Milagros Project is the name in Rhode Island of really good mutual aid group that started in 2020 that I got to be able to work with, which was amazing. Milagros Project, but they're used to like different mutual aid, whatever it is. The need in a lot of these groups for the past 14-15 days has been like hunter-gatherer shit in like Samaria. Like we're talking about feeding kids and adults, right? Like, and like I'm glad these mutual aids exist, but like why do we have a government? Why do we pay taxes if we're not able to, in the richest country in the world where we're not lacking for nothing, we have money to drop $1 million bombs and essentially give $1 million to replace those bombs to our defense contractors. We can do that on some like fucking fishing boats off the coast of Colombia and Venezuela, but we can't do meals. We literally can't do meals on wheels anymore to feed the elderly who are like less mobile from getting out of their houses. Or we can't do SNAP benefits. We can't do WIC benefits. WIC is like women and infant children. Okay, but again, Fox News has done a whole number for the past 20 years calling them welfare queens. So we're in a really cooked situation. But I think that's all I have to say. And there's like, actually, no, I want to play this video here, and then I will toss it to Sachi because before we fully leave the whole like, okay, what's happening next thing? We are experiencing both like the caving of Schumer at the same week of this like big insurgency of the insurgent progressive left, right? And AOC had some really good. AOC is about to fucking eat that Schumer lunch, man. Let me tell you right now. But she had some careful but good comments when it comes to Schumer and his place in leadership, and I'm gonna play that clip here. It's about 2 minutes. Afterwards, Sachi, please respond, and then C's go ahead. But if y'all want to pause, y'all please take the privilege to do so. Let me run that here.
Okay, I'm right here.
Go ahead. Ask your question. Sorry.
This is your first week back after 6 weeks. Just how are you feeling about this?
I mean, we have federal workers across the country that have been missing paychecks. We have SNAP recipients, millions of SNAP recipients across the country that, whose access to food stability was imperiled. And we have to figure out what that was for, because you had both the capitulation in the Senate and you have the refusal and the outright cruelty among House Republicans and the White House, who went to court to try to sue for their ability to deny people's access to food. This is the reality that we're in right now, and we need to act like it, and we cannot enable this kind of cruelty with our cowardice, period.
Congressman, you mentioned Schumer stay as minority leader?
I think what is so important for folks to understand is that this problem is bigger than one person, and it actually is bigger than the minority leader in the Senate. You had 8 Senate Democrats who coordinated
7.5
their own votes on this, as well as you have 2 retiring members. Many of them are also up in several
Maybe more.
cycles from now, with the hope that people are going to forget this moment. And I think what's important is that we understand that this is not just a leader is a reflection of the party, and Senate Democrats have selected their leadership to represent them. And so the question needs to be bigger than just one person. We have several Senate primaries this cycle. I know I'm being asked about New York. That is years from now. I have to remind my own constituents because they think that this election is this year. We actually do have Senate elections this year. And my hope is that people across this country actually participate in their primary elections in selecting their leadership. Thank you.
You didn't really answer the question.
Sachi, go ahead. What was your take on that one?
It was definitely a Fox News reporter. You didn't
know? Oh, fuck. Shut your ass up. What the?
Excuse me.
You didn't answer my question. Okay, well, okay. Go talk to Kristina Nome then.
No, I thought that was. So AOC definitely has to now, especially kind of, that's always kind of been the case in her career, has to walk kind of a fine line.
Long game.
Yeah, and she's doing that now, which is I respect. I mean, she's not wrong. I mean, it's like there's a lot of rotten apples in that party. And look, I mean, ultimately, I take hope with the fact that, we were talking, Dan, I know you and I were talking earlier a couple of weeks ago about, liberal wine moms who are now going up and saying, oh, Charlie Kirk, well, CK, yada, yada. I don't think yada, yada about him. And you're like, okay, I did not expect that to come from liberal wine mom. But now you're seeing people like that wake up, and hopefully she's right that people get inspired to say, all right, we actually have to take these things seriously. We have to do some informed research on who these politicians are. Are they running game? Are they, who are they taking money from? That's the big question. I think that I'm always trying to tell my friends and family, like, listen, no matter who you're voting for, seeing who they're taking money from. And that's a key thing. And it sounds, kind of basic, but I've always been a proponent to follow the money. And that's what it comes down to. So I think, and she's kind of going to your point earlier about American culture. We do live in a very selfish country. And like from a leadership perspective, I'll put it that way, where we're told, and it goes back from all the way in school where you're kind of taught like, oh, you got to grow up and do this for yourself, right? And very much a me kind of society, unfortunately, that we've been kind of molded into. And that starts from the top down, unfortunately. And I think that's what we're continually dealing with, and we're seeing it now play out, especially with this government shutdown, where it's how can these senators protect their political power versus actually helping people.
I agree. Scott in the chat, whoever Scott is, eat my ass sideways, by the way. Anyways, AOC, like, I mean, I think when we had the discussion about who should take over, like, Speaker of the House, the point is to literally, if you find somebody that is like gonna capitulate to like grabbing actually, let me get the first point. I agree with that point she made, because pulling out Chuck Schumer is just one weed. You got a whole lot of fucking weeds in the yard. You yank all them shits out, yank them all out. We got to yank all that shit out, get everything out, rid this shit out of here, get it all out. If we're ever going to get any kind of real movement going, any kind of progression moving forward, pull all that shit out, pull it all out, because we got to reset and rebuild and elect people in positions that are going to put the people's interest first, not put some lobbyists, not put in DoorDash first, not put in fucking, I don't know, goddamn PayPal first. I don't give a fuck about all that. We got to put the people first. That's why I loved seeing all the campaigns this year, building a model based upon donors from the people putting their hard-earned blood, sweat, and tears money to put those people into power. That's what is the movement we got to keep pushing for first, and pulling out the weeds of the APAC money. I'm all with that. So moving on from that, we AOC has to, if AOC is going to be taking bigger votes, seen in a bigger space, seen more respected almost, they're going to want her to not just drill that first point. They're going to want her to kind of like talk in a way where it's like, hey, like, we got to really assess all the problems. It's not just this person. It's not attacking a single person. It's an interesting thing to navigate. Also, I'm going to also say this too. I don't like to really tear into like the verbiage that AOC says, because it does feel a little misogynist adjacent to like tear into the words of like this woman in a prominent space, when I feel like there is other men who get a pass by in a similar capacity. Even if we don't mean to do it, I think that it is inherently misogynistic for us to do that, even when we don't try. And I'm not saying I'm perfect, even when we don't try. So when I hear words that I want to hear, I'm good on that. I'm not going to play this game like as if I don't trust her or whatever. Listen, we got so much trash in this office. As she said, people that are up for re-election that pulled some funny shit. I hope they don't come back. And I hope they lose a couple more decimals off that 7.4. That's what I hope for in the most peaceful of every way. But I agree with her point that we in the party, Chuck Schumer needs to step down. We need to get someone new in the seat, and we need to start picking out some of these establishment Democrats, because that shit I think America as a nation is sick of it and over it.
See, to go into what you were saying too, I think it's actually AOC speaking about this. I think it's a key moment now for her to actually really take the reins and be like, okay, we were thinking about, Maxwell Frost as a potential leader. He's kind of faded into obscurity, to be honest with you. He's faded into the background. People like John Ossoff, they kind of blew their chance when they voted for Trump policies that were far right, especially on immigration. And I think
Seth Moulton.
Yeah. And then Tom Suzy from New York as well. And like, these are all like Democratic establishment folks that are now starting to show their true colors. And look, I mean, like AOC's has some things I don't agree with, but at the same time, her saying that she's paying attention to New York, especially, and she's had people telling her to pay attention to New York. I think that's a key thing right there. That's exciting. And I think that she really has an opportunity to be that leadership informally, as it were. And that's, I think, especially for younger voters, will be key, drawing them in. So, yeah.
I wanted to shout out, make sure I don't miss it, but Carrie Shaw, thank you for the super chat here, saying there should be a law that if someone in your country is getting government housing or SNAP, the government should charge the corporation 4 times that benefit to cover the administration fees and handling. And I think this is a reference to the fact that so many people who work at America's largest companies, like Walmart, I think is a classic example. McDonald's is another, where part of what's built in to the system of like, the economics of how these companies work. And yeah, they're complicated. I'm not going to get into the supply chains of Walmart and Sam's Club and McDonald's and fucking Yum Foods or whatever, right? But built into the supply chain is that you can get away with paying these workers very little because you pay them just low enough to like still be able to receive SNAP benefits. So like they can have another avenue of getting some food, or maybe they get Medicaids. There's another avenue of them getting better healthcare, but not enough for them to just be able to afford food and healthcare, right? Like, it's a, like, I always hated the quote unquote charm behind the Walmart greeters being like these very elderly people who are like sitting on a stool in the front. Cause I'm like, who wants to spend their retirement at Walmart? Like, I know elderly people who like are in their retirement, they want to talk. Not at Walmart. They want to be on their stoop. They want to be, like cooking for their neighborhood. They want to be cooking for their family. They want to be cooking for nobody but their damn selves, right? Like, they don't want to be out having to like, oh, well, I wish I didn't need this job, but if I don't, I may not be able to, let's just not talk about like the basics, but what if a grandpa wants to treat their grandkids or their family or whatever to lunch? Or what if they want to take over some of the childcare responsibilities from their children and, to take care of their grandchildren, right? Like, we don't even allow our elders to live dignified lives in this country. And that is, again, in my own life, kind of been something that I've been kind of like really pissed about lately. Just because of like my neighbors and the people in the community I've been living in. But like, no, this is a great point, Carrie. So I definitely appreciate it. I had there's one more clip I wanted to play before we like get out of this piece of domestic news, because we haven't even touched Epstein. We gotta touch Epstein, but pause. Sorry, I apologize for that. But yeah, I think so. I'll say a couple things really quickly as fast as I can. One, I'm gonna cut Maxwell Frost some slack only because I appreciated how he continues to highlight Kilmar Abrego Garcia, highlight everything happening in Secot. We've heard some horrible things and some horrible reporting coming out of Secot and the prison in El Salvador where Donald Trump is sending ICE detainees, many legal immigrants, many who are undocumented immigrants who have non-violent offenses, or like their only quote unquote crime is overstaying their protected status in the country. I'll give Maxwell Frost some slack. Also, he's like not just young, but he hasn't been in Congress for as long, and he's in Florida. I know he has like a little bit less way to move.
He's in a worse place to get attention, unfortunately. He's deep in the red.
And I think he's doing, no politician deserves anything. I think every politician can be doing better in this moment. I still ask more of Maxwell Frost and will continue to. I think that's just like fair and responsible. Mm-hmm. But out of all the people you mentioned, I agree with everyone else. I'll cut Maxwell. Not like, he's a saint, but I'm like, I give him more room to be imperfect, just like I gave AOC a lot of room to be imperfect right now. But yeah, no, AOC, time to play hardball. And I'm glad that she's, it's a political answer of like, I'm not going to touch Chuck Schumer. I need to stop saying that. I'm not going to necessarily address the Chuck Schumer part of this conversation yet right now, but we also have to contextualize this as a broader problem in the Democratic Party. So I think that's really savvy. She's directing attention to like, yeah, you can get rid of a Chuck Schumer. We can get people to be like hashtag resign Chuck Schumer. But if a Hakeem Jeffries or, whatever that looks like in the Senate, or, whatever the Senate minority whip is, takes that position and just was like a new face on Schumer,
yeah,
then
we
got
go
the
again.
Kamala program. Yeah, we got the Kamala program. It's not going to be great. So I think it's important for her to make that distinction. That was also a little bit of a cop out, though. So watch this space for how she chooses to put pedal to the metal on Chuck Schumer. But no, I said all that to say, I want to move on to this last piece. Trump be fucking up the economy, y'all. From my little anecdotal data, which is at this point better than the Bureau of Labor Statistics, all of my friends who had bullshit AI jobs who I knew going in, they knew going in, we all knew going in, were bullshit AI jobs that weren't going to last because this shit wasn't going to last. You just make your bread and get out of the way. Now is get out of the way time because all those AI companies are now being forced to go lean. They're being forced to put up or shut up. And if you, like the promises of AI are now meeting, of the ass that is now meeting the investors saying, you're not delivering, we're pulling our money, and that's the belt. So I think we saw the biggest private sector job losses. This is not anecdotal information, this is actual data, but it's imperfect data. But we saw the worst private sector job losses since 2003 in the month of October. And any savvy politician, left or right, would use this opportunity to like meet people in the middle, especially in the wake of the Zohran Mamdani election in New York, where affordability, a dignified working class life, were center points of that campaign. It would behoove any savvy politician to address those things. And again, I think the Democrats and Republicans are both playing Doc Rivers politics, because here's what Donald Trump said, kind of in response to this sort of like affordability wave that we're kind of seeing right now.
But even with interest rates up, the economy is the strongest it's ever been. You asked me, just to go back to the beginning of your question, you talked about prices. We're down on energy. We're down on interest rate. Interest rates are down despite the Fed. Now, if we had a normal person at the Fed, would have really low interest rates, and we will soon have that. We'll have somebody that's.
And why are people saying they're anxious about the economy? Why are they saying that?
I don't know that they are saying. I think polls are fake. We have the greatest economy we've ever had. But we will have over $20 trillion come into our economy, and it's largely because of my election, but it's also largely because of polls. But even with interest rates up, the economy is the strongest.
No, Dan. Dan, you know what the worst part before you go crazy is that Megyn Kelly's question before this clip has absolutely nothing to do with the economy status. He flipped this shit into this convo, which is so much worse. That's what the worst part is. She didn't say, hey, but the poll suggests this. How are you doing? He just started fucking dementia ranting into this fake shit. Okay, go ahead.
We're in the business call this an unforced error. That's all I gotta say.
He clip chipped himself, dog. He fucking Microsoft clip chipped himself, dude, into saying dumb shit. Bro said polls are fake. I'm right here. Peter in the chat, he's not real. His poll answers don't count. But I'm here. Peter and Scott Bessett, where the fuck that was in the chat earlier, acting crazy. They're not real. I'm here. Look, bebop, boopop. That man's not real. I'm real. I'm doing AP polls on Twitter. How you know I'm not? How you know I'm not doing that? How you know I'm not pressing the button on Twitter? How you know I don't have Twitter? That's me.
Sachi, it's all you.
Sorry, Sachi, go ahead.
Oh, God. No, it just reminds me, one of my side hustles, I edit videos for a friend, and I edited a Curtis Sliwa video recently. And he says, it's like, what, you going to believe the polls? The polls?
I mean, I'm a fan. I still like that video of Curtis Sliwa having a do-rag or whatever. That fucking sidewalk video is so good that it would have, if I was living in New York, like I'm fake Dan or something, I would have hesitated on Zohran just because I'm thinking of the image of Curtis Sliwa on the do-rag, and I was like, that is kind of tight. Never mind. Z.
But here's the thing: this has been Trump's game for what, 10 years now, right?
It's the same shit.
And people are like, oh, but why? The issue that I think is ultimately what sinks, like, not to tie it back to the Dems game, but that sinks them is that they hold on to every single thing he says and not what he does, right? Like yeah, of course he's going to say that. I mean, he's going to say everything's fine, everything's perfect, everything is good, everything has to be good. I mean, like, I'm doing this for the American people. This is his MO, his modus operandi. So it's what a dictator or wannabe dictator does. I mean, we can call him a dictator, honestly, at this point. Dictators make their people starve in this country. So it's just what he's going to continue to do until his dying day, really. I mean, and he'll just continue to reject reality.
He literally said the economy's stronger than it has ever been. My friend, your 6 buddies doing a little fucking loop-de-loop with money to each other. Oh, Oracle, NVIDIA, here come back Meta, like doing this fucking money game. Like we saw the CoffeeZilla video, that's not the economy getting stronger. Because, you know, if the economy was better, Dan would have a gold couch right now. If the economy was doing good, there'd be some crazy maybe Dan was at the Louvre, I don't know, there'd be some crazy paintings behind him. That's when we know the shit will be created. Have that crazy backdrop with the cool painting. That's when we know the economy will be booming out of the wazoo. But it's not, okay? It's not. So I don't want to hear him say that I'm fake, Peter's fake, all these people are fake, and this shit. He literally can say whatever he wants. But also, I have to say once again, that Megyn Kelly interview is one of the craziest shits on television history, and that is only 1% of what happened. The woman was saying wild shit on that interview, by the way. That doesn't.
She was also like helping. I don't have that patience.
She's running defense for Epstein.
No, like the entire. We're gonna get into it just a moment, so I'm not gonna touch the Epstein.
Okay,
stuff,
good.
But like in the entire interview, she was lobbing softballs. Like I think it was like, she's like, oh, you know, the usual mortgage, like 50 years is not that bad, and like Ingram had to correct him at some point. He's like, you know, it's usually a 30-year mortgage, sometimes even a 15-year mortgage, and Trump was like, why does anyone even care? It's a 50-year mortgage. You're paying less over time.
Trump has never seen a mortgage contract in his fucking life for a house. He never had to walk into a credit union in Fullerton and try to get a mortgage on a house. He never had to do that. So he doesn't know what the fuck 50 years means.
Hey, whoa. We do not accept credit union slander on this podcast for the record.
He did not walk into Students First and Cerritos and fucking try to get a goddamn loan on a crib. Because when he was born, he got 10 G's to do nothing. He's had a good his whole life.
USAA.
Like it's textbook class warfare is what it is, right? I mean, like, look at his policies. Like today, ending, you know, airlines' requirements to pay passengers for delays, things like that, right? It's a little
one of the worst moves I've ever seen in my life, dude. Like, nothing is worse than being stuck at an airport. Now he's like, well, now go fuck yourself about it. Like, what the hell?
You're seeing him reaping the rewards of, you know, CEOs of Delta and American Airlines contributing to his campaign fund, right? This is what's happening. Like, it's class warfare, and it's him taking his. This is his war on poor people. This is what it is, and this is what we're living in. That's the best I can describe.
Class war, dog.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me dig into. I will do the reminder. Thank you for Bad Lefty, not just for shouting out in chat, but like kind of reminding me. Like the stream, please. We're doing this on a Friday. I like seeing some new faces. That's great to see. I like it. The test is going well. Please like the stream. Make sure people can see this. People like watching content on the weekends. I know I do. And so I think this, like, you know, ending. Oh, that's not that double jointed thumb C's over here, ladies. No, but thank you all for being here. Truly, even the haters and losers. Awesome. Let's move on, because man, so I was like, I rarely get to live more than a couple hours than normie, but I was forced to because of my trip. And so I was just around some normies, and I slowly show my freak side with them sometimes. I'm like, sorry, I'm looking at my phone because I'm seeing a Wall Street Journal article about some Epstein emails. And I kind of hide it behind my current, listen, don't stand a politician. I don't stand a politician. But because I've been proven so wrong on Robert Garcia, I feel the need to overcompensate and be like, shout out to my boy. But like, on true Long Beach timing, that's not true, because Long Beach timing is always fashionably late. But on true Long Beach timing, about 8.5 minutes after Congress got back in session, Robert Garcia was like, okay, anyways, here are them emails. I'm like, man, I knew the moment the Trump administration tried to use his Fox News interviews talking about Elon Musk as like a threat to him. That was like, you fucked with the wrong gay Latino from the wrong neighborhood, man. Like we don't do that out in Long Beach, baby. So like the way Robert Garcia's foot has been on the neck of the Epstein thing has been important. And I was around some normies and they were like all kind of freaking out about it. But one normie made a great point that was like, as dark as it sounds, we all kind of assume like a lot of people have a latent belief that if you make a certain amount of money that you be into the Diddy kiddling. And so like I understand that, but we are in very dark times, and anything that scratches Teflon Don is something you've got to keep hitting at. And the fact that so much of the MAGA base is built among QAnon, which is supposed to be these conspiracies about, I'm trying to think of YouTube appropriate words. PDF file downloading on the Democratic Party side. If you're literally just copy pasting that PDF file downloading to the Republican side, which is everything we're learning about Epstein, great time to do PowerPoint on the Friday, because everything we're learning about Matt Gaetz, everything we're relearning about some of Trump's past officials and their sort of like systematic ways they would prey on young girls was like absolutely disgusting. And that's when we get into the bit where Laura Ingram's like, in defense of undressing 15-year-olds. Like that was Laura Ingram's show this week. And it was just like I would say a fall from grace, but like what grace and what fall when you're at the bottom. Also Wanda M, I will say this is not a new time for the show. We're doing some experiments. We're going to be doing a lot of experiments. We are going to be doing some members content. So just, keep it locked. Because I want to have fun with this again. So let's start to go into, I need some time to like pull up some clips here because I'm still on my Chromebook era right now. Coming January, I should have my desktop back, so production values go back up. But we're gonna hop into the Epstein stuff. I want Sachi, if you could, kind of like your initial reactions as the stuff was happening. Again, like if we had done the show yesterday, this segment would look different than the show we're doing right now, just because of all the stuff that's dropped in the past 20 hours. So because you've had your foot to the grind, so you got your nose to the grindstone, foot to the pavement on this beat right now. I want to hear what your thoughts are on this, like kind of like blockbuster bombshell, all these, the emails, the allegations, the allegations, all the stuff that's going on.
Well, I mean, first of all, on the very, of course, obviously very serious in respect to the victims of this entire, let's call it a tragedy. What it is a tragedy and horrific crime. It just goes deeper and deeper into the creepiness of everything, even more so than we thought. And just how many names and connections this one monster had is just insane, and how deep that goes. And to be honest, I mean, you think about like the fact that up until a couple months ago, some of the victims got together and said, we're gonna have to release our own list at this rate, and release our own information if Congress is not going to do anything. I always thought the timing was interesting too. I think it was the day after they caved, they decided to release these emails. But that's beside the point. But it's I read a tweet earlier today, and I don't know if it's true or not, or if I'm reading too far into it, but I think this is finally the point where Republicans are like, okay, maybe now it's the time to move on from Donald and go into a post-MAGA planning future, which I'm going to take that with a grain of salt, because I mean, they're going to ride this MAGA wave as much as they can for as long as they can.
I would confirm what you're saying by that. Like the Beltway media, your Politicos, your Axioses are very much reporting the same thing. And if anything, like it was spurred upon first by the the Tuesday election results, the Democrats doing a old-fashioned ass thrashing in those elections, but also the secondary of like the before the Dems caved, the response to how the government shutdown was going. And then you have this like 3 strikes you're out kind of thing with the Epstein files, which has been a sticky thing since the summer of this year. And that has been the thing, is that like for the first time you see a lot of like mainstream Republicans, at least, you know, admitting it to Politico, which may not mean they believe it, but at least means they want to put the feelers out. That like, okay, what does post-Trump look like? What does, you know, non-Teflon Don, let's get rid of this guy look like? Because he might be kind of crashing out and toxic. Let's start to like hedge our bets here. You're definitely seeing that, but I fully agree with you that like, just because Politico's reporting it, like they're squirrels, like whatever's like seems juicy is happening during the day, they'll report on it with no context or reference 6 months later when it's like, oh, wow, today's the Politico playbook, and it looks like the Republicans are united and falling in line with Donald Trump, and the Democrats are still in disarray. We're not going to even acknowledge what happened 6 months ago. We're just going to report on what happens today and what's juicy. So today's what's juicy is that Republicans are turning on Trump. I think that's phenomenal.
They're even saying they're turning on him as just saying, I think he's going in the wrong direction. That's literally all they're saying. They're not even saying it like, you know.
Yeah, it's bitch made. Absolutely.
So it's what you'd expect. Now, as for the whole Bill Clinton stuff, that's
yo sloppy toppies for my boy. What is that about?
Okay, so literally, I need you to explain this to me because this is the part where I've been so offline. Where I'm like,
Bubba, stop!
I'm holding the pizzas as Childish Gambino and the apartment's on fire, and I'm like, wait, what? So
apparently,
what's going on here?
Okay,
emails.
Read the email, please. Read that. The email quote is so funny.
Do you have it? Wait, Sachi, is it the Newsweek link you're hovering?
I had
right
to
now?
quick find it. I can't. Let me track down the tweet.
Okay, all good. But I'll read from this Newsweek thing while you're searching. Some of these documents mention Trump, including one from Epstein's brother, Mark, which references photos of Trump, quote, blowing Bubba. Now, notably, Bubba is a nickname for former President Bill Clinton.
The greatest Dan realizing what he's reading as he's reading it.
But Mark Epstein told Newsweek the individual was not Clinton. He did not provide any additional details about the identity of Bubba or the meaning of the emails. Now, listen.
So you're gonna deny it, but you're not gonna tell me who it is instead? That's crazy work. Okay.
I'm gonna do the old that old meme, like press X to doubt. Like, you know, like I'm not seeing it. I'm just gonna say that like big 2025. I found out about this news through an out of context meme that may or may not have been sent to me by one of the people on the screen. And I'm still asking questions. I read the quote and I'm still asking questions.
Dan, you seen the video of him mic checking. You seen the video of Donald Trump mic checking, and he was definitely gob-stopping the mic. We saw that. We saw the form. I'm just saying.
No. I've got one phrase for you. Arnold Palmer.mp4. Like, we've been here, done that. We've done the whole like thing. Yeah.
Too bad he had way better form than that too. That's how good he was. Ask Bubba though.
Whoa.
Ask Bubba. I mean, go ahead, Sachi. I didn't mean to cut you off, Sachi. Go ahead, Sachi.
Play the sax for me, Donald.
I just find it hilarious. I just think about the thought of Bill Clinton on his first like official meeting with the Secret Service. Like, sir, we're gonna call you the Eagle. Like, no, call me Bubba.
Like, can I live a day in the FBI Cash Patel administration where I have to call Bill Clinton and be like, hey, Bill, we just got to know the truth, man. Did you get sloppy yappies from the president of the United States of America?
All I got was a photo of Donald Trump. All I got was a photo of Donald Trump shaking hands with Nancy Reagan, and it was like, oh, game recognized game.
Oh, no. But listen, with the releases, we did see some crazy shit. Sloppy Toppies was crazy. I agree with that. There was some crazy shit. The
old burp and slurp.
Damn, Jesus Christ. That's what Dan's. See, look, Rhode Island Dan is different. Literally, we we saw that he confirmed there was like light corroboration that Trump during his first term spent Thanksgiving with Epstein. Like they were in the same place during Thanksgiving. I read that. Crazy work because allegedly you ain't seen him since fucking 07 or whatever the hell number your dementia ass was saying. Literally, the Ghislaine was saying that Trump was with one of those underage accusers, one of the underage girls, for hours in one of the rooms. There was, and I think the craziest one was in that correspondence with Larry Summers. Then he like this guy, like. Let's for real, like Epstein is one of the worst people to ever be on this planet in the short time he was here. He's a horrific monster. And he literally said Trump is the most dangerous and the worst person I've ever known. It's like when that's being said, you're like, God damn, like what the fuck? And then every time I just like to remind people before we continue, every time we mount up more evidence on this, right? We mount up more evidence. We see all these reports. We see all these leaks. And now they're trying to come at Virginia, all this crazy shit that's going on. Just know Epstein died when Trump was a president in a federal penitentiary, okay? A federal, whatever, prison. That, at the end of the day, that's where it happened. So that's a little crazy. That's a little crazy if you ask me.
Sacha, I want you to respond after this, but I want to, because we have no free speech in this country, I will read Donald Trump's response to the festivities here.
It was about economics. He started talking about economics after. Started talking about the economy's better than ever.
Many people know me from my college years that economics was a euphemism. So when I say I made
the prices of steak, I tell you the prices of steak are coming down.
I don't know. The Democrat hoax, eggs are cheaper than ever. It's like, what the fuck? Okay.
No one knew how to tenderize the meat like Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah.
Folks, he was one of the best.
You
I
asked
never
this
knew
man
him,
if
though.
he's giving sloppy toppies to Bill Clinton, and suddenly he's telling you about a 50-year fixed loan on your goddamn house. It's like, wait, what? How did you even get to that? Oh yeah, this is great. This is gonna be great.
Trump on Truth Social. I'm not going to do the voice as best I can.
Thank God.
Quote, the Democrats are trying to bring up the Jeffrey Epstein hoax again because they'll do anything at all to deflect on how badly they've done on the shutdown and so many other subjects. Sorry, I got to pause there because the immediate reaction, like literally night of, like off the rip, that Donald Trump had the night of the election was that Republicans are at fault for the shutdown. Like Trump started drinking the Democratic Party Kool-Aid at that point because it was such a royal rooking that Trump was like, hey, the Republicans need to end this shutdown, dead ass. Like, so that's wild. So, he's, getting on message and pivoting. His medications and his advisors are talking to him. But yeah, so I'll try to read it again. Quote, the Democrats are trying to bring up the Jeffrey Epstein hoax again because they'll do anything at all to deflect on how badly they've done on the shutdown and so many other subjects. Only a very bad or stupid Republican would fall into that trap. The Democrats cost our country $1.5 trillion with their recent antics of viciously closing our country while at the same time putting many at risk, and they should pay a fair price. There should be no deflections to Epstein or anything else, and any Republicans involved should be focused only on opening up our country and fixing the massive damage caused by the Democrats. Blah 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 blah. Can we address the emails though, dude? Like, bro, my boy Robert Garcia has got you in 4K Ultra HD, like dead to rights, my guy. And all you're talking about is the Jeffrey Epstein hoax and the Democrats costing the country $1.5 trillion. Meanwhile, you're talking about using the tariffs to pay for checks to go for $2,000 to every American when the tariffs would only cover a third of that price. When you have to do some funny money math to make your newest Trump tax bill not
increase the deficit, and it still increases the deficit even with your funny money math. It just doesn't show that it's increasing as much as it truly is. This is the guy who was like, why do we even have the Bureau of Labor Statistics? They're downers. They're anti-Trump, because whenever Trump does something bad, they report on the facts of that being bad. Like, it is like, you can't say anything about this man anymore. Like, it's more just like, we know who Trump is. If this works on you, we've got to just like hammer it in that you're stupid until you change your mind. That's really it.
I'm not going to sit here and try to take a man seriously. I'm not going to take no male on this earth seriously. No male, including that robot Peter from earlier in the chat, probably banned. Robots and humans, you will not take us. I will not listen to you if you have a discussion with me and you say, and so many other subjects. What is that? What the fuck does that mean, man? What do you mean so many other subjects? The hell is that shit? Why does he have so many run-on sentences in his fucking posts? I hate it. I hate his posts. He says Democrat 19 times. I hate him. I wasn't even born in this fucking country, and I don't say so many other subjects when I'm mad about something. I hate it. I fucking hate it.
Woman, man, photo, camera.
Like, he's the worst. Oh my god.
TV.
TV.
At Alexia Casio can't do my IQ test. Woman, man, person.
Very hard. Very hard. They say I had some of the best results ever seen for a man with 90 or 98 years old. I was like, what the hell are you talking about? You talking about the color test where they say what's an elephant, what's a giraffe? That shit was hard for you, dog? The Cassie?
What gets me about the emails?
The Cassie.
This guy took the Cassie and thought he did some crazy shit on us. The fuck?
California high school exit exam. I'm sure.
Yeah, you take it 10th grade. You take that shit in 10th grade. You don't take it in 12th.
Not only do you only need a pulse to pass this test, but they make it so easy to pass the test if you fail it. Like, they just want you out of there.
Yeah.
Trump would fail the Cassie.
I was running on 2 hours of sleep playing Halo 3 every day. I passed that shit like it was a breeze. Now, I'm not attacking everybody who has, this. It's hard for them to take tests. I'm not coming at you. I'm coming at the man who's tweeting fucking True Social and other subjects. That's who I'm coming at, not you. It's all good. Sorry.
No, what gets me about these, go back to the emails real quick. What gets me about these emails is the amount of quote unquote journalists and like authors giving him PR advice. Like, literally, Michael Wolff, the journalist, was like, "Oh, by the way, you could do this with Trump if you just take him."
Michael Wolff is like, the strategy, you could do this. Now, on the other hand, I'm like, what the hell is going on here?
Or was it Larry, whatever, Summers or somebody was giving him reading advice or what?
Yeah. Like, what the fuck is going on here?
Like, this is, I mean, Michael Wolff, especially when you're sitting on a book, that's what you're sitting on to sell copies because you're protecting a freaking pedophile while giving him PR advice. I'm like, this is, I mean, it goes beyond Trump. Like Schumer, Trump is just part of the system, right? So, I mean, it goes beyond him too, unfortunately. Like, that's where the network is, it's so expansive. It's actually insane.
Michael Wolff, I think you should literally motherfuck Michael Wolff. I know you've been really having a good time. I know you've been having a good time since they kicked you off of doing those Knott's Berry ads where you were dancing and shit in front of the fucking school bus.
That's Six Flags.
Whatever the
and
fuck
also
that shit was.
He's like, again, like once again, we're experiencing nigga synthesis because that song has been in my head all week. And you knew that unprompted. So, like, I appreciate you, brother. That's some friendship right there.
That's Michael Wolff. That's Michael Wolff or his twin brother. I don't know which one of y'all bald fucks. Fuck both y'all. But at the same time, it's crazy to have an email exchange.
And everybody's running from here to San Francisco. We going on.
Yeah, no, for real. I hate them so much that the email exchange where he's like emailing Jeffrey Epstein, which is like GV70, what the fuck the dude's email was, some dumbass email. And then the Republicans are like, they're just parsing through the emails. We're dropping the whole bitch. It's like, motherfucker, yeah, we redacted shit unlike you idiots. And then all the emails are changed. The emails actually started getting leaked through the Republican release. I'm like, oh my God. And they leaked the names. I'm like, oh my God. This shit is crazy. They remember they were talking about we want to go through and parse through it to protect the victims. That's why it's taking us so long to get through all these files. And then they go and release it, and they literally just throw out a victim like it's nothing. They're like, "Oh, fuck this victim," just because she didn't corroborate her story previously. It's fucking unhinged as hell. And there's no way that now the response from Trump is like, "Hey, Pam Bondi, what up, big dog? How about you go get him? Yo, Cash Patel, get him, big dog." Like, what the fuck is this? Like, what? Everybody around is like, this shit is so goofy. Y'all look stupid because the previous announcement from the White House was that they weren't going to pursue anything further because they had enough corroborating evidence to go investigate these files. Now you're telling motherfuckers there's enough evidence to look through it and only look through Democrats? Huh? What the fuck is this, dog? Shit is crazy. Shout out President Maldives. I saw that too, buddy. I saw that too, Maldives.
I really want to take these emails and throw them in the face of Libs of TikTok, Chai or whatever her name is, and be like, "Hey, bitch, it's for you."
Check this out, Maldives. You trying to make it to the World Cup? Is that why you're doing this shit? What's going on, dog? Huh?
But like the reason because it goes back to what you're saying, Sachi. So much of the right wings, like the way they attack trans people is, oh, they're coming for your kids. Not only are they going to trans your kids, but there's this like layer of, they're like, oh, because you're, the idea, like the way Michael Knowles talks about transgenderism as though, oh, I'm attacking an ideology that I just created right now and not the people that I'm definitely trying to attack right now. But this idea that it's people with non-cisgender identity expressions who are the main threat for kids, which, again, back in the old days of Power Report, we didn't care about trying to monetize an episode, which not a snowball's chance in hell this is going to work. So super chat it up, please. But back in the old days, I would just do a Google search of, arrested for blank, the things that involve the Jeffrey Epstein, whether it's CSAM, whether it's the actual act of horrendous abuse. I mean, I didn't even touch the depraved shit about Matt Gaetz. More on that later. But I would talk about that stuff and I'd be like, huh, perpetrator is a cis man. Huh, perpetrator is a cis man. Huh, perpetrator is a cis man. By the way, I forgot to mention in two of those last two situations, they're cops. Perpetrator is a cis man. Huh, perpetrator is a cis woman. Huh, perpetrator is a cis man. Like, check the score, check the leaderboard, check like who's been running up the kill streaks in the server of this lobby, all right? Because it's not transgender folks who are constantly getting, or even disproportionately getting, caught for this sort of like situation here, this like horrible abuse here. I'm being careful with my words on YouTube. This is something that is largely done at the hands of cisgender men who, by the way, they're not, avid Chapo Trap House fans, right? They're not avid, like, these are just like, red-blooded conservative types who feel that their agency trumps that of many other women in their life, regardless of age. And then they project that onto what they don't understand. And so that's like kind of the sickening thing on this, is that like the party that's talking about, oh, we're going against the threats to our children. It's like the threats from your children are coming from inside the house. In case you didn't mention it, from the literal former Miss USA like pageant owner who would like casually walk into the dressing rooms of the young women, who was friends with the guy who's like, I like him barely legal. And that was Laura Ingram's phrase for Jeffrey Epstein's preferences. And Laura Ingram said something along the lines of, yeah, Jeffrey Epstein was known to like him barely legal, and occasionally you'd have some 15 or 16-year-olds that he was courting. It's like, stop, tap the brakes. The word barely doesn't apply to 16-year-olds. The word explicitly illegal applies to 15 and 16-year-olds. And like, please don't mistake any sort of like, laughing or joking here with, oh, this is fun. This is joke. This is banter.
Mhm.
Like, I don't know how to rage and crash out. I do. But like, I don't know how to not do that if I can't just at least acknowledge the absurdity of these positions that people are having, trying to bend over backwards to defend Trump. It's like, okay, we've gone full on like, oh, they're going to start citing the Bible saying, well, hey, you think Abraham was, sleeping with women of his age? It's like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? What? We can't feed kids, but we can F them. That's the American government right now. Are we serious? Are we serious?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna stop before I get really angry because like that's literally like we can't feed the kids, but we can F the kids. That's America right now.
This is where you get, and Suze, I'll let you jump into this, but this is when we were talking about the class war earlier. This is the culture war, and it's like two different. It's like just a blitzkrieg. I don't know if that's the right word to use, but just two different angles that they're coming at and just striking down upon the people with their class war and their culture war, right? And these right-wing talking influencers and podcast hosts and, minions are all part of this culture war that are, as you said, Dan, targeting the trans community and saying, well, this is what's going to happen if they take over, right? Or if they even get an ounce of freedom or rights. And, oh, they're going to have breadlines under socialism and ignore the breadlines that are happening right now. And during this government shutdown.
Historic lines at
Yeah.
food banks. Food banks being like, yo, especially during winter, we know to prep for the winter. We know it's hard. We are not prepped for this scale of mass starvation, and we haven't even hit the world report yet. I don't even know if we're going to be able to do that much this episode, but like, we're not talking about mass starvation in Gaza. We're talking about mass starvation in Rhode Island. We're talking about mass starvation in New York. We're talking about mass starvation in California, in Georgia, in Kansas, in Minnesota, in Illinois. Like, failure of government. Sorry, continue, Sachi. And then before you begin, C's, I want to play the clip of Laura Ingraham that I was referencing, and then you got the floor. But
To play producer real quick, it's actually Megyn Kelly. They're very easy to confuse the two of them, but
Yeah, don't be
I
racist,
said
Dan.
Laura
What
Ingraham.
the fuck?
Okay, you know what? Both C's and I have made the
All
mistake,
white
so
women
I
aren't
think-
the same, Dan. Okay, you fucking asshole. Holy shit! They just have good. They just have good genes. Didn't you hear what Sydney Sweeney said? Sorry, go ahead.
Laura Ingraham said the same thing probably too.
Thank God all the women I'm into are hotter than Sydney Sweeney and Brown.
But I would talk about spinach, but like it's and somebody brought up a good point where I mean I don't want to single out religions or anything, but they even said it's priests too, who are, let's be honest, like in many denominations of Christianity, whatever, are right leaning, and they're even spreading like we have to pray for Trump, things like that, right? Like he's a flawed man, he's this and that, and I think the religious aspect of this is also getting kind of not really looked over, in that the power of the church, quite literally, to be like, look past his sins. He is trying to do God's work right now. You know what I mean? So unfortunately, it's like a multifaceted culture war attack that we're dealing with, where we see everything that's on, YouTube and other podcasts, but when it comes to literal halls of what's supposed to be religion and, prayer is actually not. So anyways, that's my rant on that.
No, real. C's, you get the floor after this. I just want to play the Megyn Kelly. Right? I'm going to play the Megyn Kelly clip that I'm making sure I've got the correct one. I'm going to play the Megyn Kelly clip that I was referencing earlier about, weird. I've never spoken about a Democratic politician or a Democratic pundit. And where, it's the Democratic pundit's take on the age of consent. It's always a Republican. And it's usually Matt Walsh. But like this time it's Laura Ingraham. And I think that's just like a special type of sick for it's like, last thing, one of the most depressing parts for me when I was doing like anti SV work was realizing that the sororities were instigators. And it's just like, okay, it's a sisterhood of women, and the older women are putting the younger women in situations where they're very likely to experience these terrible things. This feels very reminiscent of that. I'm going to play the clip, and then I want C's to jump in here. Hold.
As for Epstein, I've said this before, but just as a reminder, I do know somebody very, very close to this case who is in a position in virtually everything, not everything, but virtually everything. And this person has told me from the start, years and years ago, that Jeffrey Epstein, in this person's view, was not a pedophile. This is this person's view, who was there for a lot of this, but that he was into the barely legal type. Like he liked 15-year-old girls. And I realize this is disgusting. I'm definitely not trying to make an excuse for this. I'm just giving you facts. That he wasn't into like 8-year-olds, but he liked the very young teen types that could pass for even younger than they were, but would look legal to a passerby. And that is what I believed, and that was what I reliably was told for many years. And it wasn't until we heard from Pam Bondi that they had tens of thousands of videos of alleged, forgive me, they used to call it kiddie porn. Now they call it child sexual abuse material on his computer, that for the first time I thought, oh no, he was an actual pedophile. I mean, only a pedophile gets off on young children abuse videos. She's never clarified it. I don't know whether it's true. I have to be honest. I don't really trust Pam Bondi's word on the Epstein matters anymore. Yeah. So I don't know what's true about him, but we have yet to see anybody come forward and say, I was I was under 10. I was under 14 when I first came within his purview. Look, you can say that's a distinction without a difference.
No, it's not.
I think there is a difference. Yeah. There's a difference between a 15-year-old and a 5-year-old. Yeah. You know, it's just whatever.
Sorry, the last thing I gotta say is that upon hearing this clip for now the third time today, I hate how the age keeps lowering in Laura Ingram's example. We go from 15 to 5 in a minute and 50 seconds.
They
toss it to you, but
they live through the fucking meme. They live through that stupid ass meme where it's like, oh, she's 15, but she's at least she's not 5 or whatever the fuck that meme was about. I mean, there was
it's not PDF, it's a Phoebe. Yeah,
a Phoebe, whatever that shit is, right? It's crazy because like my ears felt like they were literally bleeding through how crisp that audio is, because it's hard to say words to react to that, especially when like the worst time in life to be the not in agreement type is in that moment. To be there like it's like, this is not the time, this is a bad time to agree. You should make your faces like yeah, what, like the worst timing ever. Unreal takes. There's no way that we're trying to distinct the level of gravity of how bad it is in pedophilia by age category. No, motherfucker. A kid is a kid. It's not about whether you think it's worse when it's 5. It doesn't give a fuck. Under the dungeon for everything across the fucking board. What are we talking about here? Megyn Kelly. You know what the worst part about this shit is? That was Laura Ingraham, right? The worst part, don't look up how old her daughter is. Don't look up how old her daughter is, because that'll break your shit. That's your mom on TV, dead ass being like, you know, if someone's messing with my 14-year-old, all good. At least she wasn't 8. Like, that's the shit that's literally being corroborated by her 14-year-old daughter you got at home. And then they wonder why a lot of times, it's not every time, you see some of these children of conservatives be not as conservative as their parents, especially some of the girls, because they saying crazy shit on TV, crazy, abhorrent, defensive pedophiles. You're a mom, yo. What are you doing? What are you doing right now?
This is what I was talking about with the culture war, right? And they have these right-wing podcasters that are going on these networks and saying the most outlandish things possible in defense, knowing that their guys, the walls are kind of closing in on the situation where it's like we got to do anything we can to get the heat off him, whatever it might be. We're like, oh, this isn't as bad as it sounds. Trust us, right? Like it's the same thing as when, you know, some politicians are like, oh, January 6th was a not to like trivialize it, but they're like January 6th was a tour, right? It's the same kind of like minimizing the damage of what's happening to the point where they're now going to. I mean, I don't know anybody in their right mind would not follow along with this or even, you know, acknowledge it as reality, but there's some in that base who will be like, oh, yeah, this is somewhat, you know, this is a social norm at the time, whatever it might be, or they'll try to, you know, be like, this is excusable or defensible, or yeah, she's right, she's got a point, you know, like it's much. We've come to expect crazy, but like the level of insanity, sees you right. It's hard to find words to describe it, but it's each level of insane keeps topping itself when it comes to what's happening here, especially in this situation. I mean, I don't know.
In life, you hear a lot of people say statements, especially Dan. I'm just kidding. You hear people say statements that you make you go, "Come on, dog, relax," or "That's crazy," or "I gotta walk away. You're saying wild shit." But it's like, you're doing this on TV. Mm-hmm. You're on TV. As Pinkerbell said, she literally had us essayed in the workplace under Fox. I'm sorry. What happened? I don't know if it's trauma inducive or what's going on here where you block out, you know, horrific things that have happened to you in your life. But I can't believe we have to preface it as a wise sage advice from a dumbass immigrant who says subjects and whatever the hell Trump says. If you ever have to take a position in life where the next thing to do that you feel would be beneficial is to corroborate or defend any varying degrees of pedophilia, that's not the move. No matter what, it's never the move. It's never going to work out. It'll never be worth it. Not for me, not for you, not for your kids, not for any of the women who fight against us every day. It's never the fucking move. And that's abhorrent behavior. That's like beyond suspension level behavior. Like she should only be talking through X.com live video feeds after this, because that kind of shit is unbelievably awful. Awful.
People have been fired for
fucking hell for way less.
People got fired for saying, like, I don't think Charlie Kirk.
NFL sued MIA for dropping a middle finger, and they got this shit going on.
Yeah.
Even though MIA is crazy too. But yeah, still.
Some wind flew on Janet Jackson's top once in 2003.
Nah, Justin Timberlake, I know you did that shit, dog. I know you did that shit, dog. Don't touch Janet again.
Let me, no defense of Justin Timberlake. I'm just saying, like, you know, I'm not going to do comparisons here. I'm not going to walk down that rabbit hole, but it's like, I'm not going to do a stereotype of is nothing sacred anymore, but like, can 2 + 2 still equal 4? And can we not turn that into, well, at least she's not a 4-year-old, because she's like, this is like, there's no jokes. I have no jokes for this. This is the most depraved, disgusting shit. And for what? For Trump? A dude who's going to keel over anywhere from like 14 months to 6 years from now? Who's like, overall power level is decreasing. And so you're chasing for the scraps of whatever. And again, for what? So you continue to separate families. You can continue to deport legal immigrants. You can continue to terrorize people in their countries. You can continue to starve children. Like, this is really the hills people will die on. Never forget this, and never let anyone forget this. Never let liberals forget this. Never let Republicans forget this. Never let Greens forget this. This is reprehensible and unacceptable.
I don't know if it's. I'm not going to assume Megyn Kelly. I don't know her upbringing or whatever it might be, or maybe you have to keep in mind there are still states. I think there's only 16 states in the entire country that have legally banned child marriage, right? And like, this is a kind of commentary that I think goes beyond. I mean, yes, part of it is political. That's crazy and insane, disgusting as it is. But another aspect of it is like I think there are actual elements of this country, or even communities in this country, that literally see no issue with this because it's ingrained as part of their fabric of their, I don't want to say religion or dynamic, whatever it might be, but it's cultish, right? It's literally cultish, and we still have states that are like, this is acceptable, and it doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Yeah, Fauci, you're a nice guy. Don't give her no slack.
I'm not. I'm just.
I know you're not. I know you're right. No, and I know you're right about that. I mean, Hawaii is a state where you literally can get married at 16 years old. You don't need a parent permit. So yeah, it's common in states that you'd be surprised about. But to sit on TV and drop the 8 versus 15, crazy behavior, unhinged, deplorable shit, dog, crazy.
No, I 100% agree, and I think a lot of it too is like, it's like we think it's insane, bro. Rightfully it's insane to think that, but the point I was making is that there's still states where it's like it's normalized, unfortunately, like that legally normalized, unfortunately, and I think the root of that perversion, a lot of that is where that might come from, too. But that's another discussion for later and different rabbit hole, but
No, I think I think that can be like a broader, like, topical discussion, which is kind of what I want to allow PowerPort to be. I think maybe not on this dark and angering as a subject, but like, what are the contexts behind these things? Why is it that Hawaii has these like age of consent laws? Like, what are we like, like. And like C's very astutely pointed out on this panel full of cis men, like, there's a patriarchy aspect that no matter how much we can, I think, rightfully try to see ourselves as, not hopefully, but like, bare fucking minimum separate from this sort of movement that allows this sort of thing to, let's turn the other cheek. Let's look away from this. He's a Christian. Like, there's a deeper rot within not just American society, but a lot of societies that like allows things to happen. I mean, why is Elon Musk's like quote unquote largest innovation of 2025, the most like public facing innovation, is a barely legal depiction of an anime woman who will speak to you sensually using AI technology that was, to make it worse, used biometric data from ex-AI employees, from people who work at Twitter. So it's like, sorry, we're not getting monetized, y'all, but let me run it. Elon Musk invented digital rape by saying that you must give your biometric data to Elon Musk as a condition for your employment to use to feed into an AI sex bot that people can chat to, that flatters to them, and this happened in Canada too. Because Grok is built into Teslas now, if your kid is in a Tesla, that car might respond with some very sensual, grotesque thing. And it's like, these are the richest people in the world. We like, look up to them. This is Elon Musk. Really look up to that guy? It's like the high, like, this is when politics starts to get like unfun for me. So like, we got to move on. But like, this is just the height of disgusting society. And like,
well, it's important to bring that up for sure, because that was, out of everything that we talked about, that was probably the most horrific thing. Is not just everything that Epstein said and everything that came out, but to see that reaction from it, even to take that stance, was just some of the most vile shit I've seen in a while. That was
like, it shows a societal rot. And like, I'm not even going to, like, Donald Trump is trying to push aside from this by saying that, we're gonna have the Department of Justice investigate Democrats. or people who are perceived as Democrats are basically people who are not MAGA. And so their ties to Jeffrey Epstein. And you know what? I'm like, yeah, that's not the point. I think people on the left and people on the right are like, yeah, if this is all a ring, burn the fucker down and start over. Like, this is the thing that can and should turn Americans into accelerationists, right? Because like, if this is the outer reaches of society, or like if these are the these the cabals, these the clubs, like what old school Alex Jones was talking about, then yeah, burn it down, start over. That might be necessary at this point, but we gotta tap the brakes on I'm gonna host us and force us to move on here, but like we're gonna continue to watch this space because more stuff is going to come out. Again, shout out to our Lady Grijalva, who has now been sworn in because Congress is in session. She has forced the discharge petition, so Mike Johnson may be able to stop a vote on Affordable Care Act subsidies, which is a whole other different situation, but we'll talk about that in future domestic reports this year, I'm sure. But now our leader Grijalva is forcing this discharge petition. So Republicans are going to have to take a vote. And everything Laura Ingraham says to defend Donald Trump is like digging a deeper hole that Republicans are going to have to either, I think Thomas Massie is going to courageously vote himself out of this hole, which is no thanks to Thomas Massie, but the bare fucking minimum you can and should be doing. But we're going to have a long list of Republicans by this time next month who are on record as being okay with this.
Good morning, comrades. You are listening to WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3. This is your weekly Good Morning Comrade, Jeff and Robert here on the show. And we have as a guest, I think it's your third time on now, because you came on with the groundwork folks when you were running for MPC, and you came on one time prior.
Mm-hmm.
Alex Q is back, aka All Things Labor. What is up, homie?
What's up? What's up? Good to be back.
How you been? What's been going on with you?
Good, busy, I mean, I think, always busy, but yeah, good.
Mm-hmm. I brought you on because I wanted to talk a little bit about an article that you wrote on your Substack. It is All Things Labor, just like it is for everything else. From inspiration to power building, what Zoran Mamdani's win can teach us and what we need to prepare for. And sort of, as I read through it, I was just sort of like, I like this because it takes the, all of the excitement from the Zoran campaign that happened in New York, which is localized in New York, even though it had national attention. But like a lot of people look at that and they're just sort of like, what am I supposed to do? That's in New York. That's not here. And, this can sort of at least provide a suggestion of what way folks can go towards that. Do you want to talk about the article and maybe we can go through a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. I ended up writing it just because I had a lot of thoughts like after the win, like you were saying, it received national attention. DSA specifically has had like hundreds, I believe thousands of new members that are joined or are interested because of this specific campaign. And I was kind of just thinking of how electoral work, especially as a labor organizer, I'll be really frank, is not my cup of tea.
It sucks.
Thank you. I was trying to be kind, but it sucks. It's not fun for me. It's not like, it's not the things that I think I personally think is where we build power, but I also understand it's important. And I also understand it's a way that a lot of people do get interested in politics. I mean, think about Bernie's campaign, think about AOC, think of Zoran, right? It's a great gateway for people to get plugged into political work. And I kind of wanted to write just some of my thoughts, because knowing that there's going to be so many new DSA members, or knowing that there's so many people that were just really inspired by this, I wanted to talk about how we should prepare for the work that is ahead of us. And also for people to understand that, like, even we should absolutely be inspired. We're inspired by Zoran. He's charismatic. He's like, he's a smart guy. He has good politics. He's been involved in DSA for years now. But making sure that we're not falling into this trap of like one hero, one person, and figuring out that the work has to come, from us, from working class people, and then also understanding that the limitations that the electoral process actually, like, what we have to work in, and then figuring out how we can ensure that we keep that North Star being, building real working class power from the bottom up. And yeah, so I'm kind of just writing some of my thoughts, just because I don't want to lose those people in the future when, Zoran's ends up making some kind of decision that we are not going to like. And I just kind of wanted to get ahead of the game when I know a lot of people that are chronically online will be like, see, I told you, there you go. So screw it all. And just like, we don't have time for that anymore. And I just wanted to first just have a really honest conversation of how we can hold two truths at once, that our politicians are going to do things that upset us. We should 100% hold them accountable, and also understand what we can do outside of the electoral work to actually build working class power.
I want to put voice to a piece of that too, because one of the things that really, really annoyed me in the run up to, and I hate, like, again, this is another, like, Jeff's too online maybe for this or whatever, but like, there's obviously those annoying people who just decided that actually Zoran is a Zionist or whatever. And like, those people will always be around no matter what forever. And like, focusing on them and focusing on all that, like obviously, like, freaks like me are going to see it. And I'm just going to like scream at my phone when I see it or whatever. But like, most people don't know about these people, that most people don't care about these people. And what they actually kind of do is take the eye off of the actual work that needs to be done. And I mean, we've seen this in DSA prior when it came to, for example, Jamal Bowman, or when it comes to AOC over and over again, when she does screw up over and over again because she's not super politically savvy, I suppose, is one way to be very generous, I guess, to put it. And, it becomes like such a like dominating component of just like all of it takes up a lot of air, and it really doesn't have to. Like, the elected people are going to do like weird messed up stuff, and you really won't notice that if you're organizing your workplace, if you're building something else. But if you're not doing that, then you're going to obsess over it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I this is why I'm always yapping online about organizing your workplace, because, and actually, in fact, I had this conversation with a couple of some other content creators and a call that we had earlier today. Just like, how is it that we're communicating online? Because not only are you, like, if you're responding to people through comments or even through a video, like, you're not only talking to that person, like, the general public and like your audience is seeing how you're reacting to this. And oftentimes, a lot of self-proclaimed leftists are speaking to other working class people from a place of authority and like, I'm very much policing. And instead of being like, we're actually here to build worker power, from the bottom up. And it's kind of like, no, I need to be right and I am correct. And I'm just telling you that. And I think, again, if you've organized your workplace, you know that you need, every vote counts, every voice counts. So this is what I'm always saying, organize, because then you actually get to experience what it means to, yes, obviously hold people accountable, but to know at the end of the day, you're going to need that person's support. And I want people to understand how important it is when you're having conversations with people online. So like you're saying, those comments piss me off too, right? They're just like, oh, this is and that, oh, this is and that. Just like, it's like, it's infuriating because people who may not know what you know are going to read that, and if they want to be perceived as more progressive or left, then they're gonna be like, okay, then that's the take I need to also have, and then you regurgitate the same thing, right? So one example here in Los Angeles is, my current city council member is a DSA member, and we are for DSA are supporting her reelection. It's Unices Hernandez for CD1. And, of course, she's done things that I also don't agree with. And I also understand that out of everyone who is running for this position, she's our best candidate. And in fact, I would say probably our best city council member as well, including compared to the other 3 DSA members that we have, right? But because we have 4 DSA members in city council and looking to grow it as well with 2 other positions, 2 other candidates that are running for different city councils, the point is we know what these material wins actually mean for working class people. And one example is when the Trump administration ended a lot of the funding that went specifically to immigration, literally programs completely cut from one day to the next. That meant jobs lost. Literally one of the places that me and my coworkers unionized, all the jobs cut. And this is like across many other organizations and nonprofits, but it was the city of LA pushed by our city council members who are DSA backed, who were able to get some of the city funds to go to keeping those programs afloat. You see what I mean? Like that's something that you can actually do.
And it's less about the individuals, and more about the policies. Robert, you look like you want to say something.
Well, I mean, yeah. So I don't want to push back on what you said. Like everything you said is 100% correct, but maybe I can shed some light and give you some more insight. Is that who you're talking about is me. And to start, like what we talked about with Zoran, it wasn't necessarily like, oh, Zoran is not the perfect leftist. It was like I tell a story all the time. My first vote I cast for president, my first vote I cast ever was in the United States Marine Corps in Okinawa, Japan for Al Gore, and it for sure got torn up. And then I was an elected delegate for Bernie Sanders, right? So it's not, and I knocked doors for Obama twice in rural and suburban Ohio, right? So it's like I was, vote blue as it gets. But now I'm at a place where I've given up on electoral politics so much that it wasn't like I had a problem with Zoran's politics. My issue with Zoran was not him at all. It was that, well, okay, great. Even if he does get any traction, they're just going to India Walton him. And like they did try to India Walton him. He fought that off. He threw the kitchen sink at the man, and it still didn't work. So it's like I shouldn't have been so cynical, but I'm just trying to let you know where like some of that cynicism, a lot of that cynicism is coming from. And then when you talk about online spaces, I go back and forth in my own head all the time. Who am I doing this for? Am I doing this for me because I want to be right? Or am I doing it to change minds? My thing is, as a narcissist, I'm doing this because I want to be right. But also I'm thinking that, hey, if somebody doesn't correct this and just lets this hang out, then the next person that I'm not arguing with that person. I'm arguing for the peanut gallery, for the audience, because I just don't want an idea to stand online and the next person who just scrolls across the well is like, well, that's got a lot of likes. I guess it must be correct. And then that becomes the new normal. I mean, I know this is I'm reaching right now, but you've got, Megyn Kelly, what's got me super upset today, is trying to tell me that, oh, having sex with 15-year-olds is fine. Like, I don't know if you've seen that about the Epstein files or whatever.
Stuff.
They're trying to like normalize pedophilia. So that now is just hanging out in the ether. And like I said, this is a stretch, it's a reach, but it's just like where I'm coming from. If somebody's not like, hey, this is incorrect, and it sits out there. And as far as organizing your workplace, why it's so much harder than like going online and spewing and just spitting hot fire is because, look, at the end of the day, I do have a block button, and I can just get rid of that person. To where if I push a button with a coworker, now I have to work with that person for the rest of the time of that job. So people are a lot more, they're a lot less ready to do that.
Yeah, it's not. It's an actual human being that you can actually have to deal with, rather than just some anime profile on whatever social media you happen to be using at the time.
So I know that's a lot of what I just said. So and this isn't like, a rhetorical question. I want to know how you deal with that. How do you deal with me? I'm dead serious. It's not
very
rhetorical.
carefully.
Block. No. I love this, and I think, I guess my thing is that I would encourage us to also see the online realm as a reality, right? Because we see the actual impact that it has, right? That comparison that you're making between the workplace and the internet, and we're seeing it with the rise of, especially young men who are going way more to the alt-right pipeline. Like there's like a reality to this, and I would also say there's like a distinction between what you're saying with like everything that's happening with the Epstein files, and like obviously them like wanting to combat that 100%. One of the things that for me that cynicism fails to do is mobilize people into action. So especially when it's something that people are being interested in after years of being so disillusioned with any kind of politics, right? So it's like, if there's a moment where a specific campaign had such an influence and impact nationwide to working class people all over the country, and in fact, I'd say even the world, that people are like, we're so like, I'm in the UK and like Zoran's my mayor, you know what I mean? Like, my thing is, I just hate the idea of squashing that enthusiasm when we desperately need more people to be enthusiastic. And like, there's only moments in history where we have that. So the point is like, how do we utilize that to get more people to have these conversations, so they can see themselves as part of the labor movement and as the working class structure.
Yeah, I do want to bring up another point really quick that you brought up as well, because of the sort of like never-ending sort of the disillusionment that people have. Like, we're sitting like, it was less than a week ago, but the way things move, it feels like 50 years ago. But just this past weekend, as of recording, the Democrats, after winning huge concession or huge election victories, just decided that, we actually wanted to just give up every bit of leverage that we currently have in this, fight for healthcare in the government shutdown. And the reason, and this is maybe my, interpretation and, agree or disagree, but that is a system that is designed to create disillusionment, to disengage people and create that cynicism that we all feel, and that creates a lot of this sort of backlash to any of this. Like, the whole point, the whole reason that, the Democratic establishment did India Walton, like, and for folks that are listening, it might not know, she won the primary in Buffalo, and they ended up, having a write-in campaign for the establishment Democrat to beat her. They also did something very similar to Omar Fateh in Minneapolis just this time around, where he won the endorsement of the local Democratic Party, and they essentially, the establishment rallied around and basically pulled a trick to pull that endorsement away from him. And they're not doing that by accident. They're doing it to create cynicism, to create disengagement, and to get people to just sort of submit to this feeling of inevitability that this is not for you. This is for you to, anything that you do is useless and futile, and you might as well just go post like a not you, Robert, but obviously
no, me, no, please.
No, like, dude, you're better than 90% of those schizo posters online. Like,
sure. No, I get that. But the difference, I think, is between Zoran Mandami campaign and the other two, the India Walton and Fateh, like that we mentioned, is that Zoran just didn't win a race. He did what we always talk about doing, which I think I'm wrong.
He built an army. He built an army,
and they took over the Democratic Party. They took over the New York City Democratic Party in all aspects, to where it made them all bow the knee, and to where now you've got the centrist corporate guy, sex pest, having to run as the independent and getting getting no love from the mechanisms of the New York Democratic Party, except for the worst possible places from corporate interests, which just make him look bad anyway. And that's the difference. Like, Zoran really didn't try to play. He didn't try to color inside the lines. He said, no, we're just taking it over.
Mm-hmm.
So
I also want to add that actually in the calls, one of the organizers and members of DSA NYC said they had 104,000 volunteers that were part of this campaign, and they knocked over
Insane.
2 million doors. I mean, I know people from LA, from DSA LA that flew out. I mean, I flew out. I had my button like that whole weekend, right? Because there was so much enthusiasm. And one thing that I want to say in this space is that oftentimes I'll meet people that will be critical, for example, of DSA. And look, I will be honest, as a member, I am incredibly critical of DSA. I am mad half of the time. 50% of the time, I am upset. Just like I'll get upset in my union, right?
Yeah.
But does that mean that I'm going to leave my union? Absolutely not, right? Because I understand it's a mechanism and vehicles to actually build power with other working class people. But I wanted to bring up this argument that I hear often, which is, well, DSA is just the Democrats, or the DSA will just tell you to vote Democrat. And I want to set that straight, because it's, in order to get the endorsement of DSA, you have to be a DSA member, right? And it's not only like you become a member and then you get the endorsement, then the chapter has to vote to, one, see if you want to get the endorsement, and then take another vote to see who actually gets the endorsement, right? So it's incredibly democratic. There's forums, there's conversations about this, and the reason why they end up running on a Democratic ballot is because what Zoran did, like you were saying, Robert, was able to take over the Democratic, like the primary, and then there are people who will still vote blue no matter who. And if you canvass, you'll know that's true. I was in Arizona canvassing last year, and we knock on the door, and they're like, "Hey, I gotta go. I'm running, but don't worry, I'm voting Democrat." I'm like, "Girl, there's 3 Democrats. There's 3 Democrats.
Right.
Like, hold on, let me tell you about like this one who's the most progressive." But you see what I mean? Like, I think that's one of the misconceptions that happens, and I just want folks to know, it's like, no, like we're using the electoral system in a way to actually win elections, and it's not perfect, and we can talk BS about it all, about how it's not the problems with that as well, but we end up winning elections to be able to get things that we want, including, as problematic as she is as well, AOC into office, Zoran into office, our 4 electeds here. Kelsey Bond, who just won, became the first DSA to win in Atlanta. I mean, this is the South,
absolutely.
And I think that's just a really important part to kind of just talk about, because then a lot of the comments online are just like, they'll just tell you to vote Democrat. It's just like, that's not true.
Yeah, and just to put ammo into what you're saying, Jeff and I have this conversation all the time. So we'll talk about, like, oh yeah, DSA sucks and this and that. But if I had my choice and I could just hit the SOCDEM button, and it would just, the United States would become SOCDEM overnight. Yeah, there's issues with that, but I would hit it and then be like, yeah, we're moving on. And then hopefully the kids can come after me and be like, you're a crazy old centrist fool, and that's why we're pushing for full gay space communism. And I'll be like, cool, tell me where the gallows are so you can do your business. Like, great, that's the world I want to live in, where I'm being told that I'm a centrist now.
Yeah, mess me up, Robespierre.
Yeah, no, exactly. But no, so I get it. Yeah, I get it completely. But it's just, I struggle with what I struggle with, and I even called Sam Cedar once many years ago. It's like with a burning thing, and he like yelled at me, and I yelled at him back, and I was like, "Look, man," I was like, I'm a man here with 1 vote, and that's all I'm worth to a politician. It's 1 vote, unless I have a ton of money, which I do not have. So if I cannot threaten them with my 1 vote, what do I have? What if I have to go vote blue no matter who, and just keep doing harm reduction over and over and over again? And I'm not even saying Zoran is not harm reduction, not at all. He is me hitting the SOCDEM button, and that genie walks through the door. Like that's for me. But I'm just saying, like, if I cannot withhold my vote, then what leverage do I have as a voter? But then I do see the other side of that, to where, like, well, then it's not going to matter, because elections just keep taking place in material reality. And if you're not in the game, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. So it's like, I personally, and this is again not rhetorical, I don't know what to do with that.
Well, I mean, the reality is you don't have any leverage. I mean, unless you have an organization or power with either yourself in your union or in an organization that you're a part of. Like, any individual is just isolated and screwed. I mean, there's no power in one, there's power in many.
Exactly. And I feel like that, so that's one component that we think in terms of our power, right? Which is like our voting power. And this is why this is why it's also just so important to build up our unions personally. Is like that's it, right? I mean, unfortunately, like someone told me, a professor told me of labor the other day that union density went down again, right? Surprise, surprise. It's for private sector work, it's I think 6% now, which is insane. Insane. And it's 30% for public sector workers. And it's so scary. And it's like literally like being held by like the tiniest like string right now. And if we think about like what, when you're saying, Robert, like, well, what is that can do with my one vote? I mean, this is the power of like numbers. This is the power of unions, right? Being able to collectively decide. But the problem is we're constantly just fighting each other. In fact, the Starbucks strike started today, right? Incredible. When I talk about it, I posted about it. I wrote a Substack about it as well. Of like, what can we do to support as community members? And I saw a lot of comments, and I got a lot of DMs of people saying like, "Well, we should have been not buying from Starbucks. We should have been boycotting for years now, but because of their complicit in the ongoing genocide of Palestine." Which is like, yes, you're right, yes, and I applaud you for also doing that, right? I'll be honest. I love McDonald's chicken nuggets. I do. I haven't gone to McDonald's since then, right? But a lot of these comments, for example, will be like, well, those workers should no longer work at Starbucks. And I'm like, do you see how you and your thought of trying to be so progressive, quote unquote, or so left are punching down to workers who are trying to fight the same company that you don't like? Like, we forget that in the intersectionality between labor and all of the different issues that we care about. It's just like, I wish people would not be so short-sighted to understand if we support working folks that are striking, they get more power, which means you take more power away from capital, which means that we build more labor power. So therefore, when just like with South Africa, we're able to actually put pressure to end the apartheid. So imagine what we do when we build more power. We get more progressive workers like Starbucks workers to be part of labor, like the labor movement, to actually demand and have the power to change that. But now you're online going boom, 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 punching to the side, punching down, saying like, well, screw these workers. What is like?
What's the plan here?
What's your PO box? Like, what's your Cash App then? So I can send you my rent. Like, like what's your Cash App so you can hit me, you can break me off? Like, what are we talking about here? No, 100%.
Yeah, and on the Starbucks thing too, I think it is also, and on generally, like, I don't know, man, like Starbucks workers, McDonald's workers, like we live in a capitalist system where like you pay taxes. Why are you paying taxes to a country that has the biggest war machine in human history, that bombed Japan twice, that has, done, endless destruction across the world? Look at you. Why don't you boycott and not pay your taxes? Why do you, it's a question of like, why do you participate in society? Like, you need a job to survive. And like, some people work at Starbucks, some people work at, Northrop Grumman and all these weapons manufacturers. Like, there's like, and I'm not saying necessarily that they're all working class or anything like that, but
that's
like,
what I'm saying. There's a distinction. I understand you were being hyperbolic. I get it.
What I mean to say is that there are like,
there's a difference between Graham Plattner being in the Marine Corps and Graham Plattner being in Blackwater.
Yeah,
there's a difference. One is the poverty draft. One is let me be a.
Well, let me elaborate on that point too, because like obviously like there are like low level factory workers. Obviously, that's something that's decreasing and being outsourced as well. But my point is that people have jobs, and I don't agree with my employers. I don't think I've ever agreed with any of my employers on like a lot of stuff. to be very generous about that.
Sure, no, for sure. Yeah, it's a sticky wicket, like for sure. Like I'm 44 years old, and I have a hard time navigating it. To be like, where do my politics actually, like, where do they fit into like our material realities? What can I actually like get done in my lifetime, and what is just like I have to leave to the kids? Like, I have a hard time like squaring that circle. But no, these are all good answers, and I'd hope that these are the same for our listeners. I hope these are the same kind of questions that like go through their minds, because like it does me like all the time. I also too like fast food, and I also do like, like I want to live in a world where I don't have to, where like I have to be like, okay, which one of these beverages, because I'm thirsty, is not made by the Coca-Cola Corporation. Like it's like almost impossible, and that's even like BDS understands that. That's why it's like, well, of course, like Amazon is a pressure target, but like the whole internet is built off of Amazon Web Services, so like we can't boycott Amazon.
Yeah. And your power, quite generally, and you can jump into this as well, Alex. Your power is not as a consumer. Your power is as a worker. Like we live in a consumer society, but that is not where your power comes from. That's where you spend your money. That is not where you generate wealth. That is where wealth is extracted, and that's an important distinction.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like, I mean, and this is, and also it's nuanced, right? Like I think it's not so like black and white, and us, it's not so.
Well, you can make more moral choices than, like, obviously participate in BDS. I'm not saying don't do that. I'm not making an argument against that. What I'm saying is that like that has utility, and also like the organizing your labor has utility.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would totally agree and argue that our labor is our power. And because sometimes like these boycotts that will pop up come up usually pretty organically. One that I think was a really incredible example, which is one thing that makes me think, man, we really need to get the white middle class woman to be upset. And once they're mad, then we do things. So think about Jimmy Kimmel. Like they were like liberals were so mad about that, and they actually were able to like reverse him getting fired, losing his show, right? So I bring this up because that's an example of one being like very like targeted, and I think we're gonna have to see more of that in the future, right? Especially with like more of these billionaires just kind of consolidating power. But one of the other things that we can do beyond like the electoral work is like what you're saying, Jeff, which is what does it mean for us to withhold our labor, whether that's through strikes or whether that's through sick outs or whether that's through whatever it may be. But I think we need to start thinking really creatively of what that's going to mean to really like stop the economic machine, because that is when we stop making the money is when they get really, really anxious.
Yeah, you listen to the HIVLP New Orleans 102.3. This is Good Morning Comrade. Alex is joining us, all things labor. We're talking a little bit about her article on her Substack, From Inspiration to Power Building, what Zohran Mamdani's win can teach us and what we need to prepare for. I also do think, like, because you mentioned a statistic that should be alarming to most people who actually are interested in building working class power, which is that 6% of workers or something along those lines are in a union. They are organized, and that what that means is that before even the most established, most powerful unions in this country can express itself in any way politically, there needs to be a lot of power building that needs to take place for that even to be possible or to be effective. I mean, if you have, I saw an article from friend of the show, Eric Blanc, a couple of days ago, where he was basically saying that AFG, the leadership of AFG and the Teamsters were responsible or could have stopped the Democrats or whatever, but from caving on this shutdown. And I'm just sort of like, bro, like government workers are under attack right now, and density in the private sector isn't that much better than it is in the public sector. So I'm just sort of like, I don't know, man. Like, I didn't say this, or I didn't like respond to it because I don't want to get into a flame war or anything like that. But if he was right here, I would say, like obviously, like the political expression of the institutions of the working class, aka unions, is important. However, their leverage and their ability to make that expression is very limited because of their lack of density, because their lack of power, lack of establishment.
Well, that kind of gets into my whole point, is just like how I feel personally is just like, because the first thing that's popped into my head is like, why is it these workers' mess to clean up that Chuck Schumer and John Fetterman are pieces of garbage? How is that my responsibility? Like, what am I supposed to do with that? Yeah, it'd be great if we could all, general striking and get what we want. But why do I live in a world where it's on me? Why do I have to do that? It's the same thing. Like, it's like when I roll through Taco Bell, keep it on in labor, and they're like, hey, do you want to round up for like starving kids? And I'm like, y'all got the transportation, y'all got the food. What you need my 50 cents for? Like a tax write-off? Like what? How is this my responsibility at this point? you've got the logistics to make it happen. If you really care about this and not just for a tax write-off, make it happen. So why is it on labor to cover for these garbage people? I don't. Yeah, I'm with you, bro. I would have been a lot more going back to our online talk. I'd have been a lot more aggressive in that. And been like, what are we talking about?
Mhm. I was thinking of like, actually, I was thinking of like, how could this be a generative discussion that can like move the thing forward?
Yeah.
As well?
No, you're right, and that's why you're better than me.
I'm not.
I'm serious.
Okay, you know what? We got that recorded, and that's now a clip.
I say it all day. We'll make it into a shirt. We'll wear it all day.
No, but I guess my point is that like the ability for like you mentioned the general strike just a minute ago. Like we hear people all the time on whatever, join this petition to do a general strike or whatever. Like you're gonna run a general strike without unions? Like you crazy, man. Like you're crazy for that one.
You're gonna run a general strike with like a email list. That's how we're doing it. Yeah.
And I'm not even saying that like a general strike would be a bad idea, but like the construction of something that is so huge that it's like, bro, we're talking about space program when we haven't even discovered fire yet,
Yeah, just in short, like so when the first bill comes due, where do I send it? That's what I need to know. That's what I need to know.
That's actually I got into. I think I've told you, Jeff. I haven't told you, Robert, but I don't like getting into arguments online. I don't think it's helpful for the working class because it's usually other working class people. It's not like I'm getting in an argument with like Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos.
Right.
I mean, I would, I absolutely would, but no, that's not happening. But there was a time where they were really throwing out this word of like we need a general strike, and it was like people who don't have any skin in the game, people who were like who would not be the workers striking. So I'm like, with what power and say are you telling other like vulnerable groups of workers to strike, right? And then I got backlash because it was a pretty big influencer who was using their platform to.
Talking about the farm workers from a couple of months ago.
I am talking about.
Oh my God, that made me so angry.
I've never been so. I've been very angry throughout my life, but this was one of the moments where I was like also just really upset because it's like I worked in immigration for 7 years. I've immigration proceedings specifically for folks that were seeking asylum and other forms of relief and deportation proceedings, and so I know the real risk, especially under an administration like this. So to say things like that when you are not one of the workers that would be going on strike and being so visible. Was incredibly upsetting to me, especially because when you like a strike is a massive deal, and I'm not saying this to like be like, oh, we shouldn't. I mean, I would love for there to be a general strike and for me to participate in it, obviously, but that's not the point. The point is, if we start throwing these words around because it's hot and sexy, then when the time actually comes for us to even organize around this, and we, quote unquote, you failed because there was no strike, then other working class people are going to, they're not going to see these strikes as having the weight that they should be having. People died. Workers in the past have died through strikes. And that for me is just like, that's one of the biggest problems that I have with social media and I have with content creators, where, not the general public, it's very obvious that they don't really teach us about labor history. And that's why I always recommend Kim Kelly's book. I always recommend Hamilton Nolan's book, The Hammer. They're first of all, incredible books. They're so well written, just because we need to understand like where it is that if for us to think of the future, we need to understand our past. And this is where I'm just like, yes, please read before you start yapping. There you go. That book.
No, you're right. I mean, it's just, yeah, it's a bunch of people, like you said, with no skin in the game, and they're quick to tell you what to do. But then, when the problems pop up, there's no recourse of how to get those problems solved. I'm like, well, let's figure out. And it's, even if we sat here, if it was the council of, the three wise people, and we come up with the perfect plan, like things are going to go wrong. And so we need to be fluid and be able to be like, okay, this isn't going to happen. I guess I have a question for you, Alex. Like you mentioned like the Jimmy Kimmel thing. And it's another thing that's always been in my head is, how do we take like white middle class wine moms, like the I've had it podcast ladies, which I'm glad they exist because they're reaching out to people, that's like, they're not they're they're not Maoist third worldists yet, but they're on their way. But how do we convince these people who have been activated? Maybe they've gone from the No Kings protest. Maybe they're like gone and now they're like in their first DSA meeting. How do we get through to them? And bluntly, I think it's like this. Like, look, you have all the trappings of privilege and let's say I'm thinking in my head I've had a podcast slaves. Privilege and white supremacy. And this is a wonderful thing that you have, a weapon that you have that you can turn against itself and turn against the established. But what you will not do, you have to understand that you are our attack dog. And you are out there to shield us from, to go on normal corporate media to spread the true gospel of the DSA and SOCDEM and third world Maoism, whatever. But what you will not do is you will not take this thing over. You will not co-opt it into something we're going to push halfway and you're going to be like, well, great. Didn't we get what we wanted? No. You have to understand, like, all due respect, you have to understand that you are a tool in this and you are a tool to be used. And we mean that in the most loving way. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
If I might, like earlier, like you said that you couldn't wait for the moment till we were brought up on charges to the gallows as reactionaries. Like, maybe we got to do that to them. I'm sorry, go ahead, Alex. When the time comes, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you guys have seen the videos of like there were like some white mothers. I believe it was out in Chicago that like literally put their bodies in the line in front of like ICE agents, and like that is it, right? And more of that. And you're right. I mean, like I worked in immigration, so the second time that there was an influx of unaccompanied minors that were coming into to the U.S. because they were fleeing violence, mostly caused by the United States at the hands of the U.S., right? There was like a boom of upper middle class white women from the west side of LA, so that's like Santa Monica area, like rich LA, right? That started creating their own nonprofits because of this. I always felt some kind of way about it because now I'm thinking, 10 years from that moment, now they're going to be perceived as experts because they're leading these organizations when, they have a very limited perception of what it means to, one, be undocumented, to be a person of color, to deal with these like struggles. Unfortunately, I think there's certain spaces like the nonprofit industry, depending on your ties with the funders, that is always going to be tied to that, right? But I think to answer your question, Robert, in terms of the spaces that we have, in terms of more like leftist, socialists, or folks who are just who call themselves progressives, that will be limited by the relationships that we're building with those individuals, specifically, let's say those white moms that are coming into DSA, but also with our other comrades around us, right? Because the only way that those people are going to get into these positions of like any kind of like leadership is going to be because other people are buying into it. Right. So it's like, so I think it's like a twofold. It is going to have to, for us to build those relationships with those white women specific. We keep saying white moms, but just because
we're picturing in our head. Let's say that, which will not be. We're picturing Karen in our head. God bless her. I love Karen. My mom's a Karen. Love her to death. Right. But like, that's who we're talking about. And when I mean that, it's not even like a mindset. It's, I think I answered my own question in my own head while you were talking, is like, maybe we need to go back and figure out how Martin Luther King did it and how the NAACP did it, because like the Freedom Riders and the white kids who marched in Selma and the SNCC kids and all that, like they were ready to die. And some of them did, but they were never trying to co-opt. They were never trying to establish leadership because they knew as soon as they touched that, it would just morph into something else. So maybe it's finding out how they did that. And, it's getting through to these people. Like, look, the reason why we need you so badly, because when bad things happen to you, when you put your body on the line, people are going to care.
Yes.
That's where it's at. And that's it.
And this reminds me of when we think about, and for people who are listening, like, what is your role in all of this, right? And like you said, Robert, we need everyone, right? This is why I always try to be very like I mean, first of all, just try to be a friendly person. Friendly folk. I think it's because I'm also Mexican. But I had a really good conversation with a Teamster from in California, who like I think I told you this, Jeff. I'm not sure if I brought it up during this podcast, but I had a conversation with a Teamster who I'm talking. And Teamsters are usually like really like proud Teamsters. You can spot them from 1,000 miles away. They look very alpha. When
They have the coolest jackets in town.
The best jacket. No, this is like the coolest jackets, decked out, like just like deep voice, like very like massive, like manly man, like very manly man, right? And it was interesting. One day he called me because he wanted to talk about something that I had said about Sean O'Brien. I had basically said something about if it was when he spoke at the RNC. And I said, well, someone had asked me, what are your thoughts on this? And I said, I have a lot of thoughts, but I think my thoughts are irrelevant. I would say what I care about is knowing how the membership of the Teamsters, like what is their thought, right? Because if their thought was, I am very mad, then something is not getting connected from leadership from Teamsters with their actual membership. If the membership was happy, then we need to talk about why they believe that having their leader, like one of their president speak at the RNC is okay, because that is also a problem, right? So anyways, we had a conversation, and he ended up saying he's like, look at me, I look like a Republican. You would assume I'm a Trumpy, like you would, and I hate that guy, and he was just like, but he basically said, I can enter spaces that you, Alejandra, cannot, because of the way that you look. Right. And because you are a woman, and because you are Latina, and you are Mexican. So people are not going to respond to you the way that I can infiltrate white male dominated spaces. And he goes, and if I can do my job, it is to get some of those folks ready to talk to you.
Yes.
And
that is so key. That's so important.
So, and this is not someone that calls themselves like a socialist. He goes, and he literally said, I can't be using that word. I cannot use that word around, like even my other, like my coworkers. And I thought about a conversation that I had with some of my friends who would 100% consider themselves a lot more radical or a lot more left than myself, right? And I agree, for sure there's folks like that. And then my job is to get those people also willing and able to speak to my other comrades. And you pass the baton of workers that way, right? But because you have to see what your position and your positionality in this world can do to build working class power. And that's why I love using that example of that Teamster, because I was like, it's like, yeah, dude, yes, that's exactly it.
I don't know, man. That sounds kind of like organizing.
A lot like organizing. Yeah, and it looks 100%. Like it looks completely different to where it's like for everybody, to where like I can go in those spaces and I will use the socialist, like leftist, communist label because I've literally been at NASCAR races talking to the most like Trumpy guys possible, and they're like, well, you're a liberal, and like we're drunk, we're 12 Coors Lights in. And they're like, you're liberal and blah blah blah, and I'm like, whoa, hold on, I'm like, I am not. I'm like, don't cuss at me. And they're like, well, what do you mean? I'm like, I'm as far away from that as possible. And I go, I am a socialist communist. I go, here's what my utopia looks like. Does that line up with you? And they go, I didn't know there was a difference between. I literally had a guy tell me this. I can see his head. He's like, honey, he's talking to his wife. He goes, do you know there's a difference between liberals and leftists? I thought they were the same. This guy's a leftist.
Most people don't know any of these.
And I'm like, yeah, brother, let me tell you what my worldview looks like. Like, even if we disagree, even if you don't like trans people or queer people or whatever, like you get healthcare too, bro. Like in my utopia, all it is just you get what your tax dollars should be paying for instead of the murder of brown kids. Are you down with that? And they'd be like, well, yeah. And I hit them with like, well, it's like, well, I just think everybody should work for a living. I don't like people freeloading. Oh, so there's the guy. I was like, yeah. So like everybody should take according to their needs and everybody should give according to their ability. And they're like, yeah, I can agree with that. I said, you just agreed with Karl Marx. Like maybe I'll look into that. I'm like, yeah, brother.
And he didn't, but
That's what I'm saying. When you have conversations with people like who even are like conservatives or call themselves like however it is that they're identifying, sometimes I don't even like to say it. I mean, I've been in spaces with like some building tradesmen, and like I didn't even say anything. I'm not even carrying around my DSA card, and they'll be like, "Those damn socialists are trying to infiltrate the building trades. We're not gonna let them." And I'm sitting there going like, "Oh my god,
That's crazy."
no, that's nuts."
The trades? You mean the trades? The union? The collective labor?
I was like,
yeah,
yes.
people are so brain broken. Like, yeah, I know, and we've got to like show them the light, I guess, or something.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, I wanted to say is that when you actually have conversations with these folks, I mean, besides, and not that I'm diminishing this, these are issues that we also have to deal with. Like when you can put to the side their racism, their homophobia, like all these things, they actually have socialist values, right?
How many times have you said that?
Unfortunately, it's like because of these other things, and I this is why I think it's out of fear, and I think it's also out of, you know, the right is so great at being able to like really depict an enemy, because in that way, if you're saying, you know, it's the gays' fault or it's the immigrants' fault, they're the ones taking your jobs, then you are not paying attention to the fact that the people that actually have power, which is capitalists, are screwing you over. And so now, because you feel that you have the power to punch down to other workers, you don't feel as bad about your life and your life that is consistently being worsened because of the people that have all the money and that have all the power.
Well, to take from the right wingers to steal from them, it's the tyranny of low expectation, because these people can't they can't dream of anything better. So it's like I can never punch up because I can go nowhere. So the only thing I can do is punch down. And it's like, I think it's about finding the chink in that, like the armor of brain brokenness, the armor of like right-wing propaganda, and just firmly like planting your wedge in there and just slamming it. So with the NASCAR guy, first thing I'm gonna talk about with the NASCAR guy, I'm like, you know how the sport got started? It was bootleggers who were running liquor and they hate the cops. What are we talking about? Or I'll dox myself a little bit. I work for the fire department. I've had this conversation at work. I go, and they'll be talking about, you know, I don't like communist socialism, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I'm a commie. And I'm like, do you know why you work? This engine house you work at is called a fire company. You ever wonder why it's called a company? And I talk about, because people used to have fire insurance. And then we figured out if a fire is raging and those people don't have fire insurance and the fire company doesn't put it out, it goes over to your house next. So now we had to decide that everybody, no fire insurance is needed. If there's a fire, we're not asking how much what your credit score is. We're not asking how much you make, how much you gave. We're putting it out so it doesn't burn down your house next. And it's just finding that wedge of just common human decency and just slamming it and slamming it again.
Yeah. And it is really also kind of crazy when you also think about the union component and this sort of like anti-communism that exists in the American labor movement. I mean, regardless of whether, you know, it's contradictory or it's wrong, and a lot of leftists will like not hesitate to point all that stuff out. It kind of doesn't matter if you don't do anything about it. So like, how do you get into that space and how do you operate in such a way that you can actually make it better, rather than, you know, being the critic and basically saying, oh, this is all wrong, this is all effed up, and this is, you know, whatever it is, and, you know, that's the way it's always going to be. And that's how I feel about unions. That's how I feel about organizations like DSA. That's how about the Democratic Party. Like, and again, on the American left, when it comes to like the project of like building any kind of power, like you do have to have this. You're essentially in a handicap match. You're fighting against two opponents. One of them is the demon that like wants to just destroy anybody that's not like a billionaire. It actually doesn't really matter that much to them, you know, what their identity stuff is. But then also you have the woke barbarians in the Democratic Party as well.
The woke barbarians.
Woke barbarians. No, they are. They will defend the status quo to the death. Like,
they just did it again.
It's Weimar Germany for sure.
They just did it when it came to and I bring it up again, the government shutdown. When they give up everything, they're essentially operating. I mean, I hate to be, you know, the uniparty or whatever, but like they did literally operate in the interest of, like, the reason that Angus King came out like literally just a day or two ago to say, you know why I caved because I wanted to prevent the filibuster, which is I wanted to save the filibuster, which is the thing that prevents the Senate from doing anything ever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I mean, we're preaching, like, we all three agree here, and like, I'm preaching to the choir, but like, as crazy as I come off, to normies or whatever, like, I'd like to think I'm not unreasonable. Again, if I could hit the sock them button, I would. And like, my wife and I were just talking about this, it's like, oh yeah, get the guillotines for all the CEOs, and I'm like, yeah, but if we lived in a world to where, let's say, the Walton family, Walmart, and instead of making the top of the Walton family, instead of collecting a check that's 500 times or lower the guy who stocks shelves, if it was 25 times and that guy who stocked shelves didn't have to rely on public assistance and had and there was a chicken in every pot and a car in every garage and the house that you could afford without a 50-year mortgage,
50-year mortgage,
I would be okay with that. Yeah, we can still push for more, but like, let's start, I would be like, okay, like, let's start on just getting everybody a decent, reasonable standard of living. And to go back to the DSA thing, Jeff and I have talked about this all the time. Like, I'm not a member of the DSA anymore because it's like getting a bunch of leftists together is like herding cats. But Jeff and I used to always say, like, our local bar was called P-Rogues, and everybody would go after the DSA meetings. And so people be wilding out in DSA meetings. I'm like, is this the DSA meeting conversation, or is this a P-Rogues conversation?
Right.
Because we can all go there and get drunk on $3 Miller Lights and yell at each other and feel good about ourselves. But like, please don't waste people's time in this room. I will. It's like, what is your red line? Like, there are certain red lines, like electric fences, that I will not tolerate. But those things are realistic. And if we're moving in a direction that I don't 100% agree with, but I can see that there's like good faith intent behind it, I will move in that direction. I will put that, like, that's probably the old like Marine in me. Like a well-laid, there was a maxim in the Marine Corps that would say, like, hey, a plan that is a bad plan that's executed with zeal has a chance to succeed, to where the best laid plan that's executed with no zeal and no heart has zero chance to succeed.
Yeah.
What do you think? No,
Well,
what do you think, Alex?
Well, I think you should join DSA again because of what
you right. You stole me.
Because
I'm an easy sell.
You just said it. I mean,
I'm the guy at the car lot that needs a car. Yeah, I'm an easy sell, man.
You responded. You answered the reason, right? I mean, yes, it sucks. Like, don't trust me. I went to the national convention. I like the first 5 minutes. I was like, what the heck is this? This is I can't cuss, so I'm not going to. But just I'll tell you right now. If I could, I would be cussing because it was insanity. It was so insane. And I mean, there was moments where I was like, I am done, right? And I was like, no, hold on. I can feel my feels and still understand that in order for there to be change, I have to be in these positions where it is difficult. This is why also, like, organizing, like, it sucks. I spoke to UCLA labor class last Wednesday, and I spoke to a Cal State Dominguez Hills class 2 days ago, yesterday. And, some of the students talking about how, like, they're organizing their workplaces, or like, oh, it's really difficult. It's like, yeah, it sucks. It was one of the worst times of my life when we were organizing. And it was also one of the best. And it was because we need to get, I think, as people, used to doing hard things. And I'm not sure if it's ever going to get easy, but we have to do it. Like, we have to, and one thing that I want to say that you were talking about, like, being able, like, the future, being able to buy, like, have a home, have a good job. I did there's someone on a training for this coalition that we're a part of that did an incredible, like, icebreaker that basically was like, imagine what your, like, utopian future would look like, right? And it was really incredible to hear people say different things, like, what would it look like? And then someone volunteered and said, like, well, police would be a lot, they would be held accountable, and it would be much more just, etc. And the facilitator, who's this incredible Black woman, says, in your future there would be police, and she brought it up in a way to be like, oh, she's like, just so we can have a moment to not always be in the defensive, but to think really creatively of like what the future would look like. And then that way we can have a North Star of what we should work towards, right? Because we're constantly on the defensive. We're constantly trying to fight so they don't roll back on the few rights that we do have. You know? So like I encourage, all of us, Jeff, Robert, we can do this, anyone who's listening, like have a couple of minutes, speak to someone about this. What will the future look like for you? Someone said today, I wouldn't get in debt for going to law school. I wouldn't get in debt for like I'd be able to afford a home. It's like maybe in the future, education would be free. Maybe in the future, housing would be free, right? Like how can we think of these things that allow us to just try to imagine a world that is not what it is now? Because so much of what we believe is limited by our capitalist realities.
Yeah.
No, I get you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, we got a couple minutes left.
We have a couple minutes left. We do need to kind of wrap it up. So any last word, Alex, and where can we find all of your beautiful work?
Yeah, thank you. I am on Instagram. I am on TikTok, also Blue Sky. I'm trying to dabble into YouTube. That scares me a little bit. But also, yeah, check out my article. I'd love to hear what your thoughts are. I'd like to write more. So yeah, make sure you check out my All Things Labor Substack, IG, TikTok.
I was about to say my wife is looking for Substacks. Like that's
Yeah.
I think she's like, I'm tired of being on Twitter. I need something that's actually not junk food to scroll. And she's like, I'm dead serious. She's like, I think I'm gonna get into the Substack thing. And I'm like, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, well,
check it out.
Well, when you do some more writing, you are absolutely welcome to come talk about it with us. Alex Quintero, thank you so much for joining us on Good Morning Comrade. And thank you to everybody for listening. This is WHIV-LP New Orleans 102.3. We love you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. I'm decorated for the Christmas. Yay! Oh yeah, welcome to Kristina's Corner. It's your girl. How we doing? I'm doing pretty good. My electricity came back on. We paid the bill. It's great. A lot has happened. A lot has happened. It's Wicked for Good week. 2 more days until I see the movie. I've been waiting a year for this moment. The Epstein files got released. All but one voted. Yes, which I find highly sus. There's no way in hell we're gonna learn truth even when they get released. Paramount, Skydance, whatever the hell, they're probably gonna buy Warner Brothers. Is either that, Comcast, or Netflix. Shoot me. Also, we're gonna learn about Epstein's brother. Yes, Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein had a brother named Mark who was very anti-Trump and has a lot of tea to spill. So we're gonna go over that. And also, today's the anniversary. It's been 47 years since the Jonestown massacre happened. Yesterday on my Twitch stream, we watched and went over it, and everyone was impressed because I am a Jonestown amateur expert. Because I did a thesis on it in college, arguing that it was a mass murder, not a mass suicide. And within the last decade since I made that thesis paper, more and more people agree it was mass murder, not a mass suicide. No way in hell someone could get over 900 people, a third of them children, another third senile elderly people, to commit suicide. So I'm glad that, that's, changes are finally being made about that. But I have something to share with you guys, because there is a podcast featuring, because I interviewed a lot of survivors, people who escaped that day, who witnessed what happened. A little thing called a podcast. I'm going to put it in the chat, called Black Jonestown. And one thing that doesn't get much attention are the victims of Jonestown, who were predominantly black and female. They did the whole like study breakdown of the demographics, and most of the people who died on the Jonestown massacre were women of color. So I want to play the trailer for this podcast, because the first episode dropped, so you can watch at your own leisure. So I'm excited, because I've interviewed Leslie Wagner Wilson a few times. So we're gonna, let's see, get that. Actually, let me see. Actually, I think I'm worried about it being on YouTube, so I want to see if I'm friends with her on Facebook. Maybe she has the trailer up on her Facebook page. See. Here we go. Yay, I found it. Okay.
And lose everything in return. 911 souls rotting in the soil. 305 children murdered. Jim Jones didn't come to save Black America. He came to take from it. Why did they join? Listen to stories from beyond the grave and from those that are still living. Inez Wagner was a successful businesswoman. When her daughter struggled with addiction, she turned to People's Temple for hope. What she found was Jim Jones. She gave everything. 2 homes, a thriving business, her trust. Black women in People's Temple bankrolled his empire, funding both the church and Jonestown. They came seeking safety, but found a prison. Black Americans escaping injustice in the U.S. were promised heaven, but walked into hell. We were fighting the oppressor, not knowing the oppressor was Jim Jones, with his white accomplices. It has to be told, while I'm alive to tell it. Jones was a grifter, a con man, a thief, a rapist, a criminal, and an abuser.
Who does that sound like? Who does that sound
We'll
like?
expose the abuse of children, follow the money trail, uncover the political connections that shielded him, and reveal the manipulation and the grift that fueled it all.
And you know what else they say about my people? The polls. They say, I have the most loyal people. Did you ever see that? Where I could stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody and I wouldn't lose any voters, okay? It's like incredible.
Charisma, obedience, delusion. Sound familiar?
Mm-hmm. I've been calling it for 10
This
years
is not
now.
just history. It's a reckoning. You've heard some of it, but never like this. This is Black Jonestown.
Oops. So yeah, that is a podcast I'm looking forward to doing a deep dive on. I still can't believe something like that had happened. And the fact that the matter is, there are some Jonestown survivors to this day who are pro-Trump because they were young when they escaped or lived through it, but also too they were white. And it's usually somewhat like the younger Jonestown survivors. Some of them are very much pro-Trump because they feel like what they lived through Jonestown is what socialism actually is like, which is not true. So I'm glad that someone like Leslie is making a podcast doing a deep dive into the people of Jonestown, that have definitely been forgotten about, which is the majority Black families and what happened to them. Also, too, if you want to explore more about Jonestown, this is where I got a lot of my info from. Let's see. This is actually when I was doing my research paper, arguing that it was a mass murder. I interviewed Tim Carter, who was there, who witnessed his wife and son getting poisoned. I interviewed Stephen Jones, Jim Jones' only biological son, who wasn't there that day, but he tried to stop events in Georgetown, where their headquarters was. Basketball saved him and his other brothers' lives that day. Unfortunately, his other siblings were in Jonestown, and they and nieces and nephews too, so they didn't, it was not good. Also, to a lot of people on my stream yesterday were rather surprised about all this footage. They're like, who filmed all these, all this footage on the last 24 hours of Jonestown? I'm like, NBC came. So you can literally look up Jonestown NBC footage on YouTube, and it's like hours of footage. But I've been the one making the comparisons between Jim Jones and Donald Trump for years. I deserve the credit, guys, But anyway, so let's talk about Jeffrey Epstein. I still have a cough, unfortunately. So we got some news that surprised a lot of us, which means something doesn't seem right. House votes overwhelmingly to force release of Epstein files, sending to Senate, except for Clay Higgins of Louisiana. His excuse was very stupid. The House voted overwhelmingly in favor of a bill Tuesday to force the Justice Department to publicly release its files on the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. A remarkable display of approval for an effort that has struggled for months to overcome opposition from President Donald Trump and Republican leadership. We know a lot of shit's gonna get redacted though when they release the files. Like, all names of people are gonna get redacted, so it's gonna be like, who the fuck are they talking about doing this to this and doing this to that, But a small bipartisan group of House lawmakers introduced a petition in July to maneuver around House Speaker Mike Johnson's control of which bills reached the House floor. It appeared a long-shot effort, especially as Trump urged his supporters to dismiss the matter as a hoax. Both Trump and Johnson failed in their efforts to prevent the vote. Now the president has bowed to the growing momentum behind the bill and even said he will sign it if it also passes the Senate. The bill passed 427-1, with the only no vote coming from Clay Higgins, a Louisiana Republican who's a fervent supporter of Trump. He also chairs a subcommittee that initiated a subpoena on the Justice Department for the Epstein files. Tuesday's votes further show the pressure mounting on lawmakers and the Trump administration to meet long-held demands that the Justice Department release its case files on Epstein, a well-connected financier who killed himself in a Manhattan jail while awaiting trial in 2019 on charges he sexually abused and trafficked underage girls. Trump had Epstein killed. Francesca Fiorentini was so right to get on that immediately. These women have fought the most horrific fight that no woman should have to fight. Wait. These women have fought the most horrific fight that no woman should have to fight, and they did it by banding together and never giving up, said Marjorie Taylor Greene as she stood with some of the abuse survivors outside the Capitol Tuesday morning. That's what we did by fighting so hard against the most powerful people in the world, even the President of the United States, in order to make this vote happen today. Added Greene, a Georgia Republican and longtime Trump loyalist. Not anymore. They broke up. How's my Southern accent, guys? I know you're all thinking, you grew up in South Carolina. How come you struggle to do a proper Southern accent? I don't know. A separate investigation conducted by the House Oversight Committee has released thousands of pages of emails and other documents from Epstein's estate, showing his connections to global leaders, Wall Street power brokers, influential political figures, and Trump himself. In the United Kingdom, King Charles III stripped his disgraced brother, Prince Andrew, of his, I still like to call him Prince Charles. It's weird, he's king. Prince Andrew of his remaining titles and evicted him from his royal residence after pressure out over his relation with Epstein. Pushing for more accountability, the survivors of Epstein's abuse cast the current effort in Congress as a step towards accountability for Epstein's crimes after years of government failure under multiple presidential administrations. Trump's reversal on the Epstein files. Trump has said he cut ties with Epstein years ago, but tried for months to move past the demands for disclosure. On Monday, he told reporters that Epstein was connected to more Democrats and that he didn't want the Epstein files to detract from the great success of the Republican Party. I don't know, dude. I don't know. Still, many Republican base have continued to demand the release of the files. Adding to that pressure, several survivors of Epstein's abuse rallied outside the Capitol Tuesday morning. Butler and Jack is against a November chill. What November chill? Oh, wait, this is Washington, D.C. Probably colder than it is down here. It's warm. And holding photos of themselves as teenagers, they recounted their stories of abuse. We are exhausted from surviving the trauma and then surviving the political conflicts that surround it, said Jenna Lisa Jones, one of the survivors. She added that she voted for Trump, but had a message for the president. I beg you, Donald Trump, please stop making this political. Good luck with that. The group of women also met with Johnson and rallied outside the Capitol in September, but have had to wait months for the vote. That's because Johnson kept the House closed for legislative business for nearly 2 months and also refused to swear in Democratic Rep. Adelita Grijalva of Arizona during the government shutdown. After winning a special election on September 23rd, she had pledged to provide the crucial 218th vote to the petition for the Epstein Files bill, but only after she was sworn into office last week could she sign her name to the discharge petition to give it a majority support in the 435-member House. Wait, who was absent to vote today? That's like 7 people missing. Makes you wonder who didn't show up to work today. It quickly became apparent the bill would pass and both Johnson and Trump began to fold. Trump on Sunday said Republicans should vote for the bill. Yet Green told reporters that Trump's decision to fight the bill had betrayed his Make America Great Again political movement. It's one of the reasons behind her prominent split with the president. Watching this turn into a fight has ripped MAGA apart, she said. How Johnson is handling the bill. That sounds like a euphemism for something. How's Johnson handling the bill? For those who don't know, Johnson is a euphemism for penis, okay? Okay, anyway. Rather than waiting until next week for the discharge position to officially take effect, Johnson is moving to hold the vote under a procedure that requires a 2/3 majority. But Johnson also spent a morning news conference listing off problems that he sees with the legislation. He argued the bill could have unintended consequences by disclosing parts of the federal investigations that are usually kept private, including information on victims. Just redact the victims' names. Don't redact the pedophiles. Simple. Easy peasy lemon sneezy. I don't know why this is such a... Oh, we got worried about victims. You have no problem redacting names. Just redact their names. Don't redact or hide the predators, the accused. Come on. Ugh. This is a raw and obvious political exercise, Johnson said. God, this sounds weird when he says it. Still, he planned to vote for the bill. None of us want to go on record in any way be accused of not being for maximum transparency, he added. All right. Meanwhile, House Democrats celebrated the vote as a rare win for the minority. It's a complete and total surrender because as Democrats, we made clear from the very beginning. What? The survivors and American people deserve full and complete transparency as it relates to the lives that were ruined by Jeffrey Epstein, said House Democrat leader Hakeem Jeffries. You from the beginning of what? I mean, you could have done this when Biden was in office. Whatever. What will the Senate do? It's not clear how the Senate will handle the bill. Senate Majority Leader John Teene has previously been circumspect when asked about the circumspect. I want to say circumcised so bad. About the legislation, said he trusted the Justice Department to release information on the Epstein investigation. But what the Justice Department has released so far under Trump was mostly already public. The bill would go further, forcing the release within 30 days of all files and communications related to Epstein, as well as any information about the investigation into his death in federal prison. Information about Epstein's victims or continuing federal investigations will be allowed to be redacted. See? Fine. Do that. But not information due to embarrassment, reputation, harm, or political sensitivity, includes any government official, public figure, or foreign dignitary. Okay, well, yeah, okay, cool. See, why are Republicans so worried about, like, the victims' names are going to get redacted? I mean, the fact that Woody Allen's stepdaughter / wife is in the files? I'm just saying, y'all. Johnson also said he wants to see the Senate amend the bill to protect the information of victims and whistleblowers. I'm pretty sure they're going to do that. But whistleblowers, But the bipartisan pair who sponsored the bill, Reps Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna, warned senators against doing anything that would muck it up and said they would face the same public uproar that forced both Trump and Johnson to back down. We needlessly dragged this out for 4 months, Massey said, adding that those raising problems with the bill are afraid that people will be embarrassed. Well, that's the whole point here. Bingo. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yep, that's right. That's right. True words have never been said. I, for one, am excited because we get to see the squirming and like, it's gonna be so good. Ooh. Let's see if there's any. I want to find the Daily Show clips with Jon Stewart from last night. Trump's losing his voice, y'all. It's so good. I'm loving it. He's like, I can't talk. He's like, I lost my voice because I was talking about trade deals with Venezuela or whatever. And I'm like, what? Are you bombing them right now, dude? I'm sorry, but like, it's just funny to me. It's just funny to me. Oh. Anyway, anyway, can't show that. That sucks. God damn it. This is why Twitch is so much better. Anyway, so I want to talk about the fact that Warner Brothers, they had a really, really, really good year, right? They released the most hits seen in recent years from a film studio, even after having some flops the year before. But you know what? Let's keep talking about the Epstein thing before I get to that, because did y'all know Jeffrey Epstein had a brother? I know. I was shocked too. I'm like, brother, what? Was he involved too? Apparently he wasn't. but he knows a lot of stuff. So Jeffrey Epstein's brother claims he heard from a pretty good source that Epstein files are being scrubbed of Republican names. Jeffrey definitely had dirt on Trump, Mark alleged in an interview with News Nation. News Nation, the land of misfit pundits. If you got fired from a major news, channel, NBC, CBS, MSNBC, Fox, you go to News Nation. They'll take you. They'll take Chris Cuomo. They'll take Bill O'Reilly. They'll take... I forgot who else has their own shows there, but whatever. Oh, that's his brother? They look nothing alike. That's weird. Anyway, Mark Epstein has claimed that the files on his late brother, convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, are allegedly being edited to remove names of Republicans. In a phone interview with News Nation on Monday, November 18th. Wait. You mean November 17th? That's an error, People Magazine. Focus. Mark claimed he had been told by an unnamed source that names of conservative politicians were being redacted from the long-awaited Epstein files. Mark's comments come shortly after President Trump encouraged House Republicans to vote to release the files, a shocking reversal from his previous options to do so. Mark claimed that the Trump administration's sudden shift is because the files are being edited so that they are no longer incriminating for Republicans in power. I've been recently told the reason they're going to be releasing the files and the reason for the flip is that they're sabotaging these files, Mark said. And alleged that the Trump administration officials are scrubbing the files to take Republican names out. This is the one conspiracy theory that I totally believe. That's what I was told by a pretty good source, he said. Also, during the interview, Mark alleged that his brother had compromised the information about Trump in 2016, the year Trump was running for his first term in office. Mark claimed Jeffrey told him around that time that the information he had on the candidates would be damning enough to cancel the election. Why didn't you do it then, Jeff? He didn't tell me what he knew, Mark said, but Jeffrey definitely had dirt on Trump. Yeah, your pedophile, sex trafficking brother would definitely have dirt on people that he was also giving sex trafficking to. Mark's comments come after months of public scrutiny of the Trump administration for delaying the release of the files related to Jeffrey's crimes and death and increased calls for transparency. Multiple reports since Trump's second inauguration claim that the president's name appears in the files. I mean, they have. There are Drop Site News and Zateo have like categories for the freaking files to say, oh, if you want to look at Trump, here's all the Trump stuff. If you want to look at Clinton, here's all the Clinton stuff. Fucking Stephen Hawking, he's in there too. What was he doing on that island? Like what was he doing on that? Like, what, dude, you never mind. I'm not gonna say anything that might sound offensive. Jeffrey and Trump had a documented friendship for years prior to the disgraced finance arrest in Dow. Jeffrey was arrested in July of 20. It's like they're calling just whatever. Jeffrey was arrested in July 2019 and charged with 1 count of sex trafficking of minors and 1 count of conspiracy to engage in sex trafficking of minors. Feel like he should be like doing more than 1 count, but Alan Dershowitz over here, like he only was guilty of doing 1 thing, and that doesn't seem like it was that bad. Like 1 month later, while he was awaiting trial at a Metropolitan Correctional Center in New York City, Jeffrey died in apparent suicide. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. It ain't happening. Like. I'm just saying, guys, we're doomed. Like, they're not going to release the full truth. Which sucks. Also, I'm already, like, my TikTok algorithm is showing me people, like, filming, like, their screenings of Wicked for Good because some idiots were lucky to see it before me. And I'm like, scroll. I can't see. I don't want to look at it. No. I want to be surprised. Yeah, I've seen the musical. I know what happens, but I want to be surprised. Because there's going to be new stuff. There's going to be more Wizard of Oz stuff added into the second half of Wicked for Good. There's a lot of plot going on in the movie in Act 2. Anyway, so let's get to what I really hate the most. Paramount. You all know recently that most of our media is now being owned by pro-Trump billionaires. I mean, our TikToks, our fucking CBS. Oh, that's my cat's head. Okay. It's not looking good for like telecommunications. This is all Bill Clinton's fault. I mean, started with the Reagan getting rid of the fairness doctrine, but then Bill Clinton was like, let's have like 3 media conglomerates and that's it. Especially now that, the funding for, corporations for public broadcasting is pretty much non-existent. Yay. Anyway. So, apparently, this is a thing. Paramount Skydance denies that its Warner Bros. Discovery bid involves Arab sovereign wealth funds. Ooh, they in trouble. Update. Paramount Skydance has denied a Variety report that the company was forming an investment consortium with the sovereign wealth funds of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Abu Dhabi to submit a bid for Warner Brothers Discovery. The information Variety published is categorically inaccurate. Excuse me. A rep for Paramount Skydance said in a statement, "This is a confidential process, which we respect, and as such will not be commenting until the process is over." Oh, man. Variety, citing anonymous sources, previously reported the Allison family, which owns 100% voting control in Paramount Skydance, was putting together a $71 billion bid for Warner Bros. Discovery in conjunction with funds from 3 Arab countries: Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund, the Qatar Investment Authority, and the Abu Dhabi Investment Authority. The board of Warner Bros. Discovery has set a November 20th deadline for initial bids. Please, dear God, do not just like Comcast buy it, because it'll be Universal, Good Ties, and whatever. From interest acquirers, which also include Comcast and Netflix. The board of Warner Bros. Discovery has previously rejected a $23.50 share offer from David Allison, who is the chairman and CEO of Paramount Skydance. Meanwhile, Comcast co-CEO Brian Roberts traveled to Saudi Arabia in late October to attend a conference in Riyadh hosted by the PIF, Variety confirmed. He also visited Qiddiya, where the country is building a theme park destination to scope out the area for a possible Universal park in the area. Interesting. But it's not known whether Roberts solicited investment backing from the Saudis for a Warner Brothers bid by Comcast. Reps for Warner Brothers Discovery and Comcast declined to comment. I don't know, guys. I do not like this at all. If Paramount, if Larry Ellison buys Warner Brothers, that also means CNN's news program is going to have a lot of drastic changes. I have a feeling that Bill Maher is going to be fine with it, because he's whatever now. Can't stand that man. But it's just so sad. I mean, like, there's really nothing for... I mean, this is the whole point of the space, though. I mean, there's really hardly any left-leaning media outlets out there. But I will say this. I mean, the Young Turks, they do as good as they used to ever since they did that weird pivot towards, like, oh, we can work with the right to accomplish our goals. Zateo, Mehdi Hassan's news organization, over 1 million Instagram followers, getting millions of views a month, hundreds of thousands of views, more, 500,000, like a week. Like, it's crazy. Like, people were craving something different, and the fact that TYT just decided to hold back and not move with the times by agreeing that transgender people should be able to, be themselves, and that homeless people deserve to have home and rights, and I just don't know. I mean, I haven't watched TYT in years unless there's like some drama that the Vanguard covers. Oh man. Fourth corporate sponsor? Oh Jesus Christ. Live from the Ply Market Studios. This is there's nothing in this this besides Coke, but like it's crazy. But what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I mean, it's fine. It's fine, but like oh hello. I don't know, it's just weird. It's just weird. I don't It's just amazing seeing all the new media popping up in the last year or so. Like it's fun, watching the Midori Report, Zateo News, watching stuff from Drop Site, More Perfect Union, The Space, my streams and stuff like that. But TYT got left behind. They really didn't want to I mean, there's a lot of stuff that there's a lot of stuff that I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I know that I can't say, but don't worry, guys. Hank Thompson is working on it for us, okay? But yeah, as people say, make the young Turks young again. Ooh, I got Wicked for Good news. What the fuck? Come on. What the hell? Why is it? Come on, Broadway world. Why can't I act as you? Yeah, but it's not enough to sustain them financially. So, in 2 days, I'm seeing Wicked for Good. Cannot wait. I wish the soundtrack would drop on Thursday instead of Friday. What am I gonna listen to when I get ready? When I put on my green no, I'm not wearing any green face paint. I should have dressed up as Glinda this time around. Anyway, sorry. Apparently, Wicked for Good is expected to take over the box office this weekend with a global opening of $200 million. If achieved, this will make the highly anticipated film the biggest ever opening for a Broadway musical adaptation, beating Wicked Part 1, I'm assuming. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. So, it's great. Anyway, oh, just a reminder tonight, guys. 8 p.m. Eastern, we're going over the long goodbye on Movie Night Extravaganza. That should be exciting. I can't wait. I get to do Letterboxd one-liners because Conan is on tour again. Ha. Ooh, it's getting dark real fast. I forgot. It's November. It gets dark real fast. Anyway, did you guys hear what about the Nicki Minaj thing? A lot of people were so surprised that she's like a Trump supporter, and I'm like, she's married to an actual like child sex offender. It does not surprise me one bit. One bit. Like at all, she would be pro-Trump. This is why when it comes to the rap battles of female rappers, Cardi B still stands on top. You know? She's the GOAT. Sorry. I mean, it's true though. She is the GOAT. Let me see something. Whoa. Oh, guys, did any of you watch this week's episode of Welcome to DERY? I'm so glad I don't wear glasses. Honestly, Marge had it coming. Marge had it coming, okay? Pennywise was like, yeah, I'm going to gaslight people into making Lily feel more isolated, but I'm going to also attack her fake friend, too. And make her gouge one of her eyes out. What? What is that? Oh, man. Sorry, I'm just seeing. Fuck. I'm sorry. I'm just seeing more wicked stuff on my TikTok. Anyway, oh, shit. Thanksgiving's next week, isn't it? I just realized that. Hey, wait a minute. Wait. You guys did not compliment my tree. I mean, granted, I need to get a new topper because this one doesn't light up, but my tree is so cute. And I got my little Grogu and my Merry Christmas neon. What? Okay, there we go. I also have a lot of my old Hallmark Christmas stuff that I gotta put batteries in because none of that shit works. Anyway. What? Okay. Sorry. I gotta get off the Wicked for Good TikTok algorithm. It's driving me nuts. Oh. Excuse me. Oh yeah. I forgot. Sorry guys, I'm so distracted. I need to catch up on sleep. I go to bed so late, but then I wake up early and it's like I need more sleep. Also, just a reminder, countdown in a month, sometime in December, Forrest and I are going to start our political pod, the Absurdity Space. I'm so excited. Forrest and I are doing a podcast together. It's going to be more successful than the movie podcast that we do together. Mark my words. Because he definitely has a knack for politics. Oh, man, I'm hungry. Ugh. Sorry. Anyway. This is crazy. Sorry guys, I'm very distracted right now. There's just way too much breaking news happening right now, and it's like I can't. It's crazy. Oh God. Okay. Yes, we're doing a show called The Absurdity Space. It's going to be featured on here, on this space. Forrest has been wanting to do a political podcast for years now. Oh, wait, Alex is in here. Yo. Alex, you want to come in? Come on in.
Hey.
Hey.
How's it going?
It's going. How did you watch
I did watch Welcome to DERY. Yes, she did deserve it.
Yeah.
It's a little wacky.
Oh shit. I saw Pennywise's reflection in her glasses too. I was like,
oh.
I
think Andy Muschietti. Is that the guy's name? No.
Yeah.
That's the director's name. He is very into I look at this monster I made, or look at this cool effect I did. Very like Sam Raimi in that way. And it takes away a little bit from the horror of it. It's more funny and fun.
Yeah.
but I don't mind that. I like that kind of stuff. I like schlock. So I like
it's
the
like
bug
it's like, oh
eyes
my
coming out and the saw blade. Like that was nuts.
yeah, a lot of people are like, why was she doing that? I'm like, because Pennywise was also possessing her to do that to her own eyes. Like,
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. And yes, we got a lot of crazy breaking news right now. Like
Also-
they're voting right now on the Epstein files.
Oh no, they did vote.
Oh yeah? Oh yeah.
Yeah, only-
Yes. Like it's
Clay
going to the
Higgins
Senate
is
now.
the
though.
only one who didn't vote. And he's like, privacy. He's Republican for Louisiana, who's also very pro-Trump. And it's like, what are you hiding in your hard drive?
Yeah. What's the guy's name?
Clay Higgins.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah.
That's so fucking funny. They got one. That's
Yeah.
terrible. But
Yeah.
only the past 2 days, Trump's been like, actually, yes, release them. And then Mike Johnson is like, he's always said release them. What are we talking about? I didn't make us go on vacation for 3 weeks and shut down the government over this.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, so another thing. Did you notice Dick Halloran's grin in the recent episode?
Yes.
That was Pennywise getting
Yeah.
into his head.
Absolutely.
So I was like, this is creepy. I don't like it.
It was like, he's tapping into something that's a little too much for him.
Yeah. The Neibolt house. I'm excited. I worry about Lily though. I'm like, is she gonna get lobotomized eventually? Like, I'm worried about that poor girl.
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
Pennywise really has it out for her.
Didn't you say that their plan is to do 3 seasons, each one 30 years before the last
Yeah,
one?
so it's gonna be interesting. A lot of people, I like, some characters are, because also too, I mean, Mike's dad, who's a kid in this, he dies in a fire, so it's almost predicting that scene in the river is predicting his, or the creek is predicting
Right.
his own demise. And I'm
Yeah,
like,
I did think about that. I was like, oh yeah,
I'm so sad.
yeah.
I don't like that.
But I'm digging the show.
We're gonna see Bill finally. Everyone's like, when are we gonna see Pennywise? When are we gonna see Pennywise? And it's like, dude, the whole point, he's not just the clown.
Yeah, but that's what everyone wants to see.
Yeah, everyone wants to see Bill Skarsgård. I don't blame you, but also it's been 35 years since the It miniseries premiered.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
it's a nice little anniversary.
Yeah. Love that. Love that. Also, this week, Thursday, I'm seeing Wicked for Good.
Very cool. Very cool.
I'm excited.
I thought I had it on my schedule that the Super Mario Galaxy trailer was only going to play before Wicked for Good. But it actually did come out a couple days ago. So I made a reaction to that on my channel.
Oh, nice.
But I was like, I remember back in the day when they would do that, like you have to go see, you have to be watching. I remember watching the OC. Anybody
God.
remember the show The OC?
Was it on MTV or something like that?
It was some, I think it might have been Fox or something, because they were going to play the first trailer for Revenge of the Sith during one of the ad breaks. And so I remember like actually watching that show for the one and only time just to see the trailer for Star Wars.
Yeah. Now it's like this trailer is going to be featured before this movie, and that trailer is going to be featured before that. It's funny. It's like, okay, but now with the age of the internet and all that, it's like,
yeah, it's gonna be like you're just gonna post it on YouTube and that's it. I don't have to go anywhere. It's
Yeah.
exclusive.
But yeah, I'm excited for Wicked for Good. I mean, I know I'm gonna like it, but before it's like that's bad juju. I'm like, shut up. I said I was gonna like the first movie before it came out. I've seen the musical. I know what happens.
It's not a bad
But I'm
surprise.
excited that they're gonna add more, like, because a lot of what's going on in like the second part of Wicked for Good is just the backdrop of like what's going on in the Wizard of Oz. Like,
Oh really? Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, because
when
I got a lot of that from the trailer.
Yeah, because I rewatched The Wizard of Oz, and I'm like, pay attention to Glinda, and everyone's like, she seems like watching it. They're like, in The Wizard of Oz, she seems so like indifferent to Dorothy. I'm like, yeah, she's like, I don't know what to do with this girl. I'm just gonna put her on this little, she could take the train to Oz. I did, but she's got to take a yellow brick road. Bye, Dorothy. Bye, Dodo. It's just that one road the whole time. Like, she don't care about that. And I feel like Ariana Grande channeled that in Glinda in this movie, which I'm seeing for like whatever clips they've shown. It's funny as hell. She even makes fun of Elphaba's laugh. I know where you got that from.
It feels like, again, this is a Wizard of Oz, but for me, watching the trailers for this one in particular, it feels like watching the trailers for like Rogue One, where it's like here's Vader and like all the stuff you remember from the original. Like you're gonna be able to finish this movie and then dovetail, go home and watch the original Wizard of Oz, like fucking Porky Pig over here.
And maybe even return to Oz. I mean, they said that they might do more wicked movies. I'm like, well, I mean, if Steven Schwartz can put music and lyrics to Gregor Maguire's other wicked novels, cool. Let's have a sequel about Alphaba's son and Alphaba when she's a child. Like, why not? Or a movie about the Cowardly Lion, because he does have his own book.
I didn't know there was more. More. That's crazy.
Yeah. Son of a Witch. Very creative. Very, very creative name for. I read that because it came out in like 2005. I was like, oh, let me read this.
Oh, that's so funny.
I remember reading Wicked after I saw the show. I was like, this is gonna be just like the show, and I was like, oh, what? Oh. I was like, this is too much.
Darker.
Very political. I mean, Gregor Maguire even broke down like all the different lands in Oz, like all the states and countries and what their politics were.
Hey, look, when you're writing, you can kind of get away with a lot more because just from reading comic books, there's a lot of like cutting, bleeding edge political stuff in these books that do not make it to adaptations of Batman or, Justice League or whatever.
Or you can like just I mean look at Twilight. You know how much fan fiction off of Twilight has been a success? 50 Shades of Grey. 55 Days. Like, it's so ridiculous. I'm like, as much as I like those books when I was like a teenager, it's like, God, Stephanie Myers has done so much bad for like our literature, like because everything or like Wattpad fan fiction where like it's like the Forever Tomorrow are based off of like Harry Styles and Taylor Swift fan fiction made for Netflix, and it's like, what?
Yeah, I mean, Netflix is really gobbling. Dude, Netflix spends so much money on shit that you don't even know exists. Like yesterday, I was watching a show called Call the Midwife, which is a BBC show. And there was an actor. So I was like, let me see. He looks familiar. Let me look at IMDb. Turns out he was in a show last year called Chaos, Kaos. I'm like, what is this? It's a Netflix original. It's big budget. It's about like the Zeus on the god of Olympus, like getting paranoid, whatever. It's a big budget thing with Jeff Goldblum in it and a bunch of special effects. And I'm like, I don't remember any press for this.
The Wizard?
Yeah, like it's just like it just comes and goes, and like, does it hit or not? We don't care. It's just content to us.
They might as well just do those stupid vertical dramas that I'm addicted to now. Like
vertical dramas. What's that?
So have you ever seen like those 1 minute clips? Okay, well, I don't know how to explain this, but vertical dramas, they kind of blew
Can
up
you
during
pull one
COVID.
up and show me?
Let's see. Well,
Are they too risque?
They're not risque. I mean, it depends on the studio, but let me
Are they like literally like vertical format, like for your phone?
Yes, they're vertical format, and they're like you have to pay like a few pennies, like it's like use like an hour and a half. Usually they're not the higher echelon of movies. It's a lot of the plots are the same. It's like it's like little character development, so much drama. It's literally like,
where are they? Are they on YouTube or is it TikTok?
Daily, I mean, they're on TikTok. The ads are on TikTok, Daily Motion.
Okay. This sounds like Quibi. Do you remember Quibi?
Yes, that's the whole point, because a lot of these companies, these studios are not being funded by like billionaires now. And it's like, let me actually, you know what? I can pull up the page of one from Instagram and just give you like a little taste of what it looks like.
Yeah.
My Dark Lord, Changed by Her Love and Dare reality show. Wait, reality show? What the fuck? Okay. Billionaire blackmail, falling for Tarzan. She came out of a coma after 7 years.
So they come in like multiple parts.
Yes.
And then if you want like the rest of it, you got to pay some kind of fee.
Yeah, you gotta keep paying because it's like every scene's like a minute long. It's so funny too, and it's used a lot of the same actors. Some of the younger stars have actually fallen in love while filming some of these. Escape from Mile Marker. The fuck.
I mean, this is
Scarlet
like
Seduction.
Hallmark Channel, or there's a channel on YouTube called Great American Family, which makes just like generic ass rom-com holiday movies. That's what this feels like. But I'm watching Succession for the first time, and this like it's sometimes it's a little too real, you know, because this is just them trying to get eyeballs. They don't, it doesn't matter what it is. We're pumping out our content to every I mean, we're doing the same thing. We're in competition with these multinational companies because everything's fair in the algorithm, you know, to an extent.
Yeah.
But you can come across in no particular order a movie trailer, a person talking about their breakup, an ad for makeup, just random shit. And so if they can get you hooked in like 1 second, like they remember they used to talk about our generation like that, like the TV generation, their attention spans are so short. Like, how do we grab them?
But now they have to explain what goes on in slop movies.
It's
now.
micro attention span now. Like it's insane. And
those vertical dramas do just that too. It's so funny.
For those of you who don't know, Quibi was a streaming service to try to get off the ground, where the whole idea was we're gonna make like short movies in like little bite-sized things, so you can, like, if you're standing in line at the bank, you can watch a TV show and catch up. And it never took off the ground. But I remember there was one with Rachel Brosnahan with the golden arm.
There was even one with Caitlin Olsen. It was Always Sunny because she got nominated for an Emmy, and she basically told her husband, Rob McElhenney, she's like, I got nominated for a show you didn't write.
That's really funny.
Yeah. One thing I want to do. I want to share it before I pop off. I want to share a TikTok now. Have you been following the dramas around the Michael Jackson biopic?
No, I just did a reaction trailer, and that's it. People
are mad. White personators are mad that they didn't cast a white man to play him, and I'm like, motherfucker, the first movie it ends at bad. So they're making fun of this one impersonator called Fabio Jackson. He's like, he literally has said that Michael got plastic surgery to make himself look like him. I'm like, but you're younger than him. Like, but this is sorry, but this is so fucking funny. Arrow's making fun of him, and rightfully so.
That surgery to look like me.
Oh my God, bro! You did not
let
say
me
that.
explain. I don't look like this, just surgery on my nose. Everybody gets them, even the Kardashians. I mean, the rest of this is just my natural vibe.
Okay, then what about the voice, the hair, the outfits?
Listen, all right, I can't help that. I can't help it. If I want to do, I wouldn't help it.
What are you doing right now?
My apologies. I was stimming. What I'm trying to say is, I can't help that I'm the kind of person Michael wanted to look like.
You look more like Sandra Bullock, bruh.
So what? A romantic comedy. It's so unfair. I mean, ever since that Michael trailer came out and I reacted to it, everybody's been so mean to me.
I mean, bro, you did say any actor of any race could play Michael Jackson.
Well, I mean, it's true. An actor should be able to play anything. And as someone who isn't an actor, I should know.
Are you a big Michael Jackson fan?
What gave it away?
Then you should know that Michael Jackson explicitly said he does not want a white man to play him.
Oh, Shimona.
When?
Ow!
What the fuck are you doing?
Showing you that I can do it too. I can be Michael as well.
Please, just stop.
But I just started something. I'm sorry. You know what? You're right. I should stop trying to be like Michael. I should stop being so salty. From this,
you see the Ariana Grande impersonator. She's worse.
Here, bro. How are you gonna start doing that?
Gonna make a change.
Oh my God.
For once in my life.
This is so stupid.
Please, babe, please.
Nah, this is too weird, man.
Put me in the movie.
I mean, it's crazy because immediately I'm like, this is ridiculous. This is funny, whatever. And then for a split second at the end, I'm like, they really could put him in the movie if they wanted to. Like, if he had such a big following that they were like, well, If we do put him in the movie and he talks about that he's in the movie, it will maybe guarantee us all these people coming to see Minecraft, like the Minions, like these meme movies, Morbius. Even remember, like people went to go see Morbius out of irony, and then
when it came out
Sony was like, "Ooh, we could play on this and release it in theaters again," and nobody came because people aren't that interested in seeing a bad fucking movie to make fun of it.
It's just funny to me. I mean, more people are calling out like these. Like, there's a difference between being a celebrity impersonator like Elvis Presley or even doing Donald Trump. But when you like live as that person, it's like an Ariana Grande lookalike who got so much surgery to make herself look like Ariana to the point where she follows her in every phase of her career. So she looks like Glinda right now. The blonde hair, the eyebrows, the dimples. It's weird. She actually has an OnlyFans where she acts as Ariana Grande, and I'm like, what? That's weird. Please don't.
Yeah, that is weird. That's an old thing that's been going on forever since pornography existed. People would, whoever looked like a popular celebrity at the time, would name themselves something similar, whatever. But in this day and age of like plastic surgery and like deep fakes, I could see celebrities getting like litigious as well. They should. Some people, like, this is my brand. Like, you're siphoning my brand for something that I'm not part of, or like I don't know. That's very weird. But yeah, all this shit. Like I said, I've been watching Succession, and we're gonna get into it with Dieter and John Ross next.
I'm gonna be heading out now, guys, but I'll be back at 8 p.m. Eastern to go over the long goodbye. Sorry, Elliot Gould, which according to a lot of people on Letterboxd, he's a good-looking Jew, and I'm like, little anti-Semitic, but okay, whatever. Anyway, guys, bye.
Take care, Kristina. Hello. Welcome to Devil's Advocate Productions. On this space, I talk about movies, TV, video games, music, and politics, and whatever else I want to talk about. And today, I got some special guests, one of which I often guest with on Wednesdays, Dieter McBusiness from American World.
Hey, how are you guys? How are you, Alex?
John Ross.
John.
Of Kansas
What's
City.
up?
What's going on, guys? Dieter, I just kind of realized like I never actually had you on Tuesday, my show.
Oh, yeah.
With you,
whatever.
Hey, why'd you come
no,
on?
I was psyched. I caught the end of your last show, and I'm psyched to talk today about Succession because that shit hits really close to home for me.
I'm sure.
And I'm going through some shit with my family now that's actually very timely and relevant to this discussion. So I'm thrilled for the opportunity to comment and offer insight into what it's like to be part of the 1% and the sociopathy and the absence of empathy that defines the personalities of the 1%, the effect that wealth has on people's ability to interact with others in a healthy way, in a empathetic way. And ultimately, I think the reluctance for a lot of people when they see a show like Succession is they're constantly at odds. Is this evil or is this just dysfunctional? Is this evil or is this dysfunctional? It's evil.
Yeah.
It's evil. Logan Roy was an evil father who pit his kids against each other for the sick entertainment of his own ego. And I'm looking forward to hearing what you guys have to say. But that's my thesis when it comes to that show. Is that was the biggest thing that he did that I think was really subtle and implicit over the course of the show. Was this sick fuck who had all the money in the world got more joy out of having his kids compete over his love and attention than anything he could buy or do with his power.
Yeah. I mean, I just finished, there's 4 seasons. I just finished season 3 literally minutes before jumping on.
Oh, good.
So no spoilers for the last season. But John Ross, have you seen Succession? What do you think of it as a cultural kind of show?
I will be quite honest. I have heard of it, but I have not seen it. And this is one of those.
Oh, good. Well, but I'm glad you didn't said so, because we'll make sure we don't disclose certain things.
Yeah.
And we'll make it mostly about the themes and points and insights offered. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm basically coming into this conversation freshly new.
That's okay.
Good.
That's where I was.
That's not to say that I've never heard of the show. Of course,
yeah,
I have.
I've heard of it, and I was like, you know what? I need a new show to watch while I'm alone or doing something, and let me just throw this on. I've heard great things. It's all finished, so I don't have to like wait for new episodes to come out, whatever. So let me get this started. Boy, is it ever prescient, especially right now with this vote on the Epstein files. Like, yes, of course, like we're not going to too specifically spoil anything, but like it is about corporate America. It is about really, apparently, I looked up the background of the show. It was originally conceived as a show about the Murdochs, and then they kind of expanded it to just be kind of.
Yeah, it's a 3. So let me comment on that real quick. It's a 3-way combination of the Murdochs as the foundation of like their empire and why they're so rich. But then you've got the influence of the Trump family as well as the Redstone family, who was also another very successful media entrepreneur.
Who the Redstones?
We're talking like Sumner Redstone.
Yes,
the late Sumner Redstone,
CBS guy.
Yeah, Viacom.
Yep.
All right, interesting. So it makes sense. Like they're running a media empire, and there's some sexual harassment allegations at one point, and now we got them coming out and voting to, at least the House did, voting to release the Epstein files. I we'll see what the Senate does, but I don't see how, like, even if they both vote to do it, Trump just be like, no. Or, he's kind of already in the last couple days been saying like, well, yeah, actually release it. It's Bill Clinton and Larry Summers. Like, these people need to get in trouble for all the bad things they've done. I always hated Epstein. Like, I was never friends with him. What are you talking about? I kicked him out. And Mike Johnson on the floor of the House just being like, yeah, no, of course, we have full support to vote for this and release them. You think they spent this time during the government shutdown and the multiple vacations that Mike Johnson has made Congress go on, that they tried to like scrub everything and release another kind of redacted form of these emails?
I mean, the conservatives are going to find a way to sidestep this no matter what. I mean, just never underestimate the ability for conservative idiots, bullies, and cowards to live in a state of constant denial. And I'm not an idiot. I'm not the bully. I'm not the white trash problem. Yeah, you are. Go ahead, John.
It's a case of deflection, basically.
Yes. To
kind of scapegoat. Oh, wait a minute. Of course we all know we're not all idiots here. We know that Trump's in the Epstein files. I mean, this has been what, a decade? It's like exactly, it's like and trying to recuse himself or excuse himself from any guilt or any responsibility from explaining.
Yeah, right? I mean, like this, he's going after Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah,
she's coming after him about this. One, because she's a conspiracy theorist and was totally into QAnon, so this is what she's all about. But also strategically, she wants to run for governor. Trump doesn't want her to, and she's mad about it.
Anybody, I talk to you.
right? I talk to anybody. We'll see what happens.
Her life could be in danger because of the rhetoric.
Her life is in danger. Who's that?
Marjorie Taylor Greene, she says.
Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't think her life is in danger. Frankly, I don't think anybody cares about her. Okay.
Like, again, she's been coming out and being like, "Hey, I'm getting death threats and whatnot," and like, yeah,
He
I'm
doesn't
sure
care.
you are. He doesn't care. Of course not.
He doesn't care if she got killed.
No.
He didn't care. He
You see
didn't
him
care about
stop
Charlie
smiling?
Kirk. He didn't care about Charlie Kirk getting killed.
No,
he didn't care. It was They asked him about it, like, "How are you holding up?" "Oh, well, the ballroom's coming along." They asked him.
Yeah,
he's evil. He's an
It's a
evil
deflection.
sociopath.
Again, it's a deflection. Basically, he
Yeah.
doesn't want to hold himself responsible for anything. And
So in
he's been in
psychological
power for
terms,
10
they call that I don't. That's all. That's also a psychological term, but the quintessential pattern of a sociopath is to deny and project.
Yep.
So I'm not the problem. She's the problem.
Yeah.
Like, no, you were the fucking pedophile, dude. You were the rapist. And now this is something that I'm encouraging all leftists to stick in the face of every MAGA trash motherfucker that's in their life.
Yeah.
And say, "You're defending a pedophile, fuck you and die." And I'm encouraging everything. I'm going through something personally with my family now where I'm just trying to get them out of my life.
Yeah.
I've had it. These people a lot won't let go of the narcissism that convinces them that they're right and they're righteous. And that's the recipe for evil. The most important lesson I learned in film school about storytelling, okay, is that the bad guy doesn't think he's the bad guy. The bad guy thinks he's the good guy. So Trump has made it up because he comes from privilege, a surreal level of privilege, that he is incapable of doing anything wrong. And people have been telling him that he's great his whole life. And so there's no window. I can't possibly be the problem. Look at how wealthy I am. Look at how many jobs I've created. Look at all the golf courses that I've built and all the fabulous, famous friends that I have.
He's got that what we call it, that celebrity privilege welled into his head.
Celebrity sociopathy, man.
Yeah.
Call it what it is. Celebrity sociopathy. It is a lack of a conscience.
Yeah, remember a
People
couple years
do
ago
not
they tried
empathize.
to define it as like affluenza, like affluent, like a sickness of having too much money. I mean, first of all, I just wanted to point out that Zateo has all the files released last week in a nifty little website here. So if you wanted to go check them out, you can.
Yeah, Zateo's great, man.
Zateo's doing
amazing.
good shit.
Oh, yeah,
They laid this whole document.
Holy shit.
But yeah,
we could spend the whole hour just going through the entire documents.
But it's not going to tell us. It's not going to tell us anything we don't already know.
Yeah, aside from like the rumor now that he blew Bill Clinton, which is hilarious, and I don't care if it's true. It's like the couch fucker thing with JD Vance. Like I don't care. Just use it and make fun of them with it. It doesn't matter.
Just
like,
poke fun.
Bully them. Fuck them. But yeah,
because they're all in the same social.
Well, that's one thing. Stick a pin in that, Alex, because I want to maybe spend the last 10 or 15 minutes talking about bullying them back.
Yeah.
Because I think a lot of leftists are struggling with that part of this conflict, and they're naive about what's required to defeat this enemy.
Yeah, I think it's to turn to another subject for a moment.
Yeah.
Bill Maher, old motherfucker, liberal
Cringy,
in name only, cringy, very cringy.
Yeah.
And
like old, like not to sound ageist, but very old.
Yes.
He's he's got boomer politics.
He's got boomer politics and kind of losing it here. So this was from the last
hold our breath.
Bill
hold
Maher
our
show. And I just want to play the beginning of this clip.
Finally, Neural Democrats must recognize that Zohran Mamdani is the future of the party. Unfortunately, it's the Republican Party.
Wow.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Like,
what a piece of shit. What a
even
piece
get
of
his
shit.
own audience.
Cuck.
to
He's a
laugh.
fucking cuck. Like, full stop. It's like this is the clock should be ticking, honestly, on Mars relevance.
Well, I'm surprised that HBO still has him. I mean,
Yeah.
I thought HBO was like, I thought HBO's ethos was be the best. Like,
well, they're getting
we
chopped
only
up for parts. They're already
Yeah.
sold to Discovery, and now they're going to be resold to whoever buys them. Right now.
Skydance, maybe
Skydance
Paramount,
could be
Paramount.
Saudi Arabia. Like, who knows? But that's how Bill Maher's own audience is reacting to jokes. What about his comedy pals? He could always chop it up, with other comedians, right? He can still do that, obviously, on his podcast. Let's see with Patton Oswalt.
That's not what we started to teach, which was that every baby is, I don't know, let's not even put it on the birth certificate. That's what they wanted.
Were we teaching that?
Yes, we
When were
were
we teaching that?
Teaching it. It was a law here in California. See,
To teach what?
Don't put sex on the birth certificate. We'll see. Now we've passed that period now. We're
I
like,
don't. I'm sorry, I don't remember that. I mean,
I know because it doesn't get in the blue sky bubble.
Wait a minute, I'm not.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
I really think that's a lot of it. Is that some of this stuff doesn't get in to everybody's media.
I'm of a mind because I remember the African American community was always saying there's brutality from the cops. Everyone said, "Oh, that's ridiculous. Stop it. This is all myth." And then cops started wearing body cameras, and lo and behold, there's all this footage of violence towards black people.
There was
And
also a lot of footage of violence that they did on white people, but that didn't make it into videos. You see, nobody cared about that. Not that it excuses the other.
I'm just saying, whenever.
Okay, so they switch topics there in the middle, but I think the perfect dichotomy there, the Dieter dichotomy, is that Maher is in this world where he's getting, Daily Caller and Breitbart information, and he's talking to Ben Shapiro, and he's pals with these motherfuckers. Whereas Patton Oswalt, yeah, he's tapped in, but he's like, normie, kind of a little more lefty than liberal, but still kind of swimming in that pool. MSNBC.
Patton Oswalt's a very well-educated man and does
Yeah.
a lot of reading, and he reads a lot
Because he's playing dumb here. Like he knows where Bill
I think
Maher
he's
is
being
coming
polite.
from with that trans question. Yes, absolutely. He's being polite. But
hoping
he's
not
like
too
letting
polite.
him basically hang himself and being like,
Yeah.
what law? What do you talk? I don't remember that. I don't remember being
It's like, this is
mandated
why-
to tell people that we need
Bill
to
Maher,
not put a
Bill
sex
Maher
on
has
the birth
always been fixated on the trans issue, and he's always fixated on Muslims. He's always had an issue with Muslims, and I think he's a very ignorant guy. I think when he was young and hungry, he would do his own research and surround himself with people who were experts in areas that he was not an expert in, and now he's surrounded by a bunch of yes men. He's a victim of success.
Yeah, I think
he's
you're right.
He's just locked himself in this box for the last 10 years or however long. He's
No longer, you're right.
Locked himself longer into that HBO box for so long, and God only knows how long they'll tolerate him.
Because
before
like,
they've tolerated him so far.
Yeah,
HBO has no balls. HBO has no balls. They should have gotten
Zaslav-
rid of him a long time ago.
Zaslav is right wing. That's the guy who owns Discovery, who bought Warner
And
Brothers.
now
now fucking Scott Jennings is on CNN every goddamn day.
Mhm.
The fucking laughing scarecrow talking about just defending
And now,
every
and
right
now
wing
fast
point.
forward to Paramount Skydance. I mean, Barry Weiss is now running
HBO.
CBS, and it's like, yeah, we know that the shift in there has been changing for at least the last 5 years.
And I think this is where people, again, Patton Oswalt is a well-read man, knows what he's talking about, but just that image of him just being like, I don't know where are you getting your information? And even Bill Maher says or what he says to Bill Maher about the body cams. It's like, yeah, more media is now reaching us, and we're learning and seeing through facades. Actors could be aloof and only show up on talk shows and then never really say anything. go up, accept their award, thank you very much, leave. That's it. Then Twitter came along, Instagram came along, and you could choose to engage more with your audience. And a lot of people who did that saw big bumps in, people feeling more of a connection and going back and forth with them on Twitter and whatnot. Someone like Bill Maher is out of that loop and wanted to stay kind of insulated. And just in this, I got hired after Politically Correct got canceled on whatever it was, ABC. Yeah. And then HBO, hungry new network, looking to pick up talent, picked him up, basically gave him a cushy box that has been sitting in for the last 20-something years. He doesn't think he needs to learn or grow. He just needs to, comment. Bring this new stuff in before me, subjects, and then I will determine whether it's cool or not. New rule.
Yep.
I set the rules. I'm Bill Maher.
Rules. The narcissism. Yeah, the narcissism of the camera. Sometimes I wonder if this isn't so different from Anna Kasparian being on TV for so long.
Yeah.
Because she came in as young and hungry and had a lot of interesting insights to offer early on in her career, but that was over 10 years ago.
It was about
now
15 years,
and now she's just desperate for relevance, and she's talking with all these conservatives, and she's sold out the left so that she can stay on camera. I'm telling you guys, when your livelihood depends on your performance in front of a camera over time, unless you have a really good therapist and some spirituality in your life, you're gonna end up becoming a pretty grandiose narcissist. It's gonna happen unless you take preventative measures.
Yeah.
I also think a lot of these personalities, whether they be on television or the internet, I'm not going to tell you something you don't already know. I mean, a lot of it's money. They look at the big bucks, especially like people on the left, like the Bill Mahers, the Anna Kasparians of the world. They see the type of money that the Daily Wire or the Caller, Breitbart, Newsmax, they're making a shit ton of money, and there's just not a lot of that in left-wing money. Let's be real.
Yeah.
And they want that. They, as Dieter was saying, they want that relevancy. They want to keep that relevancy. As Alex just pointed out. Yeah, Bill Maher, HBO brought him on, kept him in this box. He basically had a bunch of yes people around him, and then he just regurgitates what they say. He doesn't really innovate.
No. They mirror back to him what he says and what he wants to hear.
Yeah.
He doesn't regurgitate what they say. They just confirm his previously held beliefs. Some people watch Fox News to get confirmation bias. Well, Bill Maher just talks to his writer's room to get. No one's called him out. No one's called him out. That's what really bothers me, is that no one's called Bill Maher out and said something along the lines of, you guys are HBO. This is what you've got now for your politics arm. This is who you're using now. This guy's a fucking loser.
Well, I mean, they balanced it out because now they also have John Oliver. So whichever flavor you want, whether you watch on Friday or you watch on Sunday, we're still getting your eyeballs. Big news came out about Bill Maher today. That that he's quitting stand-up, no longer doing stand-up comedy tours because I could get shot by the left or the right.
This is another. So if you guys ever studied narcissism, this is another quality of narcissists where they make themselves out to look like victims to distract from the fact that they are the problem.
Yeah. He says, I don't want to be out there in this country, in this political atmosphere. It's a good time not to be out there. I'm also tired of being twice as funny as people who are selling twice as many tickets as me. Not that I didn't sell a lot of tickets into great theaters, but I didn't sell arenas. And some people did who, frankly, are not that great. And, when the audience is 35 to 45, yeah, right? I was going to say, when the audience is 35 to 45, they don't want to see somebody 70. I just did my 13th HBO special. I feel like it's a good body of work. I felt they all basically got better as they went along. I feel like the last one was the best one. Good way to get up. So, nobody gives a fuck.
Don't stop there, Bill. Okay. Don't stop there, Bill. Continue with your retirement, man. And
get
the hell off TV because you are hurting the cause.
Just do your own podcast. I don't. He never gave a shit.
And then he I don't know if he saw the Jewish vote for Zoran in New York. Like, did someone put that statistic in front of him to make him aware that Zoran is not a anti-Semite, like that he's not a jihadist? And if someone did, he just ignored it.
Of course,
because he's a narcissistic
and the
sociopath.
people just on his show are just no. Of course, we're all scared. Bill Ackman's here.
Well, he
to
keeps
tell you
having
that we're all
fucking.
scared.
He keeps having. I don't know if he's going to keep doing it because I've heard, and I'm interested in your guys' thoughts on Ben Shapiro. But he used to have Ben Shapiro on there all the time.
Yeah,
he used to have He used to have a high school friend of mine named Jamie Kerchick, who is, I don't know if you guys know who he is, but he's basically this sellout gay guy who went conservative. And just to try to be different and have a lane to run in.
Oh yeah, I've seen this guy.
And he wrote a book called Secret City which actually is a fascinating topic about the gay assistants in Washington for decades that kind of managed all the communication between the public servants. And that sounds like a fascinating topic, but he segued that into I'm the gay conservative, and that's why you should listen to me.
Mm-hmm. Thankfully, I've never heard of him. So
yeah, dude, don't waste your time.
I
definitely
what you're saying about Shapiro and them kind of just telling them, reconfirming their preconceived notions,
right?
That's similar to what they did with Rogan, where they would go on and be like, you feel like they know he's conspiracy minded. He's about Bigfoot. He's about UFOs and stuff. So they go, okay, that yes, but also, what about if it was Democrats who did all this? What about if it was they're trying to, you have daughters, you're scared that a man is going to be in the same dressing room as your daughter? Well, how about that? Can I play on your fears? What are you afraid of? How can I push you? Very Succession, very just strategic, like business minded. I'm always trying to get one over on someone.
Transactional. Yeah.
Transactional. Exactly. But speaking of Zoran, I wanted to play a little bit of this interview with Francesca Fiorentini and Ole Olurin about just her feelings on Zoran winning, and they get to talking about his speech because there's a lot of reaction to the speech that I want to play for you guys too.
They continue. They all basically were like, his speech was mean.
I love. First of all, his speech was phenomenal. Oh my god. Immigrants run the city. Pump it into my veins. Let's go. He said, I swear to you, me and CJ were in the house like, oh. I love this speech. The speech was so good that I couldn't listen to it in one sitting. Like, it was too much energy.
Yes.
I had to break it up. Like, give me a little bit before I crash out.
Now, we all watched the speech live on election night, but the reactions that they're talking about to this speech, we're going to check out some of those. Glenn Beck. Glenn Beck is here again. He's still around. And, speaking of Anna Kasparian and TYT and that kind of,
the crash out, the icky Turks.
Ed was, man, I wish I could just sit in my room, play video games, and get millions of followers about Hassan. And you're right. She got in years ago. She thought, I need to play the game like Succession and whatever. And like, okay, I'll take this compromise and like this and that, and I'll work the room and try to build favor. Whereas Hassan was just like, all right, I'm just gonna go on Twitch and just try this, and it worked. And oops, like there was a way to sidestep Anna, and you didn't.
Yeah.
Oops. Right. Sorry for you, but you can try now. But
she bit the bullet, and having known in sort of a behind the scenes experience. Not so much as other people, but she, for lack of a better term, she bit the bullet. She just went where the wind blew.
Yes, because she's not smart. She's not talented. Hassan is talented, and Hassan works hard and like does his own research. And look, I don't think Hassan's perfect. I don't think Hassan's perfect, and I think he's. I think.
Listen,
like,
I also
the left needs more. The left needs more voices than just Hassan. Hassan has kind of a monopoly on the Gen Z progressives. I don't know if you guys know that, but
Yeah, I mean, look,
every
the
Gen Z
zeitgeist
progressive
also,
that I met
you know,
loves him.
mainstream does not want to acknowledge this, but has been forced to. Like, again, they cannot control every aspect of the algorithm. They just can't. It's too many people. It's making content at the same time. You can't control what people are going to like. You can want to, as much as you want to, like Succession, like real life, you know, media outlets. We want to tell people and herd them in directions we want them to go. But sometimes there's going to be a shiny thing over there that we all just instinctively, hey, that's cool. And they're going to have to go, oh, we got to adjust and like make that shiny thing in the center of our empire.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's slipping away from them. And I'm here for it, man. I mean, let's check out Glenn Beck's reaction to the speech.
Let's hold our breaths. You know.
And if there is any way to terrify a despot, it is by dismantling the very conditions that allowed him to accumulate power.
I'm so obsessed with this guy.
This is not only how we stop Trump, it's how we stop the next one.
How did Donald Trump accumulate power? Capitalism. He accumulated power by making money, by creating businesses, by building, you know, New York. A lot of New York was built by Donald Trump. So that's how he accumulated power. So what he's saying here, you want to talk about the mask coming off. What he's saying here is we have to now dismantle that system of capitalism because that's what gave him power.
And I mean, the commenter here, Melanie.
Well, is that wrong?
Says weird way to admit that capitalism breeds fascism.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say, like, is that wrong? I'm like, no.
Yeah,
that's right. Glenn Beck just spoke truth. That's exactly how Donald Trump got money because he inherited it, and then he got fame because he's obsessed with, you know, once you're that wealthy, once you're a billionaire, if you want to become famous, you can. And then he just took advantage of a very ignorant, uneducated population who consistently vote against their own interests.
Yeah.
Now he's president again.
It's kind of like a Scream in horror movie vibe here. It's kind of like Scream 4. It's the foreshadowing of getting famous on the internet, basically. Just go back and watch. Go back and watch. Go back and watch that film. That's like 14 years old. It's basically aged well in a sense that you know, people use the internet to get famous, as Dieter pointed out. So, just say,
yeah, but I've been trying to get on the famous on the internet for 5 years, and it hasn't happened yet. So,
well, hey, man, this rising tide of this space is going to lift all boats.
You've been using the so-called internet fame, Dieter, for good, not bad. I think we all have.
We're trying. Yeah, and that's why that's probably why we're not less popular. We're not more popular.
But
more popular
there is
than TYT.
Because, and you know why?
Yeah, you got that right.
TYT is going for this lane. This next clip is you can be have a red tie or a blue tie and criticize Mamdani or this new generation, this new awakening, I would say, of again, people to like seeing genocide on your phone for 2 years is going to do something to your brain. Seeing the rampant inequality, especially during COVID. I think COVID woke a lot of people up, or at least started to, because, oh my God, the world needs to work together and we need to do these things to help protect everybody. And we saw how different countries responded, how different governments responded.
Yeah.
And
like Korea.
And you know, like in Succession, there are characters who are all playing the same game who, I don't know, maybe I'll go and be a Democrat. Maybe I'll go and be a Republican. Maybe I'll run for this office or help this candidate or schmooze whoever I got to schmooze. And here we got Van Jones.
Oh, God.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
CBS.
I can't wait for this one.
Or CNN talking about that same speech, Mamdani's same
such a
speech. And
joke.
here's how a Democratic consultant class, whatever the fuck, will try and spin it as this is scary.
My facial features are showing the same type of disdain for.
Van Jones. Van Jones is such a
the
pussy.
Mamdani that we saw on the campaign trail, who was a lot more calm, who was a lot warmer, who was a lot more embracing, was not present in that speech. And I think that Mamdani is the one you need to hear from tonight. There are a lot of people trying to figure out, can I get on this train with him or not? Is he going to include me? Is he going to be more of a class warrior even in office? I think he missed a chance tonight to open up and bring more people into the tent.
Now, what's interesting about this to me, this was from election night, is it's the same way they talked about Obama and it's the same way they talked about Trump. Like, this is the day, this is the speech that Trump became president, right? Or Obama missed an opportunity to reconcile, and what they're talking about is capital, right, David? They're talking about their elite class, their friends, their bosses.
Yes.
Hey, can we get on the train? Can we, get a piece of pie for us and let you kind of, sure, you can do your free buses for the poor or whatever. And we're done playing that way. He ran an outside game. I don't know sports, but he ran an outside fucking game with the Working Families Party over, again, Olay brings it up in that interview that the Working Families Party deserves like the national credit and the stage, as well as DSA, of course. But especially in New York, the Working Families Party slowly they did what any third party always fails to do. They always run in the presidential election when there's eyes on them so they can be Andrew Yang and fucking write a book and get that out. But the Working Families Party and DSA in New York, they did what was always suggested of a third party: run for assemblyman, run for council, run for smaller positions, build power, have that people in the institutions, maybe not a majority, but a solid enough foundation that you can then launch a bid for something bigger, like mayor, and then it continues to roll. And the Occupy movement, like, people made friends there.
Sure,
people made friends and kept working together. And
that's maybe on a micro level, that might be my source of optimism, is that I think the relationships between people on the left are stronger than the relationships between the people on the right, because there's a superficiality to conservative relationships that does not withstand testing. Whereas if you're leftist and you're from urban and suburban areas and you see that the black people and the brown people and the Muslims and the Jews and everybody's just taking the bus to work and taking the subway to work and trying to do it. So we have the ability to be more united. I think our narcissism is who is going to lead us. That is our narcissism, where we feel like it's a woman's turn or a minority's turn, instead of being like, who's the best? Who's the best? Where's the talent? And I think that's
Bernie, right? The Bernie Bros thing. Like, oh, his fans are sexist against Hillary Clinton. Like, maybe it was just like we liked Bernie more. We like
maybe Bernie's just better. Maybe Bernie's not a sellout and transformed the party of FDR into the party of the Clintons.
Yeah,
because that's exactly what Bill Clinton did.
Right.
Yeah. I think the Clinton era Democratic Party is just basically wallowing in their own pity right now.
No, we need to kill it.
Yeah.
We need to kill it. And somebody needs to step up and say Bill Clinton was a failure of a president.
Yeah,
no one on the left is doing no one on the left is doing this. See, that's the thing. We have in
they're
this
so
space
blinded they're so blinded by friendship. And they're so blinded by that nostalgia.
They're desperate to look like winners. And Bill Clinton was a winner. Obama was a winner. They won. And then you looked at what they did once they had power, and you're like, didn't really deliver.
They tiptoe,
didn't really
they
deliver.
step aside, and they make
But they were
compromises.
damn good public speakers, but they were damn good on camera. They could work a room. Who gives a fuck? Where are your balls, Bill Clinton? Where are your balls, Barack Obama?
On Jeffrey
I
Epstein's
want
fucking
fucking
island.
health care.
Yeah.
And instead you hire Rahm Emanuel as your chief of staff.
Right.
That's who you bring in? Fuck you, Barack. You weren't ready, bro. And your legacy, your performance as president indicates as much.
And we gave this guy the Nobel Peace Prize. Let's throw that.
Well, that was a
I mean,
fuck
he's
you to W.
Yeah,
That was a fuck you
yeah.
to W.
I mean, it
Yeah,
should be a
which
fuck
I get
you
it.
to him now because he still hasn't given it back.
Everything's political, and it's a fuck you to W, like you said. In terms of like the hope, people waking up, people kind of, again, it's not so much like everyone's like, oh, I totally agree with like socialism now. It's just like it feels wrong. This whole thing feels wrong. They were on the campaign last year. The most on fire it was is when Tim Walz started calling them weird. Just like JD Vance is weird, man. Like he's a couch fucker. Like what's going on with this? Like
Sure.
What do they
But
want?
that's a temporary way of like taking them like a high school cafeteria cheap shot.
For sure.
I mean, like, and that's a start. But Tim Walz, if you were going to escalate, you need to escalate. Say they're not just weird, they're fucking
and you need a
evil.
counter message. Yeah, and you a counter message to explain why they're evil, how they're evil, like what's going on right now with immigration. Now, I was watching this right before getting on. This is an interview on Breaking Points with Graham Plattner. And
good. Yeah.
He's asked by Ryan Grimm a viewer question.
How is ensuring we have a functioning males populist economics, but can't stand your dogged refusal to moderate on unpopular culture war issues? How is protecting women's sports, shelters, and prisons from opportunistic males, quote, throwing trans people under the bus, unquote? How is ensuring we have a functioning border and limiting illegal immigration, quote, throwing immigrants under the bus, question mark? And no, I do not support Trump's policy either. So to kind of dovetails with what Emily was asking.
On the immigration front, we need to have a total overhaul of immigration policy in this country.
Yep.
The foundations of it were written in the 70s, and we only did some overhauls in the 90s, which frankly weren't even that intense. We are living with an immigration structure that was built for a world that we no longer inhabit, and we're going to continue running in and this is why people are like, oh, Obama did this and Biden did this and Trump did this, and when you look at it in the aggregate, there aren't that big of changes because the law never changed. I think that we do need to have a legal pathway to citizenship for people who've been here for ages. I'm sorry, rounding them up and throwing them out is not going to happen. It's not. And also it's, as we are seeing right now, the doing of it is pretty unconscionable. But that doesn't mean that we don't have a border. And that doesn't mean we don't have an effective system. We need to have a system that is, I would say, reflective of the needs of our time and the realities that we live in. And it's going to require more judges. It's going to require more courts. It's going to require more energy and time to adjudicate, whether it's asylum cases, whether it's people with illegal applications. But we've never been able to do that because there's been no coherent overhaul of the underlying policies. And what I mean by not throwing immigrants under the bus, I'm not saying that we don't have to overhaul our immigration system. We absolutely do. I don't think the answer there is armed, masked men kidnapping people off of work sites. And I'm going to say that I think that's a good idea. I'm never going to, I refuse. I mean, that's just authoritarianism. That's garbage. And
White trash fascism.
Yeah.
It's white trash fascism.
White trash fascism.
Nobody fucking says it. Nobody's said it yet. There's so many goddamn things of the left having to get aggressive and in the bully's face and call them white trash evil or white trash Nazis. And it's not happening. Gavin Newsom, if you step up and you start calling them white trash fascists, what part of your administration can I work in, my man? because I want to help you. I want a professionally trained bully killer, because that's what Trump trash are. Idiots, bullies, and all bullies are, by definition, cowards.
They are. They're a superstitious, cowardly lot, as Batman would say. John, your take on that response?
Well, I honestly would still have to process that. I mean,
no, I mean,
Plattner saying that we need to overhaul immigration. Yeah.
I mean, like, that goes into what we were talking about. It's not just one president. Like he said, you look at what, Biden did this, Obama did this, Trump did this. The underlying structure is rotten.
Well, it's ironic that the conservatives have such issues with government, and yet they have full faith in our immigration policy. And they're like, oh, well, they're here illegally. It's like, well, what's the system that made them, quote, illegals? Like, what is?
If I pass a law where it's illegal to breathe,
right,
you're breaking the law constantly.
Well, they're passing laws in Arkansas or Texas or somewhere where they want the 10 commandments at schools. So like, that's the government overstepping.
Yeah.
I mean,
but they've been trying to do that since I was a fucking kid. I remember
ever since they got rid of school prayer.
Ever since they got rid of it. Just like ever since they sorry. Fucking allergies here. Ever since they ever since Roe passed, they've been trying to overturn it. Ever since the Voting Rights Act, they've been trying to overturn it.
Yes.
They never stopped. Like, a lot of people had this idea that like civil rights was this thing that everybody celebrates. Republicans celebrate it begrudgingly. They do it. They don't care. They lie. Again, succession. They say they do because they know they need to be invited in polite society, but they're working against it. They never stopped working against it.
No, I think it's actually on a much different scale and context. It's like why you can't talk shit about Obama. It's like, oh, well, he got us out of the W years and we got us out of
he doubled down on the W years. When you really think about it.
Yeah, go ahead, keep going.
He continued the god awful tax policy. I mean, we and continued going into the war in Afghanistan and
the wars and never closed Gitmo and things.
Gitmo, he wouldn't, and basically he caved to Republican Party pressure, from day one.
And he gave in on the corporate tax rate, right?
Yeah. He gave in to not processing the war criminals of the Bush administration.
Yeah, don't talk shit about him.
Yeah,
don't talk shit about him. Turn the page. Such a nice guy.
Yeah,
turn the page.
Yeah, it's like we're not going to hold these people. I mean, like obviously the war criminal v. president, Dick Cheney died.
Yes,
recently. So, and the fact that again, these people were not prosecuted for their crimes. Even to this day is beyond me.
There's no
and
accountability.
This is somebody who lived through or I am somebody who lived through that mess.
Right.
And the fact that they're still walking free. Like there's a place down below where Dick Cheney, Don Rumsfeld, fucking Colin Powell are, and they are there for the rest of their
existence.
His existence. Yeah, they're not breathing anymore. But,
it destroys the universe.
Yeah.
I think, right. Like, and it's not just the Republican pressures. It was the corporate Democrat pressures that said, "Hey, new guy."
Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah,
Nancy Pelosi. Hey, new guy. You're getting all this popular stuff. You're really good on Facebook, and all the kids like, we're going to use you. You're going to be the candidate because you won the primary against who it was lined up to be, which was Hillary. You beat her. We beat her.
Like his greatest political win.
Yeah.
His greatest political win.
And they said, okay, we got to wrap you. We got to bear hug you. We got to say, hey.
We got to.
But that's what they do. That's what they do. Someone comes out of the woodwork. Like Plattner's vulnerable to this too. If he gets hot and really popular, they're going to, hey, nice, dude. Yeah. All right, come on in. Let's talk about how we can help you. And by help you, we mean manipulate you
and destroy
and tell you what, so that you can serve our agenda. as opposed to yours.
Yeah.
I remember when AOC won in 2018, and she started immediately on. First of all, Fox News was covering her. Right-wing media was covering her more than anybody else.
It was an obsession. It was
an obsession. And then she started, because of that heat, the right's talking about her. So the establishment, we got to talk about this, because they always follow suit with whatever the Republicans put on the table. We want to talk about trans stuff. We're talking about trans stuff. We want to talk about fucking Mr. Potato Head. We're talking about Mr. Potato Head. We're talking about AOC. We're talking about AOC. So then they bear hugged her. They said, okay, you beat one of our establishment guys. We didn't see that coming. Good for you. Now, come on, Jimmy Fallon. Come on, Colbert. Come on all these shows. And you're going to come to the Met Gala. And we're going to hobnob. And we're going to fucking tell you, you better get in line, AOC.
Yeah.
You better get in line. And she has been, the spirit. There's a reason we all know her fucking name. But she's been as resistant to that as possible, I think. She's done compromises, pissed off the DSA, whatever. Yeah. Fine. But she's still in that fight, and she's still fighting it. And she's gotten some arrows in her back now. She's gotten battle scars, but she's still going. She is not like, okay, maybe we invite Amazon back to New York or whatever. No, she's out there with Zoran. She's out there with Bernie. Bernie's clearly like got her under his wing, trying to protect her from the rest of these fucking animals. And I think Platter could be another one who won't bend. I want to hear what he had to say about trans issues.
Sure.
Because that was a 2-part question.
We shouldn't be doing that. On the issue around like trans people, I do not believe, and I think this is true for a lot of Mainers as well, because we have a real libertarian streak up here, including us lefties. Mm-hmm. It is not the role of the federal government to come down and tell people, tell communities, tell school boards, tell municipalities how to handle what are frankly often very complicated and nuanced discussions. We need to set standards when it comes to equality and decency and treating everybody like that. But I do not think it's the role of the United States Senate to go down into a municipality or go to a local school board and tell them how they're supposed to figure out what can frankly be deeply complicated discussions. That is not the role of the federal government. And I think that there are a lot of people who don't think that's the role of the federal government. I also think, and I'll just be very upfront, that this continues to get pushed and pushed and pushed as this huge discussion, so we don't talk about universal health care.
Yes.
So we don't talk about the fact that we need to remove the cap on Social Security.
Nailed it.
Or that we need to raise taxes on, frankly, pharmaceutical companies and big agricultural corporations that have just been building an apparatus.
Perfect. I mean, I'd let him keep going, but like,
so
holy
that's
shit.
my essay. That's my whole essay on the right-wing magic trick, where magic is the art of distraction, and right-wing politics is all about the culture war. They are talk about denial and projection. They are the snowflakes who can't handle anything that runs contrary to their traditional values and views that they probably adopted when they were 13 from their parents or their church. And it's so embedded in them. And they have made so many decisions in their life according to those values that if you go after them, if you go after their worldview, they see it as a threat.
Yeah.
They see it as a mortal threat.
And they claim to be against the snowflakes, and yet behind closed doors, they're the biggest.
Denial and projection,
they're the weakest.
Yeah.
They're the weakest.
Yeah.
They're the weakest. I mean, again, I'm watching Succession, and it occurs to me that a lot of the outbursts that you see from people like Trump, who's like, I'm going to run for president now, or Elon Musk and the shit that he's done, I'm going to buy Twitter, is they feel like they're free, right? I'm the boss. I'm the big man. Like, but they're still under the thumb of their fathers. Usually they have daddy issues or parents, or even the memories or ghosts of their parents. And are still technically beholden to shareholders and other companies and trying not to get eaten by another company and whatnot. So they feel trapped. They feel oppressed and whatnot. So they lash out.
Yeah.
They lash out.
Yeah, that's the ultimate, that's ultimately the best way to turn someone into a bully, is to make them feel like a victim. And then they think that they have permission to hurt others who they perceive to have hurt them. That's really the truth of it is. And you know, our culture has a real problem with victimhood. And by that, I mean, I don't think we understand it. Very few people understand when someone is the difference between calling someone a victim versus calling them a survivor.
Yeah.
Very few people understand that. And they're all, and the ones that do are pretty much all on the left, because we're empathetic people and we believe, you know, why would a woman come forward that she has been raped if it weren't fucking true?
Right.
Do you think a woman wants to go out into the world and have other people know that she was fucking raped? Of course not. She is doing it out of courage to try to prevent it from happening to someone else.
Right.
Idiots. And that's
trying to get a payday or what? They're gonna make a movie of the week about her. This was the line in the 80s and the 90s. This is how they got away with it.
Kavanaugh. The Kavanaugh hearings, it really exposed this. That's what I think a lot of men who were moderates, who were on the left, kind of, I personally learned a lot from those hearings, and hearing the conservatives say that this was a paid actor or something like that. And I'm like, you're delusional. You're in a cult. You're in a cult.
Yeah. I mean, and you know, speaking of distractions, you know, this is apt that this happened today. One, I've been listening to a lot of albums on my channel, doing music reviews and whatnot, and learning a lot about artists that I never really knew about, like Nicki Minaj and Lil Wayne and Drake.
Charlie X, yeah.
Yeah. And this cadre called Young Money, which is Lil Wayne's like label and whatnot. And Nicki Minaj is already into like MAGA halfway a little bit. And during the COVID, she's in 2020, she said like, my cousin's not going to get a shot because his balls are going to explode or some shit. She's married to like a sexual abuser. And I watched this documentary this weekend called Shiny Happy People on Amazon, season 2. It's about fundamentalists. You should watch this, Dieter. It's all about fundamentalist Christian.
I saw the marketing. Yeah.
And this one is about something called Teen Mania. That was an evangelical like way to get young people into the church again, because they're competing with MTV and like, you know, we're going to put out Christian rap albums and Christian rock albums and kind of make this alternative world to the mainstream zeitgeist of what's happening, and go, okay, well, if you're a Christian family and you don't want your kid listening to Eminem, have them listen to this group, which kind of sounds like Eminem, but, you know, it's just off brand a little bit. And the brand is Jesus. So right now they're doing a distraction from Palestine, Gaza, the genocide being committed by Israel, by not focusing on Sudan, which a lot of Zionists have been pointing out and to try to distract, but Nigeria. And Nicki Minaj went to the fucking UN today. That's how these two things are connected. And she's talking about these Christians getting killed in Nigeria. And that it might, now, I don't know if she says the word genocide, but it's being talked about like that, to be like, well, we have our own genocide that we can say it's happening to Christians. And maybe, you know, Trump is talking about using the military in Nigeria now.
In way too many places. In Nigeria, Christians are being targeted, driven from their homes, and killed.
She went with the
Churches have been
ambassador.
burned. Families have been torn apart, and entire communities live in fear constantly, simply because of how they pray. Sadly, this problem is not only a growing problem in Nigeria, but also in so many other countries across the world, and it demands urgent action. And I want to be clear, protecting Christians in Nigeria is not about taking sides or dividing people. It is about uniting humanity. Nigeria
The
is a
pauses are
beautiful
crazy.
nation with deep faith.
I just want to pause it there for a second. Be like, first of all, was it on your bingo card that Nicki Minaj would go to the UN to talk about anything, let alone like Christians in Nigeria?
No. Definitely didn't see that one coming.
Not at all.
And to me, again, being kind of more embroiled in music and whatnot this past year, definitely makes me think this is her response. Because Cardi B came out with an album earlier this year that I made a reaction to on my channel. Nicki Minaj fucking hates Cardi B.
Yes.
And and crashed out after the album came out on Twitter and Instagram, like she always does and is want to do with any new person coming out. I mean, she went after SZA, who was like, "What are you talking about? I just sing. What are you like? I'm not competition." But I think this is her being like, talking to her PR team, like Succession. I need some kind of like big, goodwill move to make people like me again. And I'm standing up for some kind of cause. What is it? And the PR was like, I don't know. This, you want to go talk to the UN about this? I'm sure Trump would be happy to have any relevant celebrity come on his team and be, kind of a spokesperson. And I think that's what's going on here. And I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that we see Drake start to make these moves too. He's appealing the lawsuit that he lost against UMG in relation to Not Like Us. I have said in my reaction videos to Screwface Jean's diss tracks, if Drake was smart, or not smart, but if Drake was like, I just want to win this and I don't care about reputation, he tries to get in contact with Trump, says, if you back this appeal and it goes to your Supreme Court with your judges, this could be a way for you to make it easier to sue people for defamation, which I remember Trump really wanting to do in his first term because he hates when people write bad shit about him and say bad shit about him. I could see that being a legit possibility.
Yeah. It's interesting to think about. I don't know. I don't know enough about that world.
But folks, I just want to say thank you very much, John Ross and Dieter. Difficult Truth, would you like to pop on for the transition? Yes, I will. How you doing, Carlos? What's going on?
Howdy, howdy.
Hey.
How you doing?
Good.
So, yeah, were you expecting Nicki Minaj to show up at the UN today?
No, I was just a surprise. I'm like, wait a minute. I think I need to check my eyes again. Yeah. What are the qualifications? I'm sorry. I don't understand.
I don't know.
You're famous. The UN is desperate for attention and relevance, so they'll entertain any famous person coming in and talking to them.
That's good.
If they're an A-lister.
That's good.
Because the UN, when I was a kid, the UN was a big deal. We had Model UN in high school.
Yeah.
And it was actually recognized as a very valuable, important forum for international diplomacy.
I mean,
and that is gone. W killed it.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah. I talk about comics so much, like tons of comics especially the post World War II into like the 90s and 2000s. The superheroes have to go get permission from the UN. Like they're the boss in charge of interplanetary invasions or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's just not, it's silly reading. It feels like it's in a comic book. It's like, in a comic book, they have power. In a comic book, they can tell America not to do something or this is not appropriate. It's West Wing ideals. And
it's very Aaron Sorkin.
Yeah.
Very, very Aaron Sorkin. Right?
And the times we're living in now, coupled with, watching Succession and just like this dam breaking of, we can see you, man. We can see you, Elon
Exposed.
Musk.
Yeah.
You're exposed. You're a fucking idiot.
Exposed.
You're not some kind of like aloof genius.
But that's the other thing about living in sort of an Aaron Sorkinite reality is that it's like it's all just mirroring liberal politics.
Well, it was he's
centrist liberal politics.
So Sorkin, just so you guys know, he was trained in musical theater. He's not a political expert, and so he took a lot of he took a lot of inspiration from the Clinton years. So that's what
the West Wing. Yeah, the West Wing is basically just like towards the tail end of the Clinton years. Yeah. Very pro Clinton.
We can shake
and
hands
then they took,
and compromise.
They took the Bush years and they actually
they made the Republicans look likable.
Yeah,
I remember that. Yeah, I know.
But again, thank you guys for joining me on.
Hey, thanks for having me, T.
This space, Devil's Advocate. Follow us everywhere. Share clips from this space. Get us out there, man.
And please
bombard.
All right, you guys, I got to run, but thanks for having me.
Take care. We got a difficult truth up next with some real, actual news.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
so caught up in the day-to-day, just keeping your head down and how we can survive. We float by each other like ghosts every day, ignorant to the struggle, the fight with one another. Complacent with the fact that our systems are broken, the fact that the top 10 will always be first in line, the fact that we are killing our planet and allowing them to keep us divided. We must stand together and rise up. It's time we wake up, and that is a difficult to go through.
Welcome to the Tuesday stream. I hope everyone's having an awesome Tuesday. Thank you so much, Devil's Advocate Productions, for that. Appreciate the content. Farmer, Barb, welcome. Ezekiel, Johnny Too Late, Bozy, welcome everybody. Donald James, Snix Abia, or Abia. Appreciate it. Welcome. Folks, it is just about the top of the hour, folks, so if you haven't done so, please do all of us a favor here at this space. Make sure you hit the follow button, subscribe button, share, comment, like. You know, you can interact with the chat with just the little heart emoji buttons, all that stuff. It really does help us out. We are here Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays. We've got live content, syndicated content. There's something here for everyone at this space. So spread the word, folks. That is one of the best ways you can support this channel, is spreading the word far and wide, like Alex said. Appreciate all of you guys being here. Let's get started, folks. We have a few things to go over. It appears in this MAGA fight that's been happening, Marjorie Taylor Greene has done some about face with the MAGA movement. Appears to be some sort of friction there. Whether it's genuine or not, I don't know. It is clear that Marjorie Taylor Greene is someone that is not to be trusted. But that really isn't the point. The fact that she is creating a rift within the MAGA movement is good. Is very good. I say let them fight. John Ross, thank you so much, and thank you for hanging. Ghost. Yeah, she's up to her eyeballs. Yeah.
I was called a traitor by a man that I fought for 6 years.
Wait, like, who did you think Trump was? I'm confused. Like, Trump has done this time and time again. If you don't show the utmost loyalty and fealty to the dear leader, you will be discarded immediately. That is something that has happened since the beginning of time as far as Trump is concerned. This is not limited to just political allies, but anyone who doesn't agree with him usually gets axed. Usually gets burned. Ladybug, welcome.
And I gave him my loyalty for free. I won my first election without his endorsement, beating 8 men in a primary. And
yeah, now we want to talk about identity politics, right? Fascinating. Ladybug, welcome.
I've never owed him anything, but I fought for him for the policies and for America first. And he called me a traitor for standing with these women and refusing to take my name off the discharge petition. Let me tell you what a traitor is. A traitor is an American that serves foreign countries and themselves. A patriot is an American that serves the United States of America.
Oh man, it's almost like America first just means America next. Woody Guthrie wrote about this when the original America First movement started. Isn't it usually free? Yeah, but, we're talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene, so, Night of the Long Cheetos. Night of the... That's funny.
And Americans, like the women standing behind me. And I want to tell you that this only became possible today because the American people, whom we serve as representatives here in Congress, demanded that this vote happen, and they put more pressure on every single elected politician in this city than has ever been put on them.
Yeah, so just to be clear, like, Trump is now acting like he's all in favor of releasing the quote-unquote Epstein files, but he literally had her and Lauren Boebert in the Situation Room to try to persuade them to not vote in favor of the Epstein files. The reality is, that would have happened even if Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert would have bent the knee. That vote was already pretty much sealed. This probably explains why he did all of a sudden a 180 from having people in the Situation Room to say, you know what, let's release the files. It's a Democrat hoax. Let's move on. We need to stop talking about the files. That's probably why, right? Like, the vote is inevitable. At this point, I think the Senate just unanimously passed it. So the vote was gonna happen no matter what. If Trump somehow decided to veto it, there is more than enough. It is veto proof within Congress. That means that if he tries to veto it, they have the numbers to do it anyways. So he's cooked on that, and I think he knows that, and that's probably why he took a 180 on that.
And today you are going to see probably a unanimous vote in the House to release the Epstein files. But the fight, the real fight, will happen after that. I was called a traitor.
It's wild to see that these people genuinely thought. I think that Marjorie Taylor Greene is a true believer. So it probably explains how she genuinely feels betrayed. Personally, this is a good thing. The more that the MAGA movement is fighting with each other, okay, whether it be the split from Nick Fuentes and the not Nick Fuentes people, the split between the more conspiratorial side of MAGA, the more infighting, the better, honestly. She turned down Kid Rock tickets and a jet ski. Yeah, it's going to take a little bit more than that. Everyone in LA has been waiting for Drake to complete the MAGA heel turn, but then he is fully locked in with the colonizers. Truly a pickle for the ages. Shifting gears here as we keep track of what's happening with all of these ICE invasions. Fear spreads as federal immigration crackdown in North Carolina expands to Raleigh. We will talk about some of the effects of that in just a second. Federal agents expanded their North Carolina immigration crackdown to the... Jesus, you couldn't be bothered there, AP? To the area around the state capital of Raleigh on Tuesday, today, with fear spreading in at least one immigrant-heavy suburb where restaurants closed and many people stayed home. Yeah, chud-on-chud action, exactly. Exactly it. Speaking out of Raleigh City Council meeting, Mayor Janet Cowell said there had been confirmed sightings of Border Patrol officers operating in Wake County, which includes Raleigh, and nearby Durham County, which includes the city of Durham. She said earlier that she did not know how large the operation would be or how long the agents would be present. She encouraged residents to call the police department if they feel unsafe or urged protesters to remain peaceful. Yep. Just to be particularly kind to your neighbors today, she said. Federal officials have said crackdowns will reduce crimes, though leaders in both Charlotte and Raleigh said crime was already down. Yeah, this is a common BS talking point. That this is about crime when crime has been going down for decades. The officials have also criticized so-called sanctuary policies that limit cooperation between local authorities and immigration agents in a handful of jurisdictions, which is not required, by the way. It's not required. Federal officials have given no information about activity in the Raleigh area, but in Cary, a sprawling Raleigh suburb where officials say almost 20% of the population was born outside the U.S., and the large Asian population tripled in the 1990s, fear spread quickly. An area resident recorded as a large black SUV with darkly tinted windows and a Texas license plate drove through Cary's downtown, eventually linking up with another SUV. The vehicle stopped at a construction site where Pamela Hawley recorded Border Patrol agents detaining 4 workers. Yeah, the criminals. Yeah. Going after the very, very worst of the worst construction workers. Speaking by phone after posting the video on Facebook, she described herself as very outraged, horrified, and concerned citizen. Yeah, I mean, seriously, if you see ICE, if you see Border Patrol and the Gestapo operating, record. That is bare minimum the least that you can do. If you don't think it makes a difference, it does. It really does. Record, upload, put that everywhere. Put that stuff everywhere. Okay? If you don't think it makes a difference, I present to you the case that was in, I believe, I want to say, California, where a judge was very harsh on the ice tactics that were happening, and the only reason that happened was because the evidence of people filming ice. That's it. That's what opened her eyes to that. It's people's recordings. Okay, so if you don't think it matters, it does. It does. If you see ICE, if you see Border Patrol, record. A Chatham Square shopping center, which is usually bustling at midday with workers eating at mom-and-pop ethnic restaurants, was quiet. Most of the restaurants, Mexican, Indian, and Chinese among them, were closed. Nearby, the often full parking lot at Indian grocery stores was largely empty, and the traffic inside was non-existent. I wonder if we can quantify the economic impact that these ICE raids have by this chilling effect, where people just don't go out. The family businesses had scaled back to help their community, she said, but knew it would hurt financially. Taco Tuesday is a busy day for all these restaurants. Angel said of the weekly specials, but I think everyone would rather close than operate. U.S. Representative Valerie Fushi, a Democrat who represents part of Raleigh and some of its suburbs, said on Tuesday the deployment of federal immigration agents in North Carolina is a profound abuse of power, a violation of civil rights, and a stain on our democracy. As we'll find out, she is entirely 100% correct. The region's South Asian community has grown dramatically in recent decades, including many people drawn to the Research Triangle region by high-tech jobs. Satish Garimella is the mayor pro tempore in Mooresville, a few miles west of Raleigh. Close to half of the town's 30,000 people are Asian. Excuse me. Garimella, who grew up in India but is now a U.S. citizen, said the expected arrival of immigration agents is creating a lot of panic. And he recommended residents carry identity documents. But like, it's wild because we're not required to, as citizens. And the fact that people are thinking about this, including myself, is not a good thing. You can't live in a quote unquote free society when at any given point you can be accosted by the Gestapo asking for your papers. That is not the sign of a free society. You just don't know when you'll be questioned what things are needed. The Trump administration turned to North Carolina after immigration crackdowns in LA and Chicago, both deep blue cities and deep blue states run by nationally prominent officials who are often loudly critical of President Trump. North Carolina was a more surprising target. The mayors of Charlotte and Raleigh are both Democrats, as is the governor, but none are known for wading into national political battles. But I mean, the governor is a Democrat, and the cities are led by Democratic mayors. So yeah, it kind of makes sense. In a state where divided government has become the norm, Governor Josh Steen in particular is trying to get along with the GOP-controlled state legislature. The state's 2 U.S. senators are both Republican, and Trump won the state in the last 3 presidential elections. A handful of cities and counties in North Carolina have been drawn into America's debates over crime and immigration, which is kind of nonsensical because it's not. This has nothing to do with crime or immigration, really. It has to do with the consolidation of power and this project of a ethno-state. That's what this is about. It's not about reforming immigration or enforcing immigration law or reducing crime. Nothing. Because if this was an actual conversation about crime, for instance, we'd be talking about how we can improve the socioeconomic conditions of people to reduce crime. Things that have an actual palpable effect on crime. The same thing with immigration. There are no conversations about what we are going to do with our Latin American partners and how much resources we should divert to them to help economically, given the fact that we pretty much caused a lot of the problems that they are still experiencing till this day. There's zero talk about that. crime. The biggest criminal is guess who? Two of the most important issues to the White House. Most prominent was the fatal stabbing this summer of Ukrainian refugee Erna Sarutskan. Yeah, they keep talking about the one. Look, this is horrible, but it's in fact, I would say it's gross that the GOP is using her death to propagate racial hatred and xenophobic feelings against immigrants. The suspect was from the U.S., but the Trump administration repeatedly highlighted that had he been arrested more than a dozen times. Got bills to pay. Don't know if I still have a job tomorrow. I'm sorry to hear that. While the Department of Homeland Security said it's focusing on the state because of sanctuary policies, most of North Carolina county jails have long honored detainers or requests from federal officials to hold an arrested immigrant of a limited time so agents can take custody of them. Some common non-cooperation policies have existed in a few places, including Raleigh and Charlotte, where police do not help with immigration enforcement because that's not their job. In Mecklenburg County, the jail did not honor detainer requests for several years until after state law effectively made it mandatory starting last year. Wake County, where Raleigh is located, had similar policy. DHS had about 1,400 detainers across North Carolina and had not been honored since October 2020, putting the, quote, public at risk. Yeah. One second, folks. Hey, there I am. Matt Mercer, a spokesperson for North Carolina Republican Party, sent in a text message that the arrival of immigration agents to Raleigh would show that that failures by radical Democrats would finally be taken seriously. Yeah. So these are the real effects and why people are scared of going outside. Border Patrol apprehends man claiming to be U.S. citizen at the Charlotte shopping center. So already, like, they're roping up U.S. citizens, and it has been a recent operation. Because, of course, how do you know if they're actual U.S. citizens? Well, you just have to start detaining people randomly, or not so randomly. They just have to fit a certain description. A man who repeatedly shouted that he was a U.S. citizen was detained by Border Patrol on Tuesday at the East Waycross Shopping Center, according to witnesses at the scene. Several witnesses reported seeing multiple Border Patrol vehicles swarm the parking area before confronting the man. They said he had been alerting others that agents were operating in the area. That's really the crime here. That's really why they're abusing his civil rights. It's because he was going around and alerting people that they were here. Any of us that are here right now could be stopped no matter what we say about our citizenship. Miriam Gazzardi, who witnessed the incident, said, "That's true." Gazzardi said the man was waving and calling out to community before agents turning their attention to him. Witness said that he repeatedly yelled that he was a U.S. citizen, but agents still detained him. Something happened, I don't know what it was, but nothing that he did, Gazzardi said, but all the cars all of a sudden turned on the lights and sirens and all pointed their cars towards him. Border Patrol had not confirmed the man's identity, immigration status, or why he was taken into custody. Gazzardi said that watching the incident unfold left her shaken. "I feel horrified," she said. "People in these neighborhoods are scared for their lives, scared for their children, and scared for their parents, and scared for their siblings." Yeah, these are the violent criminals the Trump administration is targeting, by the way. This is the second day of Border Patrol visibility in East Charlotte, following reports of agents operating in Plaza Midwood and other areas on Monday. Charlotte-based immigration attorney Gary Mowney said Border Patrol does have the authority to make arrests if they believe someone is interfering with an active federal operation. Yeah, but like, let's pretend that that's not. Let's stop pretending that that's the case. Like, alerting people to the presence of ICE is not obstructing. Okay, it's not obstructing. Video shows Border Patrol agents arresting 2 U.S. citizens in Charlotte's Plaza Midwood neighborhood on Monday after accusing them of honking their horn to alert others that troops were in the area. Yeah. If you don't think that this can be you, you are wrong. This absolutely can be you. And people should be aware of that. People should be aware that their citizenship status will not protect them. You can have all the paperwork in the world, but if they choose not to believe you, or they choose to say that these papers might be fake, or simply just not believe you at all and just take you in regardless, your citizenship status will not protect you. Dramatic video captured the moments agent took 2 women into custody following a chase down Central Avenue. The women were later released with citations after spending several hours at an FBI facility. Neighbor Shay Watts began recording after hearing a commotion outside his window. In a video, an agent can be seen breaking a car window while pointing an assault rifle at one of the women. Again, these are the violent criminals. Let's take an actual look. Let's take a look at the actual arrest of these violent criminals. Let's take a look.
Midwood area, showing these Border Patrol agents taking 2 American citizens.
Yeah. Wow. Check that out. Look at that. Big man. What a big man pointing a rifle at somebody in the car. Latino Mafoon, welcome. Yeah, what a big man we got here pointing a rifle at a woman.
Agents were in the area. Now, this incident began when the agents say the woman honked their car near an immigration operation.
That's all that triggered this entire incident. Okay. That's what triggered the entire incident where someone had a rifle pointed at them. Not a threat. Not obstructing. But honking a horn. Gets rifles drawn on you now. Watts described his reaction as somewhere between disbelief and just being really upset that this is our reality now. Yeah. More people need to be upset. More people need to be upset. Car sticker. Honk if you hate ice. Exactly. Sisvian Task, welcome. According to Watts, the agents accused the woman of honking to warn people in the area that Border Patrol was present. The agents then allegedly pursued the women down Central Avenue before the incident ended in a residential neighborhood. One of the woman's husbands, who gave permission to use the video but requested anonymity, said he could not reach his wife for hours. Both women were eventually released with citations. Charlotte attorney Gary Mounty and said Border Patrol does not have the authority to arrest people if agents believe they are interfering with operations. If you get in the way of an officer making an arrest, like meaningfully getting in the way, then you can count on getting arrested yourself. If you're standing 25 or 50 yards away when you're not in any way interfering with law enforcement activity, that's taking place, you have a right to videotape that. Right. And honking a horn is not interfering. Be careful with that. That's a little more getting in the way, if you will, than the standing back of 25 yards. U.S. Attorney's Office did not immediately respond to requests for comment about the citation or potential charges. So, yeah. I was already close to despair and feeling helpless and hopeless, but I think that the reminder that if we see something, to document it. True! I tried to be respectful and ask questions and knowing my own rights, and I was told to back up a couple times, which that's fine, but at the end of the day, that feels a little heavy-handed. Yeah, it's one way of putting it. I already tell citizens that we don't have any rights and they're a bunch of godless traitors. Yep, especially if you're considered a liberal. If they somehow I just lost my train of thought. If they somehow manage to try to go after you, know your rights, folks, and document everything. Okay? And every time you see ICE, say something. If you know of some sort of community led effort to document what ICE is doing, that is not illegal. That is not illegal. If you see something, document it. Okay? In a lowercase w, it appears that maybe the Republican effort to try to get more seats is going down. Document it, but only post to social media if you have consent to. Yeah, especially if you are able to do that. But yes, document. Judge rejects racially gerrymandered maps in Texas that gave Republicans extra districts. New maps that added the 5 Republican districts in Texas that we've been tracking and prompted California to respond in kind may hit a legal roadblock on Tuesday, with federal judges saying the state cannot use the 2025 maps because they are probably racially gerrymandered. Probably? No, I would bet American dollars that they were gerrymandered that way. The decision is likely to be appealed given the push for more Republican-friendly congressional maps nationwide and Trump's full court press on his party to make them. Some states have followed suit and some Democratic states have retaliated, pushing to add more blue seats to counteract Republicans. A panel of 3 federal judges in Texas said in a decision that the state must use previously approved 2021 maps for next year's midterms rather than one that kickstarted a wave of mid-decade redistricting. The plaintiffs, including the League of United Latin American Citizens, are likely to prove at trial that Texas racially gerrymandered the 2025 map, so the court approved a preliminary injunction to stop the map's use for next year's election. Nice! This is actually pretty good. This is looking like best case scenario. Texas Republicans, under pressure from Trump, redrew the state's congressional maps earlier this year to make them more favorable to Republicans. But Judge Jeffrey Brown wrote the district changes were not purely partisan. The public perception of this case is that it's about politics. But to be sure, politics played a role in drawing the 2025 map, but it was more than just politics. Substantial evidence showed that Texas racially gerrymandered the 2025 map. I mean, if I may, right? Like, what if your politics are of the racial type, right? Like, what if your politics are to create, say, a white ethno state? I'm just saying that, like, it kind of misses the point, right? Politics absolutely played a role in making the 2025 map to benefit Republicans, but Republicans' politics are of racism. This has been the case for a long time now, decades. Racism is the politics of Republicans. So I feel like that kind of, no disrespect to the judge, but I feel like that kind of misses the point. These are linked together. Missouri scuffed now too, breaking up St. Louis. The federal judge stopped it today. Yes, that's what we're talking about. That's right. Typically, redistricting happens after a new decade census results. Maps are often fought over, inviting lawsuits that can take years to resolve. In some states, the process is done by lawmakers, while in others, by independent bodies. Courts now cannot stop maps drawn for partisan reasons, but they can intervene if maps are racially gerrymandered. Brown pointed to Texas lawmakers' response to the Justice Department. Lawmakers initially resisted the idea of redrawing maps for purely partisan reasons, but moved forward after the Trump administration reframed the idea of redistricting around racial makeup. A July letter of the head of the Department of Civil Rights Division, Hamid Dillon, said that the legally incorrect assertion that 4 Texas congressional districts were unconstitutional. She threatened legal action if the state did not redraw these coalition districts, where no single racial group made up a majority of voters, a threat based entirely on their racial makeup. Notably, the Justice Department letter targeted only majority non-white districts. The decision says any mention of majority white Democratic districts, which the Justice Department presumably would have also targeted if its aims were partisan rather than racial, was conspicuously absent. The legislature and governor's office then followed suit on these demands from the Justice Department. Brown said, noting statements made by local officials on their reasoning. The governor explicitly directed the legislator to redistrict based on race. Brown wrote, in press appearances, the governor plainly and expressly disavowed any partisan objective and instead repeatedly stated that his goal was to eliminate coalition districts and create new majority non-Hispanic districts, i.e. white districts. So yeah, I mean, like, this is the thing. Like, there can't be this distinction, right? Like, if you make, especially when you're dealing with one party that's about racism, right? Like, their politics is racism. All of it is about separation due to racial bounds. All religions, government societies, it's European, and no one can deny it. Yeah, the politics of Republicans are of racial politics. That's what's happening here. So yeah, by definition, if you are making more majority Republican districts, this isn't just a partisan issue. It's obviously a racial one. It's kind of like one and the same, really. Vote Copacabana. I know there's a lot of stuff right now talking about the Epstein files and whatnot. And I'm sure we'll learn more information as things get released. But there's lots of stuff happening all at the same time, folks. The Trump administration has not forgotten its mission to destroy the Department of Education. And here is their opening attempts to try to move forward with this, even though that is not something that the Trump administration can do unilaterally. This is something that Congress technically has to do. Education Department to begin transferring offices to other agencies and move towards dismantling it. The Department of Education on Tuesday today announced 6 interagency agreements that would transfer some of its offices to other government agencies. The moves mark a major step forward in downsizing the department and returning education to the states. Secretary of Education Linda McMahon touted the bold action her agency has taken to accomplish the mission of putting herself out of a job. Cutting through layers of red tape in Washington is one essential piece of our final mission, said McMahon. As we partner with these agencies to improve federal programs, we will continue to gather best practices in each state through our 50-state tour, empower local leaders in K-12 education, restore excellence to higher education, and work with Congress to codify these reforms. Together, we will refocus education on students, families, and schools, ensuring federal taxpayer spending and supporting a world-class education system. It can't do that if it's being dismantled. Okay? It literally can't do that if it doesn't exist. Okay? Have you read what's already been released? No. It hasn't even... I've read parts of the emails that have been released. But as far as the actual files, no, we have to wait for Trump to sign off on that. Under these agreements, the Office of Elementary and Secondary Education Programs, as well as a section of Office of Post-Secondary Education, including higher education grant programs and institution-based grant programs, will be co-managed by the Department of Labor, according to a senior department official. And they also really screwed the people on the student loan aspect. This is something that we're dealing with personally, thanks to Trump's moves. The Office of Indian Education will be administered by the Interior Department of Department and Child Care Access, which would improve on-campus child care support for parents enrolled in college, and foreign medical accreditation will go to Health and Human Services, and International and Foreign Language Services move to State Department. I mean, or you could just have one department that handles everything regarding education. You could even call it, like, the Department of Education, you know, right? Anyways, the department official said the agency has broad authority to move services and explained that policies and oversight made by these offices will be vested and remain at the Department of Education. However, grant processing will be housed with partner agencies, the department officials stressed on the call. Interagency agreements are frequently used tool, and the Education Department has engaged with other partner agencies more than 200 times to procure various services of other partner agencies over the years, the senior department official said. The senior department official did not have a timeline for when the agreements would officially start. I know about the main part, but there are some files already available. That's what's been revealed already, and his name is mentioned in the new batch. I mean, yeah, we knew about this, right? Like, we knew the Justice Department said that his name was in the files, right? They didn't say why, but the fact that he is acting all defensive and literally had people in the Situation Room to try to ask them to not vote to release this is pretty suspicious to me. The fact that he was best friends with this predator tells me a lot. The fact that he's been on camera repeatedly and multiple times during his career bragging about how he treats women. It's not really that much of a leap. Department of Hasbara. The OCR is not one of the IAAs that we are announcing today, said the department official noted, adding that the OCR, or Office of Civil Rights, this is the Offices of Special Education Programs and Rehab Services, Administration and Federal Student Aid. We're exploring options on the best plans for the future. Yeah. The best plans for the future. That's cool. Critics quickly condemned the announcement. The National Parents Union President Kerry Rodriguez called the partnership a disaster, calling on lawmakers to defend students impacted by the partnerships. By destabilizing the Department of Education, the administration is undermining America's long-term ability to compete, innovate, and lead on the world stage. Rodriguez wrote in a statement to ABC News, Congress must reject this misguided action. and defend the rights, futures, and global potential of the students they serve. On Capitol Hill, Senator Elizabeth Warren said the Trump administration is hell-bent on punishing undeserved students. But House Education and Workforce Committee Chair Tim Walberg said the status quo is broken and praised the Trump administration on making good on its promise to fix the Department of Education. Well, he didn't fix it. There's no fix for this. It's gone. Like that's the problem. There is no fix. It's just being eliminated. Like, to fix the Department of Education, you would try to have like more funding towards the right areas, right? Maybe if you want to fix the Department of Education, you would move in directions to try to expand it and give it more room. But no, that's not what's happening. It's time to get our nation's students back on track, said Wahlberg. It's time to return education to those who are most committed to the students' success, their communities. In recent weeks, the department, and only, just to be clear, like only the poor is going to suffer. Only the poor is going to bear the brunt of this. Just to be clear. In recent weeks, the department used social media posts and op-eds to explain its intentions. McMahon suggested it would be a treat to close the agency she leads in a Halloween post on Twitter. Earlier on the agency's 46th anniversary, McMahon said the department needed an eviction notice because of ballooning spending, failing reading and math scores, and bloated bureaucracy in Washington. Well, maybe we should focus on that instead of blaming the Department of Education. Like, out of all the departments, okay, in government, like how many people here believe honestly that the Department of Education is a source of bureaucratic bloat, okay, within the government? Okay, let's be so for real. Okay, if anything, you may find that the Department of Education might be severely underfunded. Getting rid of the ability to advance socioeconomic status. Yep. Yeah, this is all Heritage Foundation. They want an uneducated society that can be easier to control. Yep. That's right. As well as its along racial designs. Yep. A few of the non-statutory functions of the department have already been moved. The agency started a workforce development partnership with the Department of Labor in McMahon's efforts to shift programs and responsibilities to partner agencies. One of the programs helping educate the next generation of farmers have been transferred to the Department of Agriculture under Secretary Brooke Rollins. The long-expected move inched President Trump closer to his goal of shuttering the department and returning education decision-making to the states. However, dismantling agencies completely would take an act of Congress and 60 Senate votes to overcome a Democratic filibuster. Trump chose McMahon, the former WWE president and CEO, to put herself out of a job. Fantastic. Someone I know linked this channel. Can you please tell me about your channel? Where do we begin? How do we even begin, chat? How do we even begin to describe this space? Because right now you are watching my show, A Difficult Truth, which happens to be an hour long, just about to end. But if you would have tuned in maybe an hour ago, you would have been watching Devil's Advocate Productions. Now, if you would have tuned in, say 9 minutes from now, 8 minutes from now, you'd be watching Movie Night Extravaganza. In all seriousness, though, if you've never been here before and you're interested in left-wing media, this is this space. This is the space. Okay, this space is the space. You can get anything from my show, with news and politics, to movie reviews, to panels, to interviews, podcasts, anything from live shows to pre-recorded shows. Yeah, respite from toxic media. Yeah, you wanna know about this space? That's what this is about. The space is an enigma wrapped in a quandary. Yikes, I'm sorry, James Fox. It's kind of unnerving, isn't it? All right, folks, we only got a few more minutes here. I've got a question. Since we're not really going to talk too much, or didn't really talk too much about the Epstein files, how many of us here believe that the full release of the Epstein files are actually going to move the needle? How many of us here believe that that is actually going to move the needle? Because I'm of the opinion that I think that some people might be turned away from MAGA if it turns out that there's a lot more truth to this whole Trump being a predator thing, and it becomes undeniable. Some of them might, maybe some of the more conspiratorial QAnon people might move on. But I think that the cult will largely be intact. I mean, I've literally seen them rationalize some of the most horrific stuff that Trump has said. So I can't imagine that a lot of them would be moved. Some people think that they will be. Some people think that the Epstein files is what's going to bring Trump down. I don't know. I mean, is Trump even going to see any type of evidence, any type of repercussions? Or is there going to be like actual criminal investigations? Probably not, honestly. MAGA drank the Kool-Aid, no change. Nope. What's a cat's favorite cereal? I don't know. Meow Mix? You tell him, kitty. And just one more thing they can ignore. Y'all hear that leaked Trump call? He was mad? Wait, a linked Trump call? Meaning he was mad about the vote? He was mad about the Epstein vote? Cat in Crunch. This weekend, and he was hoarse yesterday. Oh my God, was he mad that there was going to be an inevitable? Oh, okay. This is regarding the Marjorie Taylor Greene stuff. Yeah, that's funny. That's funny. That is genuinely funny because the more they fight, we sort of talked about this earlier. The more they fight, honestly, the better. There's also talks that, like, even if they do release the files, they're probably going to be very redacted. But I think that if they are altered, very altered, that's not going to work out for them either, because people are going to realize. I think that people are going to know, and it's going to make him look way more suspicious if he alters them. He said, if I go down, I'm taking you all with me. Horse, was ivermectin kicking in? Oh, I hope this happened. I really hope this happened. Because this would be gold. The 427 won, and if Trump tries to stop it, I'm thinking what I know about Colts, the Colts way, you're going to be very surprised to see what you see, almost but not quite. I have my popcorn for when the files are released. Yeah. What is legally allowed to be released. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I mean, in any case, it looks really bad, right? Because if he only happens to release, you know, the damning evidence of, like, I don't know, say Democratic involvement, because I'm sure, you know, I heard that several or a couple Democratic people might have been implicated. If he only tries to release that, it'll be very suspicious, right? I mean, like, it's so obvious, right? That he appointed Pam Bondi, the very same AG that saved Epstein, in Florida. This can't be a coincidence, right? That last streamer had the bottom sound effect too. It's the rim shot. It is. It's the rim shot. All right, folks, I got to get out of here. It's about, it all does look very bad. It's about to be 8 o'clock. Movie night extravaganza, talking about Robert Altman's The Long Goodbye. So stay tuned, folks, and just about very, 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 very now, actually. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate you guys being here. Do all the stuff, folks. Like, share, subscribe. Spread the word, folks. Spread the word. We're here Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays. My show is here Tuesdays, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Any day else, Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday, you can find me on Twitch and on YouTube. Same at A Difficult Truth. I appreciate all of you guys being here. Thank you. We'll be back next Tuesday, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. As always, please stay safe. Please take care of each other. I love you all, and I hope to see you guys in the next one, 7 p.m. Tuesdays. See ya.
recognize the thing. Why don't you go over there and tell those girls they're gonna catch a cold? Spraying cat food.
Tonight on our third Noir Member episode, we're talking about one of the films that I don't think it's exaggerating to say is almost universally beloved by cinephiles and film fans. Robert Altman's The Long Goodbye is a satirical adaptation of the Raymond Chandler novel of the same name, released in 1973 and becoming basically the most iconic piece of neo-noir filmmaking. Neo-noir is definitely even harder to pin down than noir as a subgenre or style of filmmaking. It's a description of films made after the 1940s and 1950s golden age that have incorporated stylistic elements of the noir genre.
Listen, what are you here for?
Well, I'm here because I'm getting ready for the big game Saturday. You know, we're playing Notre Dame, and I hope I catch a touchdown pass. So now I'm going to be, I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm just getting into my makeup.
Well, thanks, makeup.
That's you got a banjo, I do my alto.
Sure.
For what those can be, and even what the main genre has to be, is incredibly broad, which is already the case for noir itself. Most often, the neo-noir genre looked to subvert many of the tropes we've come to expect are noir tropes. Films as broad as Taxi Driver, Chinatown, directed by no one, Blade Runner, Reservoir Dogs, and Blue Velvet have been pointed to as examples of neo-noir. The Long Goodbye being a direct adaptation of Raymond Chandler's sixth Philip Marlowe novel, released in 1953, means that it's very easy to see why this film is neo-noir. The most famous adaptation of a Philip Marlowe novel, apart from this movie, was the 1946 Bogart and Bacall-led Howard Hawks film, The Big Sleep, the second Bogey and Bacall film after the 1944 To Have and Have Not, also directed by Howard Hawks.
You know what just happened? I got a bottle of pretty good rye in my pocket. I'd a lot rather get wet in here.
Well. Looks like we're closed for the rest of the afternoon.
The critical and commercial success of The Big Sleep would directly lead to Dark Passage, and then finally to Key Largo, which we covered last week. Bogey's version of Philip Marlowe is actually not like the Raymond Chandler one. Chandler has Philip Marlowe being far more like Cary Grant, tall, 6 feet, 190 pounds, and incredibly witty, which Bogart absolutely was as Philip Marlowe.
Detective. I didn't know they existed except in books, or else they were greasy little men snooping around hotel corridors. Ah, you're a mess, aren't you?
I'm not very tall either. Next time I'll come on stilts, wear a white tie, and carry a tennis racket.
I doubt if even that would help.
He talks nonstop and charms and flirts in a world that's very clearly the one of World War II, since there are female taxi drivers, shopkeepers, and there are definitely more women in this one than your typical noir film shot after World War II ended. The Big Sleep is also known for having one of the most convoluted plots put on film, at least before filmmakers like David Lynch got famous for doing that on purpose. This is because Howard Hawks, William Faulkner, Jules Furthman, and Lee Brackett all took turns doing drafts of the screenplay, which was unfinished at the time shooting began.
Say, wait a minute. Who the hell are you? Well, I'm this here private investigator who was sent here this afternoon to find you, but the good doctor here dummied up. You were sent here to find me? Why? Well, I'm supposed to bring you home if that's where you want to go.
Lee Brackett, 3 decades later, would also write the entire screenplay for Robert Altman's The Long Goodbye. Satirizing many of the elements from films like The Big Sleep in the screenplay, The Long Goodbye stars Elliot Gould as Philip Marlowe, Nina Van Pallant, Sterling Hayden, Mark Riddell, Henry Gibson, David Arkin, Jim Bouton, and Arnold Schwarzenegger. You'd think Elliot Gould would be a strange choice to play a role so associated with Bogart, and you'd be right about that. The casting of Elliot Gould wasn't even a purposeful choice. United Artists had a contract with him for one film left. They told Altman and Brackett, take it or leave it. Or maybe that's the story. Another one is out there that David Picker of United Artists knew Altman would direct if he selected Elliot Gould to star. Gould had been unemployed for 2 years after losing favor in Hollywood after rumors surfaced he was on drugs when he was shooting A Glimpse of a Tiger, which was scrapped after 4 days of shooting. Lee Brackett took the Philip Marlowe of the 1940s and 1950s LA and threw him into 1970s Hollywood, joking that it was a Rip Van Marlowe, as if he had gone to sleep in 1950 but woken up in 1970, where Marlowe spends most of the film ranting to himself, stumbling around, and smoking cigarette after cigarette. Marlowe is actually the only one who chain smokes in the whole film. He drives a 1948 Lincoln Continental to really drive it home. when his client and close friend, Terry Lennox, who we really get no introduction or explanation for, shows up begging for a ride to Tijuana after getting into a fight with his wife, Sylvia, that clearly became physical. Marlo reluctantly drives him there, mumbling the whole time and complaining. The next day, Marlo is arrested for possibly being an accomplice to Sylvia's murder, until Terry Lennox also ends up dead in Tijuana of an apparent suicide. Then Philip Marlowe is just let go and left to his own skill to get home.
My name is Marlo. He's a real cutie pie, Lieutenant.
He's a smart ass, that's what he is.
That's what I meant.
Why don't you learn to say what you mean?
He's a real smart ass, Lieutenant.
After seeing his write-up in the paper for his arrest, Eileen Wade hires Marlo to find her missing husband, Roger Wade, a famous author struggling with severe alcoholism. The Wades also happen to be the Lennox's next-door neighbors. Elliot Gould's Philip Marlowe bounces around, getting beat up for his friendship with Terry Lennox, who also owed the gangster Marty Augustine money that they believe Marlowe has now. Being thrown in the middle of the Wade's terrible marriage after breaking Roger Wade out of the Dr. Varinger clinic, trying to find his lost cat that escaped when Philip Marlowe went to Tijuana.
I even lost my cat.
The Lee Brackett screenplay was not loved by Robert Altman, except the ending when Marlowe blows Terry Lennox, who isn't dead and who set him up, away in Tijuana. Altman began making changes. The opening, which is now iconic, where Elliot Gould repeatedly tries to trick his cat into eating something other than its favorite brand of cat food, then goes to the store to discover they're out of the brand. Altman had heard a story about a cat who, no matter what they served, his friends could only get to eat one brand of cat food.
Hey, excuse me, I don't see any Curry brand cat food.
Some what?
Curry brand cat food.
Hey,
It happens to
can you
be the
spell
only
that for
kind
me,
of food.
please?
Yeah, Curry brand. C-O-U-R.
Oh, we're all of that.
Curry
Why
brand.
don't you get this, mister? All this shit is the same anyway.
Oh, yeah? You don't happen to have a cat by any chance?
What do I need a cat for? I got a girl.
This whole sequence humanizes Marlowe and makes him into a delightfully pathetic figure. Altman added many now iconic moments to the screenplay, like Roger Wade's suicide and a woman getting smashed with a Coke bottle by Marty Augustine. The screenplay wasn't rigorously followed anyway. Sterling Hayden, by this point, a real-life alcoholic who was just far too drunk and high to remember lines, and most of his back and forth with Elliot Gould are just improvised. Sterling Hayden's Roger Wade's home is actually Robert Altman's home in Malibu. Altman decided not to read the novel, The Long Goodbye, and instead read Raymond Chandler Speaking, a collection of letters and essays to get to know Raymond Chandler's mind. The movie is also filled with interesting gags, such as the constant diegetic and non-diegetic use of a John Williams-produced theme, The Long Goodbye, and the second song, Hooray for Hollywood. Yoga girls chant The Long Goodbye. It plays on radios, car radios, bar pianos, in the supermarket, arranged in different ways every time. There's also pure chaos at the Los Angeles Police Department. One of the best gags involves a party photo booth taking a mugshot. The camera is constantly moving throughout the whole film on a dolly. This type of what I call postmodernist filmmaking has been so replicated and repeated throughout the years.
I got a girl that loves me. She got more money than Sylvia and Augustine put together. The hell, nobody cares.
Yeah. Nobody cares but me.
Well, that's you, Marlo. You'll never learn. You're a born loser.
Yeah.
Welcome to Movie Night Extravaganza. I did not get the right file, so I'm doing it live. We have Kristina Oakes, a.k.a. Cosmepolitics, who hosts Kristina's Corner on this space on Tuesdays, and also we're going to start our own This Space show soon. And Josh Dugan, the co-host of the SVU podcast, Munch by Benson, as seen recently on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, and the nostalgia-driven movie podcast, Unkind Rewind, which I was on 2 months ago, I think, talking about The Sting. Was it 2 months already?
Yeah, 2 months.
Live sound effects. I, of course, am your host and a real cutie pie, Forrest Miller.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I wish I had the ability to like just start playing The Long Goodbye, like the theme.
Yeah,
that theme has been stuck in my head. I saw this movie 3 years ago for the first time, which I know. I've seen pretty much my Altman movies kind of in drips and drops or whatever. But I watched this 3 years ago, and that theme has been stuck in my head for the last 3 years. Like I will randomly sometimes just be like, "It's the long goodbye."
That's the version you're always doing?
What?
Oh.
That's the version you're always doing?
Yeah. No, it's not the one with the girl going, "It's the long goodbye," or the guy that's
And you're not doing the Mexican Village
yeah.
band.
when they have the large coffin that they're just walking down the road with. But welcome back, Josh. You were here last month for the Love Witch. Love Witch, baby. Yeah. I guess starting it off with you, Josh. Like, when did you first see The Long Goodbye? This is probably, I mean, I feel like to be some kind of cinephile, like to call yourself a film fan, you have to have seen this at one point.
Oh yeah, for sure. I have to have seen this the first time. This is probably the second or third Altman movie I saw. First time I saw it would have been at least 20 years ago.
What was the first? I want to see if it's the same.
MASH, I think.
Oh, or
maybe it was The Player or Shortcuts.
First one I saw was Popeye, and I feel like
yeah, never mind. Popeye for sure.
His
But that was like
greatest
on TV.
masterpiece.
I saw it as a kid, and I was like, and I remember seeing Popeye, like Robin Williams' biceps, and be like, the fuck did I watch?
Yeah. But then like all of the rest, the non-Popeye, like I always forget that's him until I watch like a Altman retrospective, and then it's like, oh yeah, Popeye. But then like in quick succession, I would have
Sidney Lumet directing The Wiz. It's like, what?
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, it would have been in quick succession, like this falling in with Cuts and MASH. You know, like those would have been late teens, early 20s views.
I feel like I had this fall in, if I remember correctly, because it was podcast related. Nashville. I kind of watched.
I still haven't seen Nashville.
Oh, Nashville is incredible. Ooh. Yeah, Nashville is like a genuine.
We did an episode on it.
I used to rent it, but it was a 2-taper, and I've never even put in the 2 tapes. I've never put in the second tape. I've always fallen asleep during the first one, and I've rented it like 4 times.
So what you're saying is you never saw the second half of Titanic, too? Then
no, I saw that in the theater.
So he couldn't get away. You know,
I am that old.
But no, Nashville is incredible. You got to watch that. It's like, but it's like, you know, it's within 2 years of this, which is crazy. I think it's 75. And
you also did Hustle.
Yeah, when did you see this for the first time?
Well, I remember watching Bob and Carol and Ted and Alice when I was younger, and thought he was fine. And then I discovered The Long Goodbye. Eventually, I think it was on Turner Classic Movies. Yeah,
I mean, that is like a good,
like a preteen.
It's like a good later Turner Classic Movies movie, right? Like it's like,
yeah,
oh, we don't usually do necessarily from this time period, but because it's, you know, it's intrinsically related to The Big Sleep, which is a movie that I saw before this, and it's so funny too. I went back and I watched it again for this episode, and it's so funny to compare Bogey's Philip Marlowe with the Napoleon complex, I would call it, because he's like Lauren Bacall is maybe I think Lauren Bacall is an inch shorter than he is. And then in scenes where she's clearly wearing heels, she's taller than he is. So it flips. In some scenes, he's shorter, but he's wearing like this giant fedora. And so that version is so different than Elliot Gould, who's like 6'3". So like all the stuff about Marlowe being described by Raymond Chandler, like Raymond Chandler, obviously by the end of it, because he wrote 6 Marlowe books, I'm pretty sure. And by the end of it,
they were supposed to do like some sequels in like the 90s or something like that, but they never got to. But also too, I forgot Elliot Gould was married to Barbara Streisand, and they have a son together. I forgot about that little tip. This is post-divorce. Elliot Gould.
Their kid is the one who throws the party in Say Anything, right? Isn't that Barbara Streisand and Elliot Gould's kid?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
It's funny that, and I mean, I can reference it because Conan's not here, so he's not gonna go. I've never seen it before, but like I got stuck watching Friends with family members, and it's so funny that they had Elliot Gould cast as Ross's dad in Friends, and like it was very like a generation of people watching 90s sitcoms, I guess, and was like, oh look, it's Elliot Gould, he's a dad now, and it's like his personal style is so, I mean, especially now, is so like he dresses like a character from A Serious Man or something like that.
Yeah. He definitely morphed into like they're two different Elliot Goulds, you know. There's like pre-1980 or so Elliot Gould, and then there's post-1980 Elliot Gould.
Well, and it makes perfect sense when you like when you learn the backstory to some of this stuff, where it's like this is Elliot Gould's almost like Dennis Hopper phase, where he literally got to a point where he was too fucked up on a film set, and they canceled filming after a couple weeks of filming, and like because they were like, oh, this guy is on drugs, and like the story isn't straight about whether he really was or not. I mean, maybe he wasn't, he was just kind of like nuts, but he kind of had a breakdown, and then for 2 years he couldn't get any work. And if he hadn't been rediscovered, I mean, that's the story of a lot of different actors, I guess, but like if he hadn't been re-employed for this, which no one can even tell the actual story, like I don't know, there's multiple versions of the story of how he got cast for this. Like no one can keep their story straight about how that happened.
It's like it's almost like a urban legends, you know, like it's like what's real, you know.
But the people that were all still alive and they were asking them, and they all still had a different story. Like they were there.
Yeah.
You think that, There's like the guy who ran United Artists at this point, wanted Robert Altman to direct a picture apparently, and then he said, "I bet he'll work with us if I cast Elliot Gould." But then there's another story that he was on contract with United Artists for one more film, and then it was like, "Oh, you have to take Elliot Gould." And there's no one that can even account for whether they wanted Elliot Gould, like. You know what I mean? Like whether Elliot Gould was their choice. I mean,
Altman did work with him the next year. Like they did California Split right after this. So like it went well.
Yeah.
You know, especially because California Split is with a different studio, right? It's not with the United Artists.
Yeah, I think United Artists was done with Elliot Gould after that. Like I think the contract part was real. But I don't know.
Well, so this wasn't a box office hit either. Like I don't think UA was looking to get back in the Robert Altman business.
But then he would go on. I mean, Nashville was 2 years after this. Yeah. Like, I mean, then Popeye was 7 years after this. The most coked up film set they've called it of all time. So there's like, I don't know. He definitely had a crazy run, I think, in the 70s. I mean,
his 70s run is unassailable almost.
Yeah, with like McCabe,
at least artistic
or whatever. He started with that movie, and they were filming in Vancouver, and he had the same kind of cinematographer, which I was watching his clips. The guy's so interesting, but I was watching his clips about he's like, oh, it's changed. People don't just sit around and watch dailies anymore. And I was like, so true, King. But yeah, like this movie is it's fascinating, and it's like, so
it's like the OG John Wick. He's doing all this for really a cat.
Yeah. I wonder if John Wick was like kind of inspired, because they're kind of even dressed the same with like the suit and everything.
Yeah. We got there's I'm sure there's like scholar theses about this that I can look up if I wanted to.
Multiple people got their doctorates based on that.
the Keanu Gould theory, and they're like, listen, Reeves Gould sounds like a real medical condition that you can tell people you have. Like, oh, I've got Reeves. Like, I was reading the other day about Bogart-Bacall syndrome, which is like it's when you've done so much damage to your lungs that after a while of singing and like acting and stuff that you get the Bogart and Bacall like gravelly voice.
Like Lucille Ball then. Yeah. Because a lot of people are like, what happened to her voice? I'm like,
or like Tom Waits.
She blew. Oh God, yeah. Lucille Ball, she blew her voice out on Broadway, doing a role that she clearly was not well equipped to sing.
Yeah, but, when you now when you blow your voice out like that, it's called Bogart-Bacall syndrome, for whatever.
Nice.
But yeah, so I did this noir class, and I remember I really wanted to see this movie for the longest time, and see, I can't even keep my story straight. No, but so one of the things was that we watched a bunch of different clips of this. Then we ended up watching the dark Richard O'Brien's in it. No,
Dark Passage.
It's not dark. I don't think it's Dark Passage. Hold on. Dark City. It's
okay.
Richard O'Brien's in it from Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Yeah, with Rufus Sewell.
Yeah, and it's like the futuristic version of a noir film. So our neo-noir film was that one. And I was like, come on, I really wanted to watch The Long Goodbye. And then I didn't get around to it till like 2021 or 2022. Kind of sucked.
I mean, you got around to it though.
I did. And this is like, now I've gotten around to it like 4 times. So I watched it 3 more times in the last couple weeks. It's just so good.
It's so good.
Yeah.
There are few noir films that are or neo-noir that are this fun.
Yeah.
No.
And so much of it, I think and we can talk about this, I guess more later. I don't even know if like going through a synopsis would necessarily help because it's so like so many different
Well,
sides to it.
yeah,
But
he's like Jordan the Stallion on all these different side quests. Instead of searching for going to places to eat food, which I could do that. He's doing other things.
but like so much of I think what works about this and what makes it like a fun film, right, is like the improvised nature of it all.
Oh,
And it's
yeah.
like you start to like I don't know, like there is a script, obviously. Lee Brackett wrote it. We talked about how Lee Brackett also wrote the first draft of the Empire Strikes Back script, and for a very similar reason. It got George Lucas basically gave her money. She was dying of cancer by that point, unfortunately, and George Lucas gave her like her money for it, but then he was like, I'm gonna change all this stuff, and then he and his his writer like went back over it and changed pretty much everything. I think she decided
she died after the first draft was turned in.
Yeah.
I believe, like before she could have ever effectively done a rewrite.
But he had the same kind of idea, like the same thing that Altman kind of did, where it's like this is kind of a writer from another time, where it's like their version of whatever the story is. And she wasn't into this, but she had a lot of westerns under her belt. Like she did Rio Bravo, she did a lot of the John Wayne ones and Howard Hawk ones that they did together. So they basically had the same kind of thing where Robert Altman was like, I like a lot of the ideas in the script, like the ending that's so, I mean, it's like jolting when he shoots shoots his friend after all that. That part of it, he shoots Terry, you killed Terry. That part of it was written by Lee Brackett, and that's why it feels so out of place almost, because it's like rewritten, which is funny that's also how the Howard Hawks one that she had worked on. She worked on The Big Sleep with William Faulkner. So there's a version of her script, William Faulkner's script, Howard Hawks script, and one other writer, I think, who had worked on something like Casablanca or something crazy like that. And they all turned in their own version of the script, and then instead of like kind of formalizing it into one script, Howard Hawks is kind of doing it by the day. So both versions of this have a very improvised nature to them, which I think works pretty well with Raymond Chandler's subject matter, but not necessarily. I mean, writing style, it probably drove the guy insane when he saw The Big Sleep. He was not. I don't think he was a fan of it in the end.
Right.
Yeah, I feel like there are some times where you adapt something, and it's like you do so many changes, but in the end, it actually makes for a better story.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And we see this with quite a few movies, and a lot of people are like, wow, I can't believe this was, based off a book with all the changes. I mean, Mildred Pierce, for instance, is a good example.
Yeah,
because
that's another
they
time
couldn't get away with all incestuous crap in the 40s, so they made it a noir instead.
Yeah. That's another time when the person who wrote the person who wrote the original book hated the changes that they made, but then audiences would go and say, well, I actually like the changes that they made. So it's like, I don't know, I guess no author really wants their book changed that drastically. Although once in a while, I mean, like maybe they do. But by this point, Raymond Chandler had drank himself to death, so it didn't really matter there.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think it's also some authors, and every once in a while you hear an author be okay with it, and they'll understand the changes that were made are because you're moving it to a different medium, and some authors can't divorce themselves from the particulars of the story that they wrote.
I'm pretty sure, I want to say Raymond Chandler had a Hollywood period though, right? We talked about
because he wrote the script for Double Indemnity with Billy Wilder.
And I think there was one other really famous one that we were talking about that he had written as well. So he I don't know, but he had the same kind of thing as Faulkner, where they were both alcoholics who had basically burned out at some point and gone like, I can't do this anymore, and I can't write anymore, and literally gone through like this personal crisis that came both from
just both. In Faulkner's case, let me adapt The Big Sleep.
Yeah. I think both from like also just exhaustion, but also like alcoholism. Like that was their moment where it was like, the more you can't write, which this movie covers really well, because I mean Altman had the same problem, and so did Sterling Hayden, who plays.
Oh yeah.
So he's improvising his own way through his own struggle with alcoholism, pretty much, because just by this point he just was too and he would end up quitting alcohol, I think 4 years after this permanently, but then he died of cancer like 6 years after that or something crazy. Like,
he is very, very drunk in Ferris of Chaos or whatever.
Yeah.
I can't remember when exactly that shot. It came out in 83, but I think it came out a couple years after it's shot, but holy shit, if you've ever seen that, Sterling Hayden is like trying to follow his trains of thought would drive someone mad.
I'm pretty sure it was like, yeah, it must have been, because I think he quit drinking. So I was reading this earlier. I think it was 4 or 5 years before he passed away, and then like so basically he quit drinking, lost a ton of weight, and then realized like he had cancer and passed away from cancer, which he had like these insane personal struggles. Like he had informed at one point during the Hollywood 10 thing, and he like, because he was a true believer, he was a leftist, but it just got to be like the pressure got to be too much of him. I mean, I'm sure they had stuff on him because he was a like crazy alcoholic, so he actually like retreated from public life for the longest time and moved out of the country because he was so broken by what he did. I mean, it's one of the few people that really felt like, you know, like they had like that real personal crisis. It's not like Elliot Kazan or whatever, where it's like
I was about to say that, because I mean, you know, everyone's like, who was it? Who didn't get like, he got a what was it, like a Lifetime Achievement Award, the Oscars, and some people did not stand up for him, and a lot of people were like, oh my god, and I'm
that
like,
was a
what?
very divisive award.
Yeah. It's like, you traitor to Hollywood. Let's reward you with like,
Well,
you made a few good movies, but like, you still, man, what the fuck?
Also,
You're
like,
turning people who are more popular than you. No offense, but like,
like it's also possibly like you know, I mean, it's like the end of the Cold War, right? Like part of the whole thing is like, well, we're putting this behind us, and it's like, not that we've ever atoned for it because we won, so we're doing basically a victory lap, you know.
yeah, they really. I mean, the only thing that came out of it was Burl Ives becoming a Christmas legend with his songs that he recorded. But other than that, it's like, you know, I don't know. I'm sure there's videos that do deep dives on like the post, you know, Hollywood 10 Red Scare like career of like, I mean, it took Charlie Chaplin like over 20 years, 30 years to get recognized in Hollywood. I mean, him getting his Lifetime Achievement Oscar was an apology, if you will, too.
Yeah. I mean, there's like Dalton Trumbo is a good example. He was writing scripts for all of these really big movies, including Spartacus. He was working with like Stanley Kubrick, who obviously wasn't working in the US, he was working in Britain, but he was working on all these big movies. And then later on, they found out that all these movies had been written by Dalton Trumbo under a under like a pseudonym. Yeah. It's kind of nuts. Like, and that was happening. I mean, like, you know, Spartacus is 1960, and he's still like, that was when he was finally able to come out and say, like, it's me, Dalton Trumbo. I've been writing this whole time. And then I think a lot of people are like, yeah, we know that.
Surprise. Surprise.
Well, Nicholas Ray and Joseph Losey never even bothered to come back.
Yeah.
They stayed in Europe and kept making movies the way they wanted to.
I don't know if Sterling Hayden would have come back if it wasn't like people really wanted to have him. And like, it's really, I mean, it's great he came back. Like Dr. Strangelove, Jack T. Ripper, like that's one of the greatest roles I think, you know, anyone's done. Like, so it's great that he came back, but he just had this like crisis after that where he had to leave, and that you have to imagine that worsened his alcoholism like to the nth degree. So a movie like this, which he says is his favorite role, you know, like even after the fact, like he was saying like this is his favorite role because he felt like it was the most honest portrayal he had of an alcoholic.
Yeah. You know, when I was rewatching this, I forgot that basically Ratanya Alda is in this movie. She's known for playing Caroline in Mommy Dearest. She played the mom in the Amityville Horror, The Possession, the second sequel, the second movie. I forgot, and she actually wrote like a tell-all about her experience with filming Mommy Dearest, and she had not so pleasant things to say about Faye Dunaway, obviously, because who actually has pleasant things to say about Faye Dunaway when working with her?
Yeah, only the people watching her films.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, Network was so good.
And they just gave her the same first name. Like, it's crazy. Like it's a, you know, Ratanya Sweet. Like, I mean, that kind of sounds like a Latvian porn name. But how did the Arnold get involved in this movie? Because this is one of the earliest, because I didn't know. I always, when I assume Arnold Schwarzenegger becoming a Hollywood actor, it starts like in the 80s. But no, he had a career
Hercules in New York.
Before. Yeah. Like decades before. Like, I didn't know his film career started in the 70s.
Yeah, he was Mr. Universe or whatever, or Mr. Olympus or whatever the fuck they called him. That was back in like the early 70s, right? Like 71 or something.
Yep.
Yeah. Wait, I don't know if you're. I don't know how loud this is gonna be, but.
After all, this is what I owe you. I owe this person.
Arnold Schwarzenegger, who I was introduced to as Arnold Strong, he was a friend of David Arkin's, and he had done Pumping Iron or some film before that. And so David says, can we use him as one of those hoods? And I said, well, sure, if he's a friend of yours. I didn't know who he was, nor did he. So we used Arnold in the film, but Arnold will never speaks of this film.
Oh, there. What can I do for you?
I have an appointment with Mrs. Roger Wade.
This guy that played that part, Ken Sampson, I remember he came over to my office and I talked to him, and he did all those imitations and kind of badly, you know. So I said, oh, good, you can play the guard and he can do all that, because we wanted all that Hollywood stuff in the picture. And he was great. He was terrific.
I recently was making acting in Ocean's 11, and at about 1:20 in the morning, where we were shooting, and all 11 of us were there, and Steven Soderbergh, the director of that project, came up to me and said, "When you put the ink on your face, was that an improvisation?" And I thought, "What are you talking about?" And he said, "The long goodbye." I said, "It would have come back to me." I said, "Well, yeah." You know, he said, "I thought so in terms of behavior." I said, "And I mean, Bob gives me the right. If I'm playing, I'm always in character. So now there I am in that situation, and I've got the ink on my hand. I'm acting and I'm playing. So, you know, and then I'm improvising. And Bob is the boss. Therefore, I can say what I feel. And if Bob doesn't like it, he'll tell me and I won't say it. In terms of improvisation in film, you're pre-lit and the camera is set up in terms of focus, and we're all rehearsed. But then, I mean, it's like, even if I move forward here, I don't know whether I'm still in focus there. And most people have a sense of film craft, but there's nobody in this field that gives you and has ever given me the kind of freedom and range to express myself within the theme of the character that I play.
I love Elliot Gould's voice. It's so distinctive, so smooth and rich. Like I'm assuming if I look on his IMDb biography, his trademark will be exactly like what they describe his voice as. See, quirky nimbushes, towering height, very rich, deep baritone voice. Exactly. Also, I forgot David Carradine, Socrates.
Yeah.
In this movie too.
Yeah.
Poor guy. He died of.
Yeah.
Well, we shouldn't have any shame.
No, it was Ninja Assassins. Don't you? Are you not up for that? He was taken up by Ninja Assassins because he was investigating them like on his own.
Mm-hmm.
That's part of the that's part of the last.
And he's like, and it's so funny. He's not even the weirdest Carradine in his family too. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
I like the idea that part like the last 20 minutes of the Kill Bill complete edition that they just released, you know, like they're putting it out where it's both movies at once, and they're like, oh, we have 20 more minutes. The last 10 minutes is David Carradine putting that around, and Ninja Assassins going. But Keith Carradine was really close with Altman, and so much of Nashville, so much of what works about that movie is like the music specifically by Keith Carradine, who just happens to be at a playing his guitar at a party that they had, like a cast party, and Altman goes, "Oh, what's that song?" And he's like, "It's the song I'm Easy," and he wrote it. And Altman just goes, "Yeah, you're playing that in the movie," and he's like, "This is really personal to me. Like I wrote the song, and the character that he plays in the movie is like this like disgusting man whore that the whole movie keeps going into the room with other people." And he's like, "That's not who I was. I was so just like disgusted by that character." And then Altman stole it, like took my song right out of it and made it like the centerpiece of this entire movie. And he's like, and I was really mad about that for the longest time.
Yeah. Also, he died in Thailand, so I'm like, oh, he was not only did he die from erotic asphyxiation, he was probably doing some sex tourism too. Good to know.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying he wasn't a sex tourist, but if you listen to what his family says,
he was taken out by the
assassinated by ninjas.
But yeah. So David Arkin's the guy that plays Harry. He's the guy that plays like the guy that's following that's hired to tail Elliot Gould. That he's like, he's kind of almost doing like solicitation to her. He's like, oh, I'm so happy that you're following me, and it's you. And
yeah, he's been in a lot of Altman films too.
Yeah.
Like Altman he's also another director that has like frequent collaborators in his films too. But I feel like not enough people talk about it because we're so like obsessed with like Martin Scorsese and Robert De Niro, because I mean, still it's that new Hollywood era too happening in the 70s.
Yeah, well, which he's very much a part of, just kind of in a different. He just wasn't in that friend group. Which when you look at
because he's so much older.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But when you look at why people, like the big four, right? Like, I mean, George Lucas, Scorsese, Steven Spielberg, like that little group were all friends. So they were all hanging out.
Well, because they went to USC together, most of them.
Yeah.
And
So
a lot of them worked for Corman too.
Yeah, they're all Corman's boys.
Yeah.
Which is funny.
Yeah, also he was not related to Alan Arkin or any of the Arkins that are well known in
Hollywood. I was
Hollywood.
going to ask.
He did it all on his own. He arkined his way up the ladder.
Yeah, it's sad that he died by suicide, though.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
I love when he's following him at the house and goes up, like he goes to peek over the fence and Gould pulls the gate open with him on it.
Yeah. Well, that whole sequence, right? Because he gets out of the car and he's following him around, and Gould tells him, well, first he's looking at the girls, and Gould's like, hey, I'm going to this address. He gives him the address to follow him to, which is like a very old noir kind of thing to do. You're fucking with the person that's following you. You're like, oh, don't worry, I'm going to this address. And then you lose them. But he doesn't lose him. He goes to the place, and then he's actually like following the guy in, and he's like, no, you're not supposed to follow. You're supposed to stay in the car. Like, if you follow
Walter
me in.
Brennan bit was funny too.
Yeah, well, all of his impressions are funny. From the Barbara Stanwyck one cracks me up at the beginning. Where he goes, I don't understand. It works for some, but that also feels like a very Hollywood thing. Like having these weird guys that kind of work in Hollywood, like the more working class side of it, and they're never gonna make it as anything. But they're like working the gate or something, and they desperately hope one day a director or something will pull up. And they'll be like, I'm going to cast you in something.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, maybe that guy was a guy who worked gates. We don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe he worked Altman's gate and just did that because that is Altman's house.
That's true. Yeah.
Like the Sterling Hayden's house or the Wade house is Robert Altman's actual house. I can't believe he let a production shoot in his own home.
I mean, I don't think he didn't do that in other ones of his movies, right? Like this feels like for a lot of different people, starting with Raymond Chandler, that character, the Roger Wade character, was very special because Raymond Chandler was a person who suffered from not just debilitating alcoholism but writer's block, and then Altman was someone who suffered from debilitating alcoholism, and Sterling Hayden was someone who suffered from alcoholism that was even more debilitating than the rest of them.
There's a bit of a pattern here.
Well, I think a lot of people channeled their personal pathos into this character, and it's like that's why it works so well as this kind of crazy, just completely like improvised role where he's like doing it really big, but it's terrifying. His character, he snaps on such a dime, and that's such a true alcoholic piece of shit domestic abuser thing where he's like, at one second he's kind of soft and he's like, baby, and he's like, balls, baby, big old balls, and it's like, it's kind of funny.
It's pretty great ass.
But there's something about it that the person starts. It's so manipulative, right? Like they can start off soft and they can repeat, and then you don't expect it, and then they know that you're not expecting it, and then they hit you with like something truly violent. And it's crazy that it works that it's a 50s character and he's a man at a time, and it's kind of the best way to show that he's a man at a time. But he's almost has this like superhero levels of not recognizing domestic abuse when he sees that happening in front of him, like Philip Marlowe in this case, because he's like, oh, my friend would never do that, and it's like, I saw that guy for 1 second, and I know that guy did it. Like,
right.
It's so funny. I mean, this movie does have it's comedy, it's just like the line delivery of it all too. It's like, oh, it's like this is not meant to be funny, but it kind of does sound like it when you say it.
Well, I mean, it starts off very funny. Like it starts off,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, just even like reading the plot.
Things get dark real quick.
I was like
Is
Private
Cap being
Eye.
an asshole about food?
Yeah, that was like Private Eye. Philip Marlowe leaves his Los Angeles apartment to buy cat food. After he returns, his close friend Terry Lennox arrives and begs Marlowe for a ride to Tijuana, Mexico. Marlowe notices scratches on Terry's face, and Terry admits he's in trouble. Like just that description of it, right? Like it's funny the way that they play it, but it's also kind of terrifying because it's like, you know, those scratches are from a woman, and he's like, "Oh, did your cat get you too?" You get thrown into this moment where it's both, you know, it's both like the cluelessness and utter just kind of like loserishness of Elliot Gould as Philip Marlowe, which is so different than the actual Philip Marlowe, you know, and like as written on the Raymond Chandler page. Like, and then immediately you're thrown back into this thing where it's like it's been humorous like that, and it snaps again, and the police are arresting him and telling him that, you know, Terry, who we've just met but have no background to, like, how did he meet this guy? Where's this guy from? Why are they just kind of trading like dollar bills back and forth? And like, why does he just let this guy crash whenever? I guess that's just what private eyes do, right? And it's like the guy is like, "Oh, I need to escape to Mexico." He doesn't even think like. So, but then, you know, and then it goes back again to this kind of humorous thing where they're going all the way through his arrest process, and he's fucking with the cops, and the cops are fucking with him, which is where they take the line from the actual Raymond Chandler book. Like one of the few times they do it, where it's like, the cop is like, he says to the cop when the cop comes in, he's like, "Is this where you're supposed to say, you know, I'm under arrest?" And you say, like, he does that whole back and forth, which is like a real Philip Marlowe line. Yeah.
I'm halfway through the book. I wanted to finish it and did not in time. But I definitely, I'm like 200 pages in, and I was like, "Oh yeah, that is 100% from the book." And
It's like,
you've got source material like that. You don't go away from it. It's fucking gold, you know?
Yeah, but then they do stray so far away from.
Oh, I know, but like that
right?
scene.
Yeah, no, for
that
sure.
scene's gonna play in whatever script you want. Like,
it's also such a noir thing, right? Where it's like you have the character almost describing to you what's going on, and it's like it's kind of coy and like satirical and kind of strange at the same time and dark, and it's like a guy just kind of ranting to you, and it's interesting. You're not even hearing his inner monologue in this. You're literally just hearing him rant to himself, and like
no, we do hear his inner monologue out aloud throughout the movie.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but it's not like his inner monologue is, because they play with the
internal. It's like he's literally talking to himself.
Yeah. That's why I bet. And like you hear diegetic and non-diegetic music throughout it, and it does the same thing with his monologue, where it's like you're hearing his thoughts, but he's just talking, like he's saying them to himself. They actually put them into the actual film.
He's stemming, you know.
I mean, essentially, yeah. Maybe that's why maybe I have ADHD and he has ADHD, and that's why me and Philip Marlowe were like. But yeah, it jumps right from Eileen Wade hiring Marlowe to find her missing husband, which takes you a totally different part of the thing, right? And he's not even picking up on the fact that they know each other, Terry Lennox and the Wades, really.
Yeah, because she lets slip that she knows him.
Yeah, like over and over again throughout their conversation.
More like letting it slip. It's like she's intentionally like wink, wink, hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you have, so he's going to find him at a rehab clinic, and you have like the very sinister doctor. I think in the book is far more sinister, but in this it's Henry Gibson. And it's hard to make him too sinister, right? Like he's such a small little slight figure. But he breaks Roger Wade out of the Malibu treatment center essentially, and brings him back. And then you get the part where the local gangster Marty Augustine finds him and is demanding money. And it's like these things are so differently spaced out, I guess, and that is how a lot of, I think, noir stories are.
And the source material, like the overarching, like the sort of bigger notes of the script are largely pulled, directly from the novel, also. But
local gangster Marty Augustine and his henchmen visit Marlowe in his apartment. They rough him up and demand he help recover $35,000 for $355,000. I'm so bad at reading them.
Do something. What's that with inflation?
That would be insane with inflation because it's 1975. The Augustine hired Terry to deliver his associates in Mexico City. To underscore the threat, Augustine smashes a broken bottle into his mistress's face. Again, jump, like emotional and like physical and tonal jump that really just like freaks you out.
It's like, whoa.
Once Augustine and his henchmen leave, Marlowe follows them to the Wade's house where he sees Aline and Augustine having a heated conversation. This leads him to conclude the Wades are connected to the Lennox's deaths. You think so, buddy?
Took you that long to figure it out?
Yeah.
It's $2.75 million right now.
Man.
Jesus Christ.
So yeah, so it's a lot of money.
If someone could donate $350,000 to this podcast, that would be great.
Or go back in time, do it in 1975.
Yeah.
Marlowe decides
take the DeLorean back.
Visits them again. Roger worries that Eileen no longer loves him. To deter Marlowe from competing for Eileen's affections, he boasts to Marlowe that Augustine owes him $50,000. I don't know how that's supposed to get Marlowe to not go after him.
If someone could do even $50,000, that would be fine.
Later, Eileen says it's actually Roger who owes Augustine money. Marty Augustine is such a good, like villainous kind of like hood name, right? Like,
yeah.
He
was
Marlowe,
Italian
in the book. It was
yeah. Well, he's very.
But he's Austrian.
He's extremely Jewish in this version of it.
Yes, very much so.
He's like, oh, it's Friday. I'm supposed to be in the temple. Marlowe travels to Mexico, but the Mexican police stick to their story. He returns to Malibu, where the Wades are hosting a party. Dr. Veringer crashes the party, once again demanding payment and slapping Roger. Although Roger drunkenly insults him, he cannot stand being humiliated in front of his friends. He pays Dr. Veringer and ends the party. Later that night, he walks into the ocean to commit suicide. Eileen and Marlowe run after him, but cannot save him. The book, I haven't read the book, but my understanding is that Dr. Veringer is a much more sinister and like controlling presence in the.
Yes. Yeah. The facility, basically, he had him in a soon-to-be sold. It was a sort of artist retreat of sorts, and he had him locked up in a closet or in a cabin by himself, and then it was just him and this weird like possibly gay cowboy character. Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Strange.
Get up on that thing.
Yeah.
Save a horse.
I haven't seen Behringer's End yet, so I can't say how it ends up shaking out.
Yeah, well, there's my understanding is that there's a whole like the thing that
but it's
in here.
It's more of a the price is he's renegotiating while he's got him under lock and key. Like it's more of an extortion than it is in how it plays in the movie.
Yeah, but there's something almost hypnotic about the way that Henry Gibson's character like treats it, which it has to be because he's so much smaller than like the giant man that is Sterling Hayden. But yeah, there's something. What I was reading is that there's something to do with like basically controlling through dosing him with such large doses of psychiatric medication that he's basically susceptible to anything.
Right. And there's like it's weird placing this at this point in time. There were a bunch of weird, long since debunked, especially in the era of the book, but it's still happening in the early 70s, where it's long since debunked, like alcoholism cures that pseudo doctors, quacks, 100%, but that quacks around the LA area are like getting people to pay for that don't fucking work.
Well, I mean, think about even like something like the Manson family, right? Like during the 60s, like these things were all connected to the things where these people would go into these psychiatric facilities, which Charles Manson did multiple times. And
like petty crime and stuff like that. He was in jail too.
I think he was arrested something like 27 times, rape for like all like insane crimes he should not be back on the street for, which is why there's a lot of theories about who really was Charles Manson. Like there's an excellent book about it, and like I don't know. There's a lot of probably excellent books about it.
How could a guy like that have so much charisma and influence? It's like what? But then again,
there's a lot of stuff connecting him to MK Ultra and stuff like that, where it's like they're really like, they're in real life too. Well, that is real life, but in other stories too that happened throughout this time period, there's like proven documentation. They were taking these prisoners and just either electroshocking them or putting them on a bunch of different drugs and then putting the acid, in their drink or whatever, not telling them.
I mean, the women said that he would give them more LSD to make them even more influenced, while he maybe didn't even take it at all, just to throw them off and have them more enthralled by him. fucking stupid.
So hoping that Terry's still alive, Marlo theorizes that Roger was having an affair with Sylvia and killed her to hide his infidelity, forcing Terry to flee the country until Marlo can reveal the truth. He badgers Eileen, who reluctantly confirms this theory. Marlo asks the police. By the way, he does it like right in front of the cops. The cops are on like, one side of the beach. He's like, no, we had nothing to do with this. And he's like, tell me the truth. It was like the one time he actually gets intense about anything. Marlo asked the police to reopen the Lennox investigation. They dismissed the theory, but confirmed that Roger met with Sylvia before going to rehab. I wouldn't even call it what he was in rehab.
They try to make me go to rehab, and I said yes.
By the way, yes, Whitey Bulger was a victim of. It's not even that he was involved. He was an unwitting victim of the MK Ultra experiments. So Marlo receives a goodbye letter signed Terry with a rare $5,000 bill enclosed. I didn't even know they made it. Like, I guess they probably don't, right? Like, I didn't check whether
they do.
They do.
A lot of money in here.
Yeah, well, okay, so they stopped making the $5,000 bill with James Madison on it in 1934.
Imagine if we had a $5,000 bill today.
Yeah,
and it was signed. It was a goodbye letter.
Donald Trump.
It was a goodbye letter from Jason Miles because we helped him get to Tijuana.
Oh God.
Marlo meets with Augustine in his office, where upon discovering the $5,000 bill, Augustine grows. He's already suspicious, but yeah, they frisk him down pretty much with Arnold, who's doing this in front of him, and then the $5,000 bill falls out. I love the line where he says, "See, when everyone takes their clothes off, people get honest." Augustine parades his bandaged mistress in front of Marlo and threatens to forcibly remove his genitals, but Terry's buddy arrives in the nick of time, quite literally. Augustine lets Marlo go and gives him the $5,000 bill for his troubles. That was nice of him. He didn't have to do that. Marlo glimpses Eileen driving away. He runs after her, but she does not acknowledge him. During his pursuit, he's hit by a car. He wakes up in a hospital, is given a miniature harmonica by a heavily bandaged man in a heavily bandaged patient in the next bed. Eileen has disappeared. I love it. I love his line. I've seen all your movies, and it's because he looks like the Invisible Man.
Yeah.
Either that or a mummy. Like either way it plays.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy.
I love when there's like a scene in the movie, like an actor, and they're like, "I've seen all your movies." It's like that doesn't sound creepy at all.
I think he's referencing the Invisible Man being bandaged up, and then that would make sense that he's from the 50s. So he's like basically traveling in time. That's the kind of thing that would be on Claude Rains would be.
I love that movie. So the 4K restoration clearly shows all the special effects now that you see it. It's like, oh, you can see the string and you can see the this.
That's like when we talked about Wizard of Oz. And it's like, they did the 4K restoration of the Wizard of Oz, and it's like you literally see the paint on their faces now.
And the makeup, like it's the wig caps. It's bad. It's bad. I don't like it.
Marlo returns to Mexico, where he bribes local officials with the $5,000 bill. See, it's good that he got that. The official admits that a man with another $5,000 bill pays him to fake Terry's suicide. Marlo finds Terry in a Mexican villa. It turns out that Marlo's instincts were wrong and the cops were right. Terry explains that while there was, in fact, a Lennox Wade affair, it was actually Terry who was sleeping with Eileen. Roger discovered the affair, disclosed it to Sylvia, who confronted Terry. Terry then killed Sylvia during a violent argument. Terry gloats that no one cares about the case anymore since he's legally dead, and Augustine got his money back. Marlo asks Terry why he framed him as a suspect, but Terry dismissively calls Marlo a loser. In response, Marlo fatally shoots Terry. That's not why he fatally shoots Terry.
Okay, Trump. What the fuck?
Because of the cat.
It's because of the cat. It's because he went through all that trouble.
This is fucking the OG John Wick, man. He's doing something for a pet that he loves dearly. Like, it's crazy because when I was rewatching this, I was like, because I hadn't seen it in a while, I was like, is this just John Wick but for like cat lovers? Like, what's happening?
The name's Wick.
With Corey Cat Food as the official sponsor of the film.
Yeah,
and Coca-Cola, I think,
and the podcast,
and my sponsor.
Yeah. Did you guys wonder if Coca-Cola was a sponsor of the film? If there was product placement?
Product placement.
There is. Coca-Cola, break one of our bottles on your mistress's face. And it's so good
and have two dogs hump in front of the sign, right? Or just off to the side from the sign.
I don't know how they got the dogs to act the way they did, but they have some like incredible dog.
I don't think that was acting.
Well,
I think it was happenstance, right?
We got two dogs in heat. Let's go.
But they also had a coyote run past the dog, and, and then the dog chased the coyote. And I don't know, like I guess they just
I
set
love
up
that
a
he called the
camera.
dog Asta.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not Toto level acting, you know, like
The cat did total level acting.
exactly.
Oh,
yeah.
Man, what a great picture cat.
The MVP.
You can teach a new cat new tricks, but you can't teach an old dog new tricks, you know?
Yeah, can we get a shout out for Morris the cat?
Yes.
Hell yeah, Morris the cat. Wait, hold on. Say it again.
Can we get a shout out for Morris the cat?
There's too many effects on StreamYard at this point. There's like it takes me so long to find each level of it.
Yeah, he was the advertising mascot for Nine Lives cat food, and plus he was also in this movie and in Seamus with Burt Reynolds and
Seamus is great. I love Seamus.
I haven't seen that movie in a while.
I went through a pretty heavy Burt Reynolds phase.
I mean, you know, you can do where
he died in 1993.
Morris did?
Yeah, he lived a good life.
Holy shit.
He was like, you know,
that's 21 years after this.
He was
a
like,
simple meow and all this stuff is. Oh.
He was like, you don't know me, but in the 70s, I was a big deal.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm old enough to remember Morris the cat in the like 9 Lives commercials.
Meow 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 meow.
But like this was Morris the cat was like the cat on TV from my childhood. He was in all the ads.
Garfield was the cat on TV during mine.
You love lasagna, Forrest, and you hate Mondays.
So I found these interviews that the Vilmos Siegmund, who was the Hungarian, he made it to 85. He was the Hungarian cinematographer behind Altman's stuff in the 70s, and there were these like very interesting. So it's 2 parts, and one of the parts is a little bit longer, but this is a talk he gave on his shooting style, and I thought it was interesting how much Altman's use of the zoom kind of was like a big deal that you don't really. You know, I mean, like there's so many filmmakers that are inspired by Altman. Like he's, like, I mean, even, you know, of course, Paul Thomas Anderson, like, sure.
So basically, I love to work with directors and I love to work with production designers. Altman's movie looks so different from each other. It's amazing, like somebody else did it, you know. So he required that also from his cinematographer to come up with ideas. And we certainly did come up with ideas with Robert, you know, from the beginning of shooting McCabe and Mrs. Miller when we developed actually the flashing technique. And there was a scene, for example, on the beach in a big party scene where Altman said, what can we do here? Can we create a little bit this golden Hollywoodish look? And I jokingly, I said, you know, because I didn't really believe it the first time, and I said it that, well, Robert, why don't you just flash 50%? He says, that's right, that's a great idea. and I was stuck, you know, with this idea because it's very difficult actually to shoot something, you know, with that kind of flashing, because flashing adds so much gray into the film and you lose the contrast. And, you know, in order to get an acceptable image, I had to overexpose a little bit the film. So that was the flashing technique already was invented when we did the long goodbye, basically. But we always have to create a different mood for a different story. And that can be done in many, many ways. With lighting, with flashing the film, with pushing the film, like increasing the contrast in the film. Today's style is a little bit different than in the old days. You know, it was interesting that today's style almost goes back to the old technical days. You know, I find the colors and the contrast very harsh today in movies, and it's not really my liking. You know, the style of today. So if I would do another movie, probably I will look into flashing again. I think in the future it might even happen that people will get tired of this contrasty look and we'll go back again to something more natural. No, moving the camera, that depends a lot of times from the director. And many directors actually set their camera angles, set their camera moves, and enjoy doing that. Because this is part of their strategy also, that how they actually stage the actors, how they move from point A to point B. That's part of it, where the camera has to be at that time. And with Robert also, you can add also one more thing to it. He loves the zoom lens. He really invented to shoot with zoom lenses. And don't think that before Altman, there was any feature where they used the zoom lens so much. And he didn't even mind sometimes to use the zoom and make it look like it's a zoom. So he incorporated this style in his movies, which later on, myself, I used it a lot. And with many, many directors who hated the zoom lens, I still use the zoom lens by telling them and proving to them that you use the zoom lens, but you don't have to make it look like you are using a zoom lens. It's a help, actually, because I can build actually a dolly track parallel to the set. And when I'm dollying from left to right, for example, at one point I start zooming in into a person. It makes it look like it's a diagonal dolly and not like, a parallel dolly. And nobody will know the difference. I mean, you can really watch those shots really to.
Such a soft-spoken guy.
Insane list of films. I come in real hot.
Yeah. Like,
a year before this, Deliverance. He had done, which we did our episode with Mark Borchardt about Deliverance.
Whoa.
Yeah. I mean, you didn't know
that.
Are you a fan too?
Yes, obviously.
Man, he also did.
There are so many people who are, when we mentioned that, they're like,
actually,
"Oh my god!"
He actually liked
Letter hack.
He liked both posts for this episode that we put up.
Yeah, nice.
Where we talk, because he's really close with Conan, because he did sometimes he's in the chat.
That makes sense. Okay, I was like, yeah.
He does some of
he was in Milwaukee.
He's an awesome, sweet guy.
He does Conan's music videos, a lot of them. He directs a lot of Conan's. Yeah. So McCabe and Mrs. Miller, obviously, which is the other Altman film from around this time. The Deer Hunter, the Sugarland Express, a year after. Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Ooh,
Black Dahlia. He did the Spielberg documentary where it was like Spielberg or whatever.
Wait, Black Dahlia as in like the fucking Brian De Palma movie?
Yeah.
Oh.
And then he kind of went a little bit downhill into Jersey Girl with Kevin Smith. He was the cinematographer.
I mean, that's not the. In defense of Jersey Girl, I mean, they did Sweet Tom, but everyone else did Cats. Okay,
you're literally a Jersey Girl.
But I was raised in South Carolina. But I'm just saying, the only good thing about fucking Jersey Girl was George Carlin telling Ben, "When are you gonna take her to see the Cats?"
These lists go. It was the Two Jakes, the Jack Nicholson movie. Robert Duvall as Stalin. There's this list of movies is crazy. It goes all over the place. So I
also wasn't joking in the chat. I said 24 episodes of the Mindy Project, which he did.
Oh,
damn.
He also shot apparently like the the Stalin HBO miniseries or whatever. Insane all over the place guy. But there's crazy uses of the zoom lens I can think of in all of Altman's films that I've seen. But one of them is Nashville kind of uses it to and then he didn't do the cinematography for that, but Altman uses the zoom lens to kind of create like a documentary feel throughout Nashville.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see his use of, but then here they use it really well when all the scenes were kind of Philip Marlowe's spying on pretty much everybody, which is he's a private eye, so it's his job. Not hating on a player for that, but you can kind of see it when he's either looking at arguments between the Wades, or you could see it when he's watching the Wades meet with Marty Augustine. Like there's all these moments where he's kind of just spying on them, and you can see that zoom lens really being used to its full effect.
Yeah. I love that shot when the Wades are arguing inside and Marlowe is on the beach.
Yeah.
And you can see Marlowe in the reflection of the window as the Wades are arguing. And he's like, Elliot Gould is basically like playing chicken with the waves that are coming in with the tide. Like, that's such a great shot.
Yeah, well, it showcases like the complete childlikeness of his character versus, you know, you're literally watching an alcoholic scream at his wife, and his wife, they're having like the most dramatic fight about his, like, the future of their marriage and the alcoholism, and then you just see Philip Marlowe basically skipping on the beach.
Yeah.
He also did the entirety of Heaven's Gate, like the 3.5 hour long Western that the guy from the Deer Hunter did.
Oh, not
most
the cult?
importantly. Yeah, he didn't shoot the cult's exit. Most importantly, he shot.
Sometimes when you're shooting the cult leaves this world. You want to make sure that you have the exact right lighting.
Most importantly, he shot Real Genius.
There's so many. There's like, he became associated with leading American directors Robert Altman, Steven Spielberg, Brian De Palma, Michael Cimino, and Woody Allen. What an interesting. I mean, I don't know.
Wait, Woody Allen is he not married to what's her face, who's in the Epstein files?
Woody Allen is all over the Epstein files.
Yeah, that's true. But
Woody Allen
her name was, I was like,
Woody Allen was Epstein's next door neighbor, so he was always at his house.
Oh, Jesus.
There's a whole thing about that. But
you know what? I hate when they talk shit about Mia Farrow, and I'm like, she wasn't. I mean, granted, she was friends with Roman Polanski, but like,
but she wasn't in the Roman Polanski files. He also did the Crossing Guard, the Sean Penn directorial movie. There's some very interesting things that he did in this career. But I like that the television is the Bold Ones, and he did an episode of like the 1969 Bold Ones series or whatever. The Mists of Avalon, which I've never heard of, and then the Mindy Project.
Yeah. Those are the three on. I mean, there are probably more credits that just aren't on his Wikipedia page, but it's very funny that those are the three that are on the Wikipedia page.
De Palma's Blowout. That's another one that he did. Another neo-noir movie that he did.
Mm.
You wanna hit it with Letterboxd one-liners?
Yeah. So, Letterboxd is a place for film lovers, film haters, and film curious folks. They gather with each other to discuss the films they love, the films they did not love, the films that they thought, hey, this guy, he's just cool. He's just a cool guy. And they love smoking and love cats, apparently. This is expressed on Letterboxd, a platform that we all know and love. And honestly, with this bit, we should be getting a lot of credit for doing Letterboxd because we did it first.
Yeah, they literally have directors now just read Letterboxd like one-line reviews of their movies, and it's like we had Slim on here who does their social media and did that bit, and then right after that, we started noticing the bit pop up.
Yep. So again, it's not just the Siskel and Eberts or whoever wants to read them of the world. Bottom of democracy, as Conan puts it. But here are the Letterboxd one-liners from The Long Goodbye.
It happens every day. Letterboxd one-liners.
There is no surface on Earth that Elliot Gould can't use to light a match.
The most impressive one is as he walks into the grocery store. He uses the grocery store shelf to light a match.
Yeah. I love it.
I'm just like, if that goes wrong, the whole grocery store is going up, and you're not getting any cat food. This is LA. Like this is where the wildfires are.
I know, you gotta be careful there, bud. Coolest guy in the world. Also, the ADR in this is insane, but it's okay with me.
It takes a little bit to like,
because
the entire first 10 minutes is re-ADR, and you can tell. Because it's like it's not even, they don't even bother to make it match up with, because he had the cigarette in his mouth, so you can't really see his mouth move anyway. Then he's like real up close. He's like way more up close than he would be. So he's like I'm gonna do current brand cat food. And he's cat. And then he has some line where he's like there's a lot of hungry tigers in the world in India, and they're just just killing them. And he's like, what, you didn't like my thing about tigers in India?
The cat propaganda in this movie is crazy.
Yeah, except when the guy says, "What I need a cat for? I got a girl."
Yeah, seriously.
But I
He's
mean,
getting
he ends
pussy
up
one
in the
way or the
kingdom.
other.
Just like just like cats. If you don't got a girl,
I love cats. Few movies that pulled off a guy talking to himself this well.
imagine. I hate what I'm about to say.
Uh-oh. Say it. Say it. Say it.
Imagine if they reshot that whole scene, but it's James Corden's cat.
With or without the butthole.
Oh no, with the butthole.
Okay.
And but I couldn't believe that James Corden would turn down food, so maybe that doesn't work.
Yeah, right.
Could watch 6 hours of Gold Marlowe tooling around LA, chain smoking cigarettes, and being an asshole to everyone but his ungrateful cat.
And the cat scratches him. Like the cat goes to town on his shoulder, and he's like still like, oh, I guess I just gotta get a different kind of food. He's never like, hey, cat, fuck you. Ow.
This you know what's funny? This reminds me of the time Sam Cedar, because Sam Cedar is a cat man, which I love and I appreciate that. He was up at how his cats, aren't going in the litter box, or like they go like in the, how some cats go like in the far corner and it's like, what the hell, and they get gunk everywhere. And I'm like, change the litter. And apparently it still did make a difference.
What I need a cat for? I got a girl, but she's going in the corner.
I wonder how much of his dynamic with his cat though is because the cat's his abuser.
I could go for that spinoff. That like a mini part, like a dark like mini series about the cat, him, the relationship. Well,
the cat's like essentially the cat's essentially his abuser, and then he's like all other abusive throughout this film is like completely invisible to him, right? Like he seems to kind of become submissive to the abuser throughout the story, where he does the same thing like a woman would do with her, like, well, like you don't know him, he's got some good qualities when someone's being abused, and you're trying to you're trying to convince
or like,
them.
oh, he's had a hard life. What? Who cares?
I'm fascinated by the sexlessness of this movie, like because it's the opposite of The Big Sleep.
Oh, you're saying Gen Z would love this movie?
But it's the opposite of The Big Sleep, where everybody is trying to constantly fuck Philip Marlowe. And in this movie, every woman is kind of, I mean, not repulsed by him, but treats him like kind of a gay friend they're comfortable talking to, but there isn't like sexual chemistry. I mean, Elliot Gould is obviously hot as fuck during this time, but it's like, it's interesting that they decided to kind of make him this almost sexless character.
Yeah, he's a eunuch basically.
Yeah, and there's the women
that would love him then.
There's like all these women that are just literally topless doing yoga constantly, and he's not even really looking at them. He just kind of takes it for granted at some point that like, which I guess you would if you're kind of in that situation and you're almost desensitized to it. But
yeah, if that was your life every day.
And it happens every day.
But like, every creep who comes to his place is completely distracted at all times by that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So it's like he's almost like it's almost like he's the most clear-eyed about stuff in some ways, because he's not sexually, it seems like, charged by those. He's just kind of mildly annoyed that they're high and they keep asking him for things. So maybe incels would love him.
Single-handedly set back the quitting smoking movement by 150 years.
I mean, look, smoking at some point, right, makes your dick not work. Maybe that's what's going on.
I mean, he literally chases after a car that is driving down like the boulevard in Westwood with a cigarette in his mouth the whole time.
Yeah, I remember like first time I watched this, feeling like at the point where he leaves Marty Augustine's house, I'm like, well, they kind of wrapped a lot of stuff up, and then sit by the car, and I'm like, well, there we go. Yeah, and what's gonna happen? Are they gonna introduce a whole other set of characters?
It's fun watching old home movies of my sister, like the first birthdays and Christmases she had, and it's just my parents and all the adults in the room just smoking a cigarette and blowing smoke in her face, and I'm like,
people used to do that. But this is the 70s though, and they were already kind of having like it was California, right? Like they're kind of already having the beginning, I guess, of the anti-smoking movement
and the fitness fad,
Like only Marlowe, who's supposed to be a guy transported from the 50s, is constantly chain smoking. Not to say he's the only one that does chain smoke or that does smoke in this movie, but he's the only one that chain smokes, right? Everyone else is kind of
Yep. I want Elliot Gould to breathe on my face.
Well, there's someone that just quit smoking. What? It's not if it's not smoking if he just blows it in my face.
True. I'll be honest, this made me unbearably horny throughout, but hey, it's okay with me.
But like it's fascinating to have a movie that's the main character is that
Sexless and make you
sexless,
horny.
yeah. I mean, you could think of like, I feel like a movie like this could be made today with like Ryan Gosling, right? Like,
Yeah,
in a way where
and
it's
his,
like
and
like
his
women are
balloon
like
face. God, stop with the
women.
fillers.
Yeah, but I'm saying like women are attracted to him, or or women that watching the film, not in the film, because in the film they have to act like he said. But like women watching the film are very attracted to him, but like an audio of sexlessness in that role and like vulnerability, I guess, around women.
Yeah. I wish I owned a suit.
I like
Yeah,
watching
but
this movie. That's the conclusion you come to. You're like, I bet I look good in the suit.
Yeah.
I bet that
But
person also had
those-
I bet that person also had like a little bit of a Jufro, like Elliot Gould did at this point. They're like, so they have like the nice curly hair, and they're like, I bet I would look great in a suit if it was
Sure,
just a
right,
suit
right,
and it
right.
was like my curly hair.
So those are letterbox one-liners for a long goodbye. Forrest over there, always Flacco. He's logging a bunch of stuff all the time, and also on the Movie Night Extra account, he's also logging usually what we're discussing, doing like summaries and all the good stuff, extra content. We love it. Josh, you're over there on Letterbox too, right?
I sure am. I'm old man Dugan.
Yeah. And you
Old
can find
man
me.
Dugan.
You can find me smoking kills at Kristina on Letterbox.
It would
And
be pretty
guys-
funny if you rebranded to Smoking Kills.
Yeah.
You're, just like you're an anti-vaping advocate from now on.
Yeah. Okay. Get
Just
ready for
duking
my
it out with
wicked-
Grover Norquist.
Yeah. Get ready for my Wicked for Good review.
Oh yeah, that's in 2 days, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's coming up quickly. There's so many promotions. I'm like, I saw you where you posted a guy who was going to like Chili's or something. There's like a Wicked Chili's
Yeah, they
drink
got
or
the
whatever.
drinks. Yeah,
But
and I'm
Wicked was divisive between the three of you, right?
no, I think we
No.
all enjoyed it. The thing is, Conan
Okay.
doesn't like musicals.
Yeah, isn't a musical fan.
Yeah.
He ended up liking it, but not as much as Kristina did.
Okay.
It would have been bad if it was, I think, pretty divisive. But let me.
I
just
think
hit
it's fun when there's some butting of heads on movies.
Yeah, but I don't know if everyone in the moment.
We're
thinks
all
that
strong
it's fun.
personalities. It would be very bad.
If well, all right. So we have different like ideas about some movies. But if one person really hates it, it kind of bums everyone else out. If everyone else loves it, somehow it always turns out like that, where it's like it's only one person that is on a panel that like hates it and everyone else loves it, and it's like I don't know.
It's
too
like when
much of that.
Kate. It was like when KT. We had her on for the Wizard of Oz and Nosferatu, and we were like, oh.
You did not like them, but
I didn't like Nosferatu either, but
I enjoy
the Eggers
Nosferatu.
one, right? Like I like the Murnau one.
Yeah,
But
I don't know. I thought it was well, we could have a whole conversation about this.
yeah,
on
it
another
doesn't
day.
matter. It doesn't.
Gothic horror is back. Anyway.
I don't think everyone likes Gothic horror. I think that's part of it, right? Like the
Yeah, a
Gothic
lot of people are
side of it.
expecting like cheesy CGI now, and I'm like, come on, man.
I'm okay with Gothic horror. I just thought it was incredibly boring, and I hate Aaron Taylor Johnson so much.
I mean, that's
So you're
understandable.
not gonna
yeah.
like Werewolf.
Yeah, werewolf is gonna be him as the werewolf. Yeah,
I mean, he looks like he could be a werewolf.
Can they stop trying to make him happen? It
His
hasn't
wife is
worked.
direct-
Apparently, Robert
His
Eggers
wife is a
wants it.
director. I mean, a predator. What? So
both,
that's why they're
both.
trying to make it happen.
But his wife wasn't in any of the Predator movies. Weirdly enough. All right, let's hit it with the old plugs. If you're watching us on YouTube, please like and subscribe, and then hit the bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. And we'd humbly request that you watch the video to the end, because it helps us with the algorithm and helps more film fans to discover the show. We're also monetized. If you want to get your chat questions definitely read on stream, you can always send us a super chat, which will help us keep the show going. Every cent helps. If you're watching on Twitch, you can gift us a free sub on Amazon Prime with your Prime membership, but getting subs on Twitch is always appreciated, and it helps to follow us on there as well. We also have an audio feed, which is available wherever you download podcasts if you prefer to listen to podcasts rather than watch the stream. That's updated usually the same day we stream, but watching on YouTube and Twitch is the best way to get the show first, live as it happens. If you want to support us with a monthly donation and get access to all of our after parties forever, which go patron only after we do them, you can become a patron at patreon.com/movie night extra. Link is in the description for that. It really helps us keep the show going since we do have some expenses to make this happen. We also have a Discord community. Link is in the description for that. We sometimes watch movies we cover on there. We get into conversations about everything from film to TV shows to related podcasts. We even have a Discord channel for memes. It's really fun on there. You can find us on all the social media platforms: Facebook, Instagram, Blue Sky, Twitter, and Threads. You connect with us on all of those. Talk to us. We'd love to hear from you. Lastly, we recently made a TikTok at Movie Night Extra where we're putting up short form clips from the episodes. Okay, passing this to Conan so he can tell you about his music and this week's Protonic reversal. Conan, who's on Protonic this week?
No,
So
Protonic,
Conan is
he's on tour.
he's on tour. So November 19th, so tomorrow, he's going to be in Wichita, Kansas at Kirby's Beer Store. November 20th, it just says TBA, but he's in Santa Fe, New Mexico. And November 21st, he's in Phoenix, Arizona. I feel like the Wichita one might have gotten switched around because it doesn't really make sense with the rest of his tour if he's in he's in Texas right now. So at the very least, he's going to be in Santa Fe, New Mexico on the 20th and Phoenix, Arizona at Overdue on the 21st.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. So Kristina, what you got going on?
Well, I had my show today, and I just found out that the South Carolina anti-abortion ban, the anti-abortion bill that they were did not pass. Thank God. We have to wait till April for them to bring it back up. All male politicians who are responsible for that bill being a thing. Rapists can sue their victims for getting an abortion, and that is weird. Apparently the rapist doesn't even get much jail time, but the woman would for like decades, and curtailing in vitro fertilization. It's just all the usual stuff, but it's even more restrictive than like most of the other states that have done their own abortion bans, which is stupid.
I feel like that's where they keep fucking up. Like they felt like they got too much wind in their sails after, the Supreme Court was like, oh, we're just gonna do it state by state, and every Republican legislature is like, oh, we've got wind in our sails, we could do this, and they're like, so we're gonna put the woman away for like life. What do you guys think about that? That every state's like, no, that's horrifying. Don't do
in
that.
vitro.
Yeah.
Like
and also too letting the rapist sue. It's like you're not gonna let the rapist not go to prison for committing the crime. No, the real crime is aborting that precious life. Like, no.
Trump's like that law sounds fine. Let's do it.
Yeah, he's sounding rough these days. He's like, I was yelling to people about trade in Venezuela or whatever. I'm like, I don't believe that. You're yelling at people about the Epstein shit. Also, the Senate 100-0 voted to release the files, and I'm still finding this to be very suspicious.
Yeah, it's gonna have some real redactions, I bet.
It's gonna be all black marker. It's gonna be bad.
Remember Epstein was talking to blank about blank, and he said blank
about blank. Well, yeah, while he was vacationing in blank. Also, I was streaming for a long time yesterday because I decided to do my annual Jonestown Massacre retrospective stream, and a lot of people were impressed with my knowledge on the subject. Also, shout out to Leslie Wagner Wilson. She has a podcast called Black Jonestown. If there's a group of people who often get ignored when it comes to this, is the actual victims, who are majority black. So she has a YouTube channel, Black Jonestown. The first episode dropped. Highly recommend. And she makes parallels to Donald Trump, which I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Jim Jones was just Donald Trump before Donald Trump was Donald Trump. Also, Forrest and I are starting a podcast.
Yeah, we're gonna start one on Thursdays on this space. Time to be announced. Not quite sure what time, but I think it's gonna be later in the day. Yeah, I'm excited about that. Gonna get to talk about politics, which I'm gonna sneakily sprinkle in movies, and then people are gonna be like, "Oh, where can I hear you talk more about movies?" And then I'll be like, "Oh, I tell you, on the same channel, but just on this space, but on Tuesdays."
Yeah. And also, after I'm done stream, after I see Wicked on Thursday, I will be doing a live stream review because I'm gonna be an emotional wreck. Expect my eyes to be just red and watery and swollen.
And then you say, no, it's the wicked drink. They put hot sauce in the drink and it got in my eyes. Ah!
Oh man, it's gonna be interesting.
No, the movie was too bright and it got eyes. Josh, what you got going on?
I Munch by Benson's dropping new episodes. We're back fully.
Hell yeah.
Uncut
When's Jimmy
Rewind
Kimmel?
season 3 is done. Season 4 should be. We're ramping up to start recording season 4 pretty much right now. I've got like 4 different guests that corresponding with, in addition to Kristina whenever she gets us her list.
I again, most movies I've seen from my childhood that matter to me, I've seen again.
You gotta go over movies that don't matter to you.
Yeah, clearly.
So yeah, but yeah, both are presumably of at least mild interest. Munch by Benson's a weird podcast, but I don't know. Whatever. We're
gonna get Jimmy Kimmel on. God damn it!
I know. We got to get Kimmel on. I would be remiss. I do have a past internet life as a baseball writer. I would be remiss if I didn't mention Jim Bowden, of course, wrote Ball 4, one of the best baseball books ever. He was a former pitcher for the Yankees, and so when he doesn't know Joe of the DiMaggio brothers, that's funny because Joe DiMaggio was the Yankees great and Vince and Dom weren't. So that's a little inside baseball moment. Jim Bowden also was the co-founder of Big League Chew and made more money off of Big League Chew than he ever did as a baseball player.
Before I ask final thoughts, I wanted to say, and I'll put it in the description for this episode, but I should say that Leslie Lee, who we've had on for multiple episodes, including the last Oscars one that we did, passed away of long COVID, and there's a GoFundMe for that his wife, well, that he originally put up, but his wife gets the donations and she's donating them to like the fight with long COVID and for his expenses. So I'll put that into the description. It's very, very sad, and even as far back as March, from when even like long before that, but like in March when we had him on, like he had to bail out after an hour because he felt sick. So it's like his fight with long COVID was extremely rough. So yeah, I'll put that in the GoFundMe. Very sad that he passed away. He was great. He was great on everything that he was on. Did a lot of stuff with Katie Halper. I think she's it hit her pretty very hard. Like long before I knew him, I was working for her, and I felt like when I actually had a conversation with him, like I felt like I knew him already, and I had to be like, listen, I basically feel like I know you because I've been editing clips like for hours here, and but yeah, now that I've brought it in a completely different direction, Josh, long goodbye. Final thoughts.
I mean, I love this movie so much. It's so fun. It's so so metatextual with nods to Jim Bowden being a baseball player. It's sort of this weird time, like they name drop that Marty Augustine lives across the street from Richard Nixon, and this is like right at the moment in time where, is that a good thing? Like Watergate's going nuts. Nixon's 17 months from resigning, but he's definitely like embroiled in scandal. It's such an interesting time for this thing to be set, and I love LA around this time.
Yeah.
And it's just it's so fun seeing like LA and not just some movie that was shot on the lots,
Yeah. Well, and there's like this like around this time, right, because of all the Watergate stuff, because of all the corruption stuff, they really just rediscovered noir in a big way, because it's like that same vision that kind of they were started to have
very political.
The late 40s, early 50s with McCarthyism, and like all this paranoia, Cold War paranoia kind of comes back, but it's in a very different, it's in the American domestic sense rather than the Kristina, final thoughts.
This, ironically, is probably one of the best cat propaganda movies out there. Honestly, like, regardless of, the cat being the abusive one in the relationship here.
I mean, isn't the cat always though?
Yeah. But I really like this film. It's a really great Robert Altman film. Like, if you're going through like a Robert Altman like phase, or you cannot miss this movie. I mean, you can miss Popeye if you want, I guess, but like this is like you cannot.
You started out having a Robert Altman phase, now you're having a cocaine phase. That's when we're
Yeah, exactly. Something's going on. Something's going on. But yeah, as Elliot Gould at his best, post Streisand divorce. I mean, he's hot, he's young, it's great. Highly recommend it. Also, love to the cat, the real MVP of this movie.
Next week we're finishing out our basically finishing out. We kind of are gonna bleed the 2 months into each other with films about movies and our noir month. But next week, Big Lebowski.
That's like your opinion, man.
And very excited. We're gonna have Letterhack on to talk about that with us.
Nice.
Yeah.
Little Matt Strackbian, our good friend. So tune in for that. And yeah, The Long Goodbye. Amazing, and the improvised nature of it, right? It's like, how many movies are this good that managed to do that? I mean, I feel like the number is, like that isn't straight comedy, right? Like,
right.
Yeah.
Incredible,
especially with so many so many long takes. Like you're not they're not just like doing like, oh, let's get 5 alts and we'll just take the best one. No, it's not that. This isn't like heavily cut like so many movies that are heavily improvised.
You know what's funny? A movie that did do that over and over again, Dr. Strangelove. Like, pretty much they just said, all right, do a version of this, do a version of this, do a version for this. That movie does not really feel improvised as much, but like big portions of it are. So that's like another interesting version of that. But still, that's like, straight up satire. And this is like neo-noir / mystery / satire. It's like, this movie manages to be serious about things at times. Some pretty intense times.
With the ending, yep.
Yeah. Usually I would say after party, but I've got a cold and my voice is just gonna break in 1 second. So we will see you next week. Conan will be back talking about The Big Lebowski, and see you next week. Catch you on the flip.